Section 0 of The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Preface by D. Laing Purves. The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems of Geoffrey Chaucer, edited for popular perusal by D. Laing Purves. Preface. The object of this volume is to place before the general reader our two early poetic masterpieces, the Canterbury Tales and the Faerie Queene, to do so in a way that will render their "popular perusal" easy in a time of little leisure and unbounded temptations to intellectual languor, and, on the same conditions, to present a liberal and fairly representative selection from the less important and familiar poems of Chaucer and Spenser. There is, it may be said at the outset, peculiar advantage and propriety in placing the two poets side by side in the manner now attempted for the first time. Although 2 centuries divide them, yet Spenser's the direct and really the immediate successor to the poetic inheritance of Chaucer. Those 200 years, eventful as they were, produced no poet at all worthy to take up the mantle that fell from Chaucer's shoulders, and Spenser does not need his affected archaisms, nor his frequent and reverent appeals to Dan Geoffrey, to vindicate for himself a place very close to his great predecessor in the literary history of England. If Chaucer is the well of English undefiled, Spenser is the broad and stately river that yet holds the tenure of its very life from the fountain far away in other and ruder scenes. The Canterbury Tales, so far as they are in verse, have been printed without any abridgment or designed change in the sense, but the 2 tales in prose, Chaucer's tale of Melibus and the parson's long sermon on penitence, have been contracted so as to exclude 30 pages of unattractive prose, and to admit the same amount of interesting and characteristic poetry. The gaps thus made in the prose tales, however, are supplied by careful outlines of the omitted matter, so that the reader need be at no loss to comprehend the whole scope and sequence of the original. With the Faerie Queene, a bolder course has been pursued. The great obstacle to the popularity of Spenser's splendid work has lain less in its language than in its length. If we add together the 3 great poems of antiquity, the 24 books of the Iliad, the 24 books of the Odyssey, and the 12 books of the Aeneid, we get at the dimensions of only 1/2 of the Faerie Queene. The 6 books, and the fragment of a 7th, which alone exist of the author's contemplated 12, number about 35,000 verses. The 60 books of Homer and Virgil number no more than 37,000. The mere bulk of the poem, then, has opposed a formidable barrier to its popularity, to say nothing of the distracting effect produced by the numberless episodes, the tedious narrations, and the constant repetitions, which have largely swelled that bulk. In this volume the poem is compressed into 2/3 of its original space, through the expedient of representing the less interesting and more mechanical passages by a condensed prose outline, in which it has been sought as far as possible to preserve the very words of the poet. While deprecating a too critical judgment on the bare and constrained précis standing in such trying juxtaposition, it is hoped that the labor bestowed in saving the reader the trouble of wading through much that is not essential for the enjoyment of Spenser's marvelous allegory will not be unappreciated. As regards the manner in which the text of the 2 great works, especially of the Canterbury Tales, is presented, the editor is aware that some whose judgment is weighty will differ from him. This volume has been prepared, for popular perusal, and its very raison d'etre would have failed if the ancient orthography had been retained. It has often been affirmed by editors of Chaucer in the old forms of the language that a little trouble at first would render the antiquated spelling and obsolete inflections a continual source, not of difficulty, but of actual delight. for the reader coming to the study of Chaucer without any preliminary acquaintance with the English of his day, or of his copyists' days. Despite this complacent assurance, the obvious fact is that Chaucer in the old forms has not become popular, in the true sense of the word. He is not, understanded of the vulgar, unquote. In this volume, therefore, the text of Chaucer has been presented in 19th century garb, but there has been not the slightest attempt to, modernize, Chaucer, in the wider meaning of the phrase, to replace his words by words which he did not use, or, following the example of some operators, to translate him into English of the modern spirit as well as the modern forms. So far from that, in every case where the old spelling or form seemed essential to meter, to rhyme, or meaning, no change has been attempted. But wherever its preservation was not essential, the spelling of the monkish transcribers, for the most ardent purist must now despair of getting at the spelling of Chaucer himself, has been discarded for that of the reader's own day. It is a poor compliment to the father of English poetry to say that by such treatment the bouquet and individuality of his works must be lost. If his masterpiece is valuable for one thing more than any other, it is the vivid distinctiveness with which English men and women of the 14th century are there painted, for the study of all the centuries to follow. But we wantonly balk the artist's own purpose, and discredit his labor, when we keep before his picture the screen of dust and cobwebs, which, for the English people in these days, the crude forms of the infant language have practically become. Shakespeare has not suffered by similar changes. Spenser has not suffered. It would be surprising if Chaucer should suffer, when the loss of popular comprehension and favor in his case are necessarily all the greater for his remoteness from our day. In a much smaller degree, since previous labors in the same direction had left far less to do, the same work has been performed for the spelling of Spenser, and the whole endeavor in this department of the editor's task has been to present the text plain and easily intelligible to the modern reader, without any injustice to the old poet. It would be presumptuous to believe that in every case both ends have been achieved together, but the laudatoris temporis aceti, the students who may differ most from the plan pursued in this volume, will best appreciate the difficulty of the enterprise, and most leniently regard any failure in the details of its accomplishment. With all the works of Chaucer, outside the Canterbury Tales, it would have been absolutely impossible to deal within the scope of this volume, but nearly 100 pages have been devoted to his minor poems, and, by dint of careful selection and judicious abridgment, a connecting outline of the story in all such cases being given, the editor ventures to hope that he has presented fair and acceptable specimens of Chaucer's workmanship in all styles. The preparation of this part of the volume has been a laborious task. No similar attempt on the same scale has been made, and, while here also the truth of the text and matters essential has been in no wise sacrificed to mere ease of perusal, the general reader will find opened up for him a new view of Chaucer and his works. Before a perusal of these 100 pages will melt away forever the lingering tradition or prejudice that Chaucer was only, or characteristically, a coarse buffoon, who pandered to a base and licentious appetite by painting and exaggerating the lowest vices of his time. In these selections, made without a thought of taking only what is to the poet's credit from a wide range of poems in which hardly a word is to his discredit, we behold Chaucer as he was, a courtier, a gallant, pure-hearted gentleman, a scholar, a philosopher, a poet of gay and vivid fancy, playing around themes of chivalric convention, of deep human interest, or broad-sided satire. In the Canterbury Tales, we see, not Chaucer, but Chaucer's times and neighbors. The artist has lost himself in his work. To show him honestly and without disguise, as he lived his own life and sung his own songs at the brilliant court of Edward III, is to do his memory a moral justice far more material than any wrong that can ever come out of spelling. As to the minor poems of Spenser, which follow The Faerie Queen, the choice has been governed by the desire to give at once the most interesting and the most characteristic of the poet's several styles, and, save in the case of the sonnets, the poems so selected are given entire. It is manifest that the endeavors to adapt this volume for popular use have been already noticed, would imperfectly succeed without the aid of notes and glossary to explain allusions that have become obsolete, or antiquated words which it was necessary to retain. An endeavor has been made to render each page self-explanatory, by placing on it all the glossarial and illustrative notes required for its elucidation, or, to avoid repetitions that would have occupied space, the references to the spot where information may be found. The great advantage of such a plan to the reader is the measure of its difficulty for the editor. It permits much more flexibility in the choice of glossarial explanations or equivalents. It saves the distracting and time-consuming reference to the end or the beginning of the book, but at the same time it largely enhances the liability to error. The editor is conscious that in the 12,000 or 13,000 notes, as well as in the innumerable minute points of spelling, accentuation, and rhythm, he must now and again be found tripping. He can only ask any reader who may detect all that he could himself point out as being amiss, to set off against inevitable mistakes and misjudgments the conscientious labor bestowed on the book, and the broad consideration of its fitness for the object contemplated. From books the editor has derived valuable help, as from Mr. Cowden Clarke's revised modern text of The Canterbury Tales, published in Mr. Nimmo's library edition of the English Poets, from Mr. Wright's scholarly edition of the same work, from the indispensable Tyrwhitt, from Mr. Bell's edition of Chaucer's poem, from Professor Craik's, Spenser and His Poetry, published 25 years ago by Charles Knight, and from many others. In the abridgment of the Fairy Queen, the plan may at first sight seem to be modelled on the lines of Mr. Craik's painstaking condensation, but the coincidences are either inevitable or involuntary. Many of the notes, especially of those explaining classical references and those attached to the minor poems of Chaucer, have been prepared specially for this edition. The editor leaves his task with the hope that his attempt to remove artificial obstacles to the popularity of England's earliest poets will not altogether miscarry. D. Laing Purves. End of section 0.
Section 1 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Life of Geoffrey Chaucer. Not in point of genius only, but even in point of time, Chaucer may claim the proud designation of first English poet. He wrote The Court of Love in 1345, and the Romaunt of the Rose, if not also Troilus and Cressida, probably within the next decade. The dates usually assigned to the poems of Laurence Minot extend from 1335 to 1355, while The Vision of Piers Plowman mentions events that occurred in 1360 and 1362, before which date Chaucer had certainly written The Assembly of Fowls and His Dream. But though they were his contemporaries, neither Minot nor Langland, if Langland was the author of The Vision, at all approached Chaucer in the finish, the force, or the universal interest of their works and the poems of earlier writer, as Layman and the author of Ormulum are less English than Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-Norman. Those poems reflected the perplexed struggle for supremacy between the two grand elements of our language, which marked the 12th and 13th centuries. A struggle intimately associated with the political relations between the conquering Normans and the subjugated Anglo-Saxons. Chaucer found two branches of the language, that spoken by the people, Teutonic in its genius and its forms, that spoken by the learned and the noble, based on the French. Yet each branch had begun to borrow of the other, just as nobles and people had been taught to recognize that each needed the other in the wars and the social tasks of the time. And Chaucer, a scholar, a courtier, a man conversant with all orders of society, but accustomed to speak, think, and write in the words of the highest, by his comprehensive genius cast into the simmering mould a magical amalgamate which made the two half-hostile elements unite and interpenetrate each other. Before Chaucer wrote, there were two tongues in England, keeping alive the feuds and resentments of cruel centuries. When he laid down his pen, there was practically but one speech, and there was, and ever since has been, but one people. Geoffrey Chaucer, according to the most trustworthy traditions, for authentic testimonies on the subject are wanting, was born in 1328, and London is generally believed to have been his birthplace. It is true that LynneT, the biographer of England's first great poet who lived nearest to his time, not merely speaks of Chaucer as having been born many years later than the date now assigned, but mentions Berkshire or Oxfordshire as the scene of his birth. So great uncertainty have some felt on the latter score that elaborate parallels have been drawn between Chaucer and Homer, for whose birthplace several cities contended, and whose descent was traced to the demigods. LynneT may seem to have had fair opportunities at getting at the truth about Chaucer's birth, for Henry VIII had him, at the suppression of the monasteries throughout England, to search for records of public interest, the archives of the religious houses. But it may be questioned whether he was likely to find many authentic particulars regarding the personal history of the poet in the quarters which he explored, and LynneT's testimony seems to be set aside by Chaucer's own evidence as to his birthplace, and by the contemporary references which make him out an aged man for years preceding the accepted date of his death. In one of his prose works, The Testament of Love, the poet speaks of himself in terms that strongly confirm the claim of London to the honour of giving him birth. For he there mentions, "The city of London that is to me so dear and sweet, in which I was forth grown, and more kindly love," says he, "have I to that place than to any other in earth, as every kindly creature hath full appetite to that place of his kindly engenderer, and to will rest and peace in that place to abide." This tolerably direct evidence is supported, so far as it can be at such an interval of time, by the learned Camden. In his Annals of Queen Elizabeth, he describes Spencer, who was certainly born in London, as being a fellow citizen of Chaucer's. Edmundus Spencerus patria Londinensis, musus adeo arridentibus natus, et omnis Anglicos superiorius ivi poetas, ne Chaucero quidem concive excepto superaret. The records of the time notice more than one person of the name of Chaucer who held honourable positions about the court, though we cannot distinctly trace the poet's relationship with any of these namesakes or antecessors. We find excellent ground for belief that his family or friends stood well at court, in the ease with which Chaucer made his way there, and in his subsequent career. Like his great successor, Spencer, it was the fortune of Chaucer to live under a splendid, chivalrous, and high-spirited reign. 1328 was the second year of Edward III, and what with Scotch wars, French expeditions, and the strenuous and costly struggle to hold England in a worthy place among the states of Europe, there was sufficient bustle, bold achievement, and high ambition in the period to inspire a poet who was prepared to catch the spirit of the day. It was an age of elaborate courtesy, of high-paced gallantry, of courageous venture, of noble disdain for mean tranquillity, and Chaucer, on the whole a man of peaceful avocations, was penetrated to the depths of his consciousness with the lofty and lovely civil side of that brilliant and restless military period. No record of his youthful years, however, remains to us. If we believe that at the age of 18 he was a student at Cambridge, it is only on the strength of a reference in his Court of Love, where the narrator is made to say that his name is Philogenet of Cambridge Clerk, while he had already told us that when he was stirred to seek the court of Cupid, he was at 18 years of age. According to LynneT, however, he was educated at Oxford, proceeding thence to France and the Netherlands to finish his studies. But there remains no certain evidence of his having belonged to either university. At the same time, it is not doubted that his family was of good condition, and whether or not we accept the assertion that his father held the rank of knighthood, rejecting the hypotheses that make him a merchant or a vintner at the corner of Curtain Lane, It is plain from Chaucer's whole career that he had introductions to public life and recommendations to courtly favour wholly independent of his genius. We have the clearest testimony that his mental training was of wide range and thorough excellence, altogether rare for a mere courtier in those days. His poems attest his intimate acquaintance with the divinity, the philosophy, and the scholarship of his time, and show him to have had the sciences, as then developed and taught, at his fingers' ends. Another proof of Chaucer's good birth and fortune would be found in the statement that after his university career was completed, he entered the Inner Temple, the expenses of which could be borne only by men of noble and opulent families. But although there is a story that he was once fined 2 shillings for thrashing a Franciscan friar in Fleet Street, we have no direct authority for believing that the poet devoted himself to the uncongenial study of the law. No special display of knowledge on that subject appears in his works, yet in the sketch of the Manciple and the prologue to the Canterbury Tales may be found indications of his familiarity with the internal economy of the Inns of Court, while numerous legal phrases and references hint that his comprehensive information was not at fault on legal matters. Leland says that he quitted the university a ready logician, a smooth rhetorician, a pleasant poet, a grave philosopher, an ingenious mathematician, and a holy divine. And by all accounts, when Geoffrey Chaucer comes before us authentically for the first time, at the age of 31, he was possessed of knowledge and accomplishments far beyond the common standard of his day. And Chaucer, at this period, possessed also other qualities fitted to recommend him to favour in a court like that of Edward III. Uri describes him, on the authority of a portrait, as being then of a fair, beautiful complexion, his lips red and full, his size of a just medium, and his port and air graceful and majestic. So, continues the ardent biographer, so that every ornament that could claim the approbation of the great and fair, his abilities to record the valour of the one and celebrate the beauty of the other, and his wit and gentle behaviour to converse with both, conspired to make him a complete courtier. If we believe that his court of love had received such publicity as the literary media of the time allowed in the somewhat narrow and select literary world, not to speak of Troilus and Cressida, which, as Lidgett mentions it first amongst Chaucer's works, some have supposed to be a youthful production, we find a third and not less powerful recommendation to the favour of the great, co-operating with his learning and his gallant bearing. Elsewhere, reasons have been shown for doubt whether Troilus and Cressida should not be assigned to a later period of Chaucer's life. But very little is positively known about the dates and sequence of his various works. In the year 1386, being called as witness with regard to a contest on a point of heraldry between Lord Scrope and Sir Robert Grosvenor, Chaucer deposed that he entered on his military career in 1359. In that year, Edward III invaded France for the 3rd time in pursuit of his claim to the French crown, and we may fancy that, in describing the embarkation of the knights in Chaucer's dream, the poet gained some of the vividness and stir of his picture from the recollections of the embarkation of the splendid and well-appointed royal host at Sandwich, on board the 1100 transports provided for the enterprise. In this expedition, the laurels of Poitiers were flung on the ground. After vainly attempting Rheims and Paris, Edward was constrained by cruel weather and the lack of provisions to retreat towards his ships. The fury of the elements made the retreat more disastrous than an overthrow in pitched battle. Horses and men perished by thousands, or fell into the hands of the pursuing French. Chaucer, who had been made prisoner at the siege of Rheta, was among the captives in the possession of France when the Treaty of Bretigny, the Great Peace, was concluded in May 1360. Returning to England, as we may suppose at the peace, the poet ere long fell into another and a pleasanter captivity, for his marriage is generally believed to have taken place shortly after his release from foreign durance. He had already gained the personal friendship and favour of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the king's son. The Duke, while Earl of Richmond, had courted and won to wife after a certain delay Blanche, daughter and co-heiress of Henry, Duke of Lancaster. Chaucer is by some believed to have written the Assembly of Fowls to celebrate the wooing, as he wrote Chaucer's Dream to celebrate the wedding of his patron. The marriage took place in 1359, the year of Chaucer's expedition to France, and as, in the Assembly of Fowls, the formal or female eagle, who is supposed to represent the Lady Blanche, begs that her choice of a mate may be deferred for a year, 1358 and 1359 have been assigned as the respective dates of the two poems already mentioned. In The Dream, Chaucer prominently introduces his own lady-love, to whom, after the happy union of his patron with the Lady Blanche, he is wedded amid great rejoicing, and various expressions in the same poem show that not only was the poet high in favour with the illustrious pair, but that his future wife had also peculiar claims on their regard. She was the younger daughter of Sir Pain Roy, a native of Hainault, who had, like many of his countrymen, been attracted to England by the example and patronage of Queen Philippa. The favourite attendant on the Lady Blanche was her elder sister Catherine, subsequently married to Sir Hugh Swynford, a gentleman of Lincolnshire, and destined after the death of Blanche to be in succession governess of her children, mistress of John of Gaunt, and lawfully wedded Duchess of Lancaster. It is quite sufficient proof that Chaucer's position at court was of no mean consequence to find that his wife, the sister of the future Duchess of Lancaster, was one of the royal maids of honour, and even, as Sir Harris Nicholas conjectures, a god-daughter of the Queen, for her name also was Philippa. Between 1359, when the poet himself testifies that he was made prisoner while bearing arms in France, and September 1366, when Queen Philippa granted to her former maid of honour, by the name of Philippa Chaucer, a yearly pension of 10 marks, or £6 13 shillings 4pence. We have no authentic mention of Chaucer express or indirect. It is plain from this grant that the poet's marriage with Sir Pain Roy's daughter was not celebrated later than 1366. The probability is that it closely followed his return from the wars. In 1367, Edward III settled upon Chaucer a life pension of 20 marks, for the good service which our beloved valet, delictus valitus noster, Geoffrey Chaucer has rendered and will render in time to come. Camden explains valetus hospitii to signify a gentleman of the privy chamber. Selden says that the designation was bestowed upon young heirs designed to be knighted or young gentlemen of great descent and quality. Whatever the strict meaning of the word, it is plain that the poet's position was honourable and near to the king's person, and also that his worldly circumstances were easy, if not affluent. For it need not be said that 20 marks in those days represented 12 or 20 times the sum in these. It is believed that he found powerful patronage, not only from the Duke of Lancaster and his wife, but from Margaret, Countess of Pembroke, the king's daughter. To her, Chaucer is supposed to have addressed the goodly ballad, which the lady is celebrated under the image of the daisy. Her he is by some understood to have represented under the title of Queen Alcestis in the Court of Love, and the prologue to the Legend of Good Women. And in her praise we may read his charming descriptions and eulogies of the daisy. French, Marguerite, the name of his royal patroness. To this period of Chaucer's career we may probably attribute the elegant and courtly, if somewhat conventional, poems of The Flower and the Leaf, The Cuckoo and the Nightingale, etc. The Lady Margaret, says Uri, would frequently compliment him upon his poems, but this was not to be meant of his Canterbury tales, they being written in the latter part of his life, when the courtier and the fine gentleman gave way to solid sense and plain descriptions. In his love pieces he was obliged to have the strictest regard to modesty and decency, the ladies at that time insisting so much upon the nicest punctilios of honour that it was highly criminal to depreciate their sex, or do anything that might offend virtue. Chaucer, in their estimation, had sinned against the dignity and honour of womankind by his translation of the French Roman de la Rose, and by his Troilus and Cressida, assuming it to have been among his less mature works, and to atone for those offences, the Lady Margaret, though other and older accounts say it was the first Queen of Richard II, Anne of Bohemia, prescribed to him the task of writing the Legend of Good Women. See the introductory note to that poem. About this period, too, we may place the composition of Chaucer's ABC, or the Prayer of Our Lady, made at the request of the Duchess Blanche, a lady of great devoutness in her private life. She died in 1369, and Chaucer, as he had allegorized her wooing, celebrated her marriage, and aided her devotions, now lamented her death in a poem entitled The Book of the Duchess, or The Death of Blanche. In 1370, Chaucer was employed on the king's service abroad, and in November 1372, by the title of Scutifer Noster, our esquire or shield-bearer, he was associated with Jacobus Pronen and Johannes de Mari Civis Januensis in a royal commission, bestowing full powers to treat with the King of Genoa, his council and state. The object of the embassy was to negotiate upon the choice of an English port at which the Genoese might form a commercial establishment. And Chaucer, having quitted England in December, visited Genoa and Florence, and returned to England before the end of November 1373, for on that day he drew his pension from the Exchequer in person. The most interesting point connected with this Italian mission is the question whether Chaucer visited Petrarch at Padua. That he did is unhesitatingly affirmed by the old biographers, but the authentic notices of Chaucer during the years 1372 to 1373, as shown by the researches of Sir Harris Nicholas, are confined to the facts already stated, and we are left to answer the question by the probabilities of the case, and by the aid of what faint light the poet himself affords. We can scarcely fancy that Chaucer visiting Italy for the first time, in a capacity which opened for him easy access to the great and the famous, did not embrace the chance of meeting a poet whose works he evidently knew in their native tongue and highly esteemed. With Mr. Wright, we are strongly disinclined to believe that Chaucer did not profit by the opportunity of improving his acquaintance with the poetry, if not the poets, of the country he thus visited, whose influence was now being felt on the literature of most countries of Western Europe. That Chaucer was familiar with the Italian language appears not merely from his repeated selection as envoy to Italian states, but by many passages in his poetry from the Assembly of Fowls to the Canterbury Tales. In the opening of the first poem, there is a striking parallel to Dante's inscription on the gate of hell. The first song of Troilus and Cressida is a nearly literal translation of Petrarch's 88th sonnet. In the prologue to the Legend of Good Women, there is a reference to Dante, which can hardly have reached the poet at second hand. And in Chaucer's great work, as in The Wife of Bath's Tale and The Monk's Tale, direct reference by name is made to Dante, the wise poet of Florence, the great poet of Italy, as the source whence the author has quoted. When we consider the poet's high place in literature and at court, which could not fail to make him free of the hospitalities of the brilliant little Lombard states, his familiarity with the tongue and the works of Italy's greatest bards, dead and living, the reverential regard which he paid to the memory of great poets, of which we have examples in the House of Fame, and at the close of Troilus and Cressida, along with his own testimony in the prologue to the Clerk's Tale, we cannot fail to construe that testimony as a declaration that the tale was actually told to Chaucer by the lips of Petrarch in 1373, the very year in which Petrarch translated into Latin from Boccaccio's Decameron. Mr. Bell notes the objection to this interpretation, that the words are put into the mouth not of the poet but of the clerk, and meets it by the counter-objection that the clerk, being a purely imaginary personage, could not have learnt the story at Padua from Petrarch, and therefore that Chaucer must have departed from the dramatic assumption maintained in the rest of the dialogue. Instances could be adduced from Chaucer's writings to show that such a sudden departure from the dramatic assumption would not be unexampled. Witness the aside in The Wife of Bath's prologue, where, after the jolly dame has asserted that half so boldly there can no man swear and lie as a woman can, the poet hastens to interpose in his own person these 2 lines. I say not this by wives that be wise, but if it be when they them misadvise. And again in the prologue to the Legend of Good Women, from a description of the daisy, she is the clearness and the very light that in this dark world me guides and leads. The poet, in the very next lines, slides into an address to his lady. The heart within my sorrowful heart you dreads and loves so sore, that ye be verily the mistress of my wit, and nothing I, etc. When therefore the clerk of Oxford is made to say that he will tell a tale, the which that I learned at Padover of a worthy clerk, as proved by his words and his work, he is now dead and nailed in his chest. I pray to God to give his soul good rest. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, high to this clerk whose rhetoric so sweet illumined all Italy of poetry. But forth to tellin of this worthy man that taught me this tale as I began. We may, without violent effort, believe that Chaucer speaks in his own person, though dramatically the words are on the clerk's lips. And the belief is not impaired by the sorrowful way in which the clerk lingers on Petrarch's death, which would be less intelligible if the fictitious narrator had only read the story in the Latin translation, than if we suppose the news of Petrarch's death at Aqua in July 1374 to have closely followed Chaucer to England, and to have cruelly and irresistibly mingled itself with our poet's personal recollections of his great Italian contemporary. Nor must we regard as without significance the manner in which the clerk is made to distinguish between the body of Petrarch's tale and the fashion in which it was set forth in writing, with a proem that seemed a thing impertinent, save that the poet had chosen in that way to convey his matter, told or taught, so much more directly and simply by word of mouth. It is impossible to pronounce positively on the subject. The question whether Chaucer saw Petrarch in 1373 must remain a moot point, so long as we have only our present information. But fancy loves to dwell on the thought of the 2 poets conversing under the vines at Aqua, and we find in the history and the writings of Chaucer nothing to contradict, a great deal to countenance, the belief that such a meeting occurred. Though we have no express record, we have indirect testimony that Chaucer's Genoese mission was discharged satisfactorily, for on the 23rd of April 1374, Edward III grants at Windsor to the poet, by the title of Our Beloved Squire, Dilecto Armigiero Nostro, unum pitcher vini, 1 pitcher of wine daily, to be perceived in the port of London. A grant which, on the analogy of more modern usage, might be held equivalent to Chaucer's appointment as Poet Laureate. When we find that soon afterwards the grant was commuted for a money payment of 20 marks per annum, we need not conclude that Chaucer's circumstances were poor, for it may be easily supposed that the daily perception of such an article of income was attended with considerable prosaic inconvenience. A permanent provision for Chaucer was made on the 8th of June 1374, when he was appointed Controller of the Customs in the Port of London for the lucrative imports of wools, skins or wool-fells, and tanned hides, on condition that he should fulfil the duties of that office in person and not by deputy, and should write out the accounts with his own hand. We have what seems evidence of Chaucer's compliance with these terms in The House of Fame, where, in the mouth of the eagle, the poet describes himself, when he has finished his labour and made his reckonings, as not seeking rest in news and social intercourse, but going home to his own house, and there, also dumb as any stone, sitting at another book, until his look is dazed. And again in the record that in 1376 he received a grant of £731, 4 shillings 6pence, the amount of a fine levied on one John Quint, whom Chaucer's vigilance had frustrated in the attempt to ship a quantity of wool for Dordrecht without paying the duty. The seemingly derogatory condition that the controller should write out the accounts or rolls, or rotulos, of his office with his own hand appears to have been designed or treated as merely formal. No records in Chaucer's handwriting are known to exist. It could hardly be the case if, for the 12 years of his controllership, 1374 to 1386, he had duly complied with the condition, and during that period he was more than once employed abroad, so that the condition was evidently regarded as a formality even by those who had imposed it. Also, in 1374, the Duke of Lancaster, whose ambitious views may well have made him anxious to retain the adhesion of a man so capable and accomplished as Chaucer, changed into a joint life annuity remaining to the survivor, and charged on the revenues of the Savoy a pension of £10, which 2 years before he settled on the poet's wife, whose sister was then the governess of the Duke's 2 daughters, Philippa and Elizabeth, and the Duke's own mistress. Another proof of Chaucer's personal reputation and high court favour at this time is his selection, 1375, as ward to the son of Sir Edmund Staplegate of Bilsonton in Kent, a charge on the surrender of which the Guardian received no less a sum than £104. We find Chaucer in 1376 again employed on a foreign mission. 1377, the last year of Edward III, he was sent to Flanders with Sir Thomas Percy, afterwards Earl of Worcester, for the purpose of obtaining a prolongation of the truce. And in January 1378 he was associated with Sir Guichard d'Anglès and other commissioners to pursue certain negotiations for a marriage between Princess Mary of France and the young King Richard II, which had been set on foot before the death of Edward III. The negotiation, however, proved fruitless, and in May 1378 Chaucer was selected to accompany Sir John Berkeley on a mission to the court of Bernardo Visconti, Duke of Milan, with the view, it is supposed, of concerning military plans against the outbreak of war with France. The new king, meantime, had shown that he was not insensible to Chaucer's merit, or to the influence of his tutor and the poet's patron, the Duke of Lancaster, for Richard II confirmed to Chaucer his pension of 20 marks, along with an equal annual sum, for which the daily pitcher of wine granted in 1374 had been commuted. Before his departure for Lombardy, Chaucer, still holding his post in the customs, selected 2 representatives or trustees to protect his estate against legal proceedings in his absence, or to sue in his name defaulters and offenders against the imposts which he was charged to enforce. One of these trustees was called Richard Forrester. The other was John Gower, the poet, the most famous English contemporary of Chaucer, with whom he had for many years been on terms of admiring friendship, although from the strictures passed on certain productions of Gower's The Prologue to the Man of Law's tale, it has been supposed that in the later years of Chaucer's life the friendship suffered some diminution. To the moral Gower and the philosophical Strode, Chaucer directed, or dedicated, his Troilus and Cressida, while in the Confessio Amantis, Gower introduces a handsome compliment to his greater contemporary, as the disciple and the poet of Venus, with whose glad songs and ditties, made in her praise during the flowers of his youth, the land was filled everywhere. Gower, however, a monk and a conservative, held to the party of the Duke of Gloucester, the rival of Wycliffe and innovating Duke of Lancaster, who was Chaucer's patron, and whose cause was not a little aided by Chaucer's strictures on the clergy. And thus it is not impossible that political differences may have weakened the old bonds of personal friendship and poetic esteem. Returning from Lombardy early in 1379, Chaucer seems to have been again sent abroad, for the records exhibit no trace of him between May and December of that year. Whether by proxy or in person, however, he received his pensions regularly till 1382, when his income was increased by his appointment to the post of Controller of Petty Customs in the port of London. In November 1384, he obtained a month's leave of absence on account of his private affairs, and a deputy was appointed to fill his place. And in February of the next year he was permitted to appoint a permanent deputy, thus at length gaining relief from that close attention to business which probably curtailed the poetic fruits of the poet's most powerful years. Chaucer is next found occupying a post which has not often been held by men gifted with his peculiar genius, that of a county member. The contest between the Dukes of Gloucester and Lancaster and their adherents for the control of the government was coming to a crisis, and when the recluse and studious Chaucer was induced to offer himself to the electors of Kent as one of the knights of their shire, where presumably he held property, we may suppose that it was with the view of supporting his patron's cause in the impending conflict. The Parliament in which the poet sat assembled at Westminster on the 1st of October and was dissolved on the 1st of November 1386. Lancaster was fighting and intriguing abroad, absorbed in the affairs of his Castilian succession. Gloucester and his friends at home had everything their own way. The Earl of Suffolk was dismissed from the Woolsack and impeached by the Commons, and although Richard at first stood out courageously for the friends of his uncle Lancaster, he was constrained by the refusal of supplies to consent to the proceedings of Gloucester. A commission was wrung from him under protest, appointing Gloucester, Arundel, and 12 other peers and prelates, a permanent council, to inquire into the condition of all the public departments, the courts of law, and the royal household, with absolute powers of redress and dismissal. We need not have ascribed to Chaucer's parliamentary exertions in his patron's behalf, nor to any malpractices in his official conduct, the fact that he was among the earliest victims of the commission. December 1386, he was dismissed from both his offices in the port of London, but he retained his pensions, and drew them regularly twice a year at the Exchequer until 1388. In 1387, Chaucer's political reverses were aggravated by a severe domestic calamity. His wife died, and with her died the pension which had been settled on her by Queen Philippa in 1366, and confirmed to her at Richard's accession in 1377. The change made in Chaucer's pecuniary position by the loss of his offices and his wife's pension must have been very great. It would appear that during his prosperous times he had lived in a style quite equal to his income, and had no ample resources against a season of reverse. From the 1st of May, 1388, less than a year and a half after being dismissed from the customs, he was constrained to assign his pensions, by surrender in Chancery, to one John Scalby. In May 1389, Richard II, now of age, abruptly resumed the reins of government, which for more than 2 years had been ably but cruelly managed by Gloucester. The friends of Lancaster were once more supreme in the royal councils, and Chaucer speedily profited by the change. On the 12th of July he was appointed Clerk of the King's Works, the Palace of Westminster, the Tower, the royal manors of Kennington, Eltham, Clarendon, Sheen, Byfleet, Chiltern Langley, and Feckenham, the Castle of Berkhamsted, the Royal Lodge of Huttenberg in the New Forest, the lodges in the parks of Clarendon, Chiltern Langley, and Feckenham, and the mews for the King's Falcons at Charing Cross. He received a salary of 2 shillings per day, and was allowed to perform the duties by deputy. For some reason unknown, Chaucer held this lucrative office little more than 2 years, quitting it before the 16th of September 1391, at which date it had passed into the hands of one John Gedney. The next 2 years and a half are a blank as far as authentic records are concerned. Chaucer is supposed to have passed them in retirement, probably devoting them principally to the composition of the Canterbury Tales. In February 1394, the king conferred upon him a grant of £20 a year for life, but he seems to have had no other source of income, and to have become embarrassed by debt, for frequent memoranda of small advances on his pension show that his circumstances were, in comparison, greatly reduced. Things appear to have grown worse and worse with the poet, for in May 1398 he was compelled to obtain from the king letters of protection against arrest, extending over a term of 2 years. Not for the first time, it is true, for similar documents had been issued at the beginning of Richard's reign, but at that time Chaucer's missions abroad and his responsible duties in the port of London may have furnished reasons for securing him against annoyance or frivolous prosecution, which were wholly wanting at the later date. In 1398, fortune began again to smile upon him. He received a royal grant of a ton of wine annually, the value being about £4. Next year, Richard III having been deposed by the son of John of Gaunt, Henry of Bolingbroke, Duke of Lancaster, the new king, 4 days after his accession, bestowed on Chaucer a grant of 40 marks, £26, 13 shillings 4pence per annum, in addition to the pension of £20 conferred by Richard II in 1394. But the poet, now 71 years of age, and probably broken down by the reverses of the past few years, was not destined long to enjoy his renewed prosperity. On Christmas Eve of 1399, he entered on the possession of a house in the garden of the chapel of the Blessed Mary of Westminster, near to the present site of Henry VII's chapel, having obtained a lease from Richard Hermansworth, a monk of the adjacent convent, for 53 years, at the annual rent of 4 marks, £2 13 shillings 4pence. Until the 1st of March, 1400, Chaucer drew his pensions in person. Then they were received for him by another hand, and on the 25th of October in the same year he died at the age of 72. The only lights thrown by his poems on his closing days are furnished in the little ballad called Good Counsel of Chaucer, which, though said to have been written when, upon his deathbed lying in his great anguish, breathes the very spirit of courage, resignation, and philosophic calm, and by the retraction at the end of the Canterbury Tales, which, if it was not foisted in by monkish transcribers, may be supposed the effect of Chaucer's regrets and self-reproaches on that solemn review of his life-work, which the close approach of death compelled. The poet was buried in Westminster Abbey, and not many years after his death a slab was placed on a pillar near his grave, bearing the lines taken from an epitaph or eulogy made by Stephanus Sergionis of Milan at the request of Caxton. Geoffridus Chaucer, fates et fama poesis, materni, hoc sacra sum tumulatus humo. About 1555, Mr. Nicholas Brigham, a gentleman of Oxford who greatly admired the genius of Chaucer, erected the present tomb as near to the spot where the poet lay, before the chapel of St. Bennet, as was then possible by reason of the cancelli, which the Duke of Buckingham subsequently obtained leave to remove, that room might be made for the tomb of Dryden. On the structure of Mr. Brigham, besides a full-length representation of Chaucer, taken from a portrait drawn by his scholar, Thomas Occleve, was, or is, though now most illegible, the following inscription. M.S. Qui fuit angelorum fates te maximus olum, Geoffridus Chaucer conditor hoc tumulo, annum si querus domini, si tempora viti, ecce noti subsunt, qui tibi cuncta notant. 25 Octobris 1400. Erum narum requies mors. En Brigham hos fecit musarum nomine sumptus, 1556. Concerning his personal appearance and habits, Chaucer has not been reticent in his poetry. Uri sums up the traits of his aspect and character fairly thus. He was of a middle stature, the latter part of his life inclinable to be fat and corpulent, as appears by the hosts bantering him on the journey to Canterbury, and comparing shapes with him. His face was fleshy, his features just and regular, his complexion fair and somewhat pale, his hair of a dusky yellow, short and thin, the hair of his beard in 2 forked tufts, of a wheat colour, his forehead broad and smooth, his eyes inclining usually to the ground, which is intimated by the host's words, his whole face full of liveliness, a calm, easy sweetness, and a studious, venerable aspect. As to his temper, he had a mixture of the gay, the modest, and the grave. The sprightliness of his humour was more distinguished by his writings than by his appearance, which gave occasion to Margaret, Countess of Pembroke, often to rally him upon his silent modesty in company, telling him that his absence was more agreeable to her than his conversation, since the first was productive of agreeable pieces of wit in his writings, but the latter was filled with a modest deference and a too distant respect. We see nothing merry or jocose in his behaviour with his pilgrims, but a silent attention to their mirth, rather than any mixture of his own. When disengaged from public affairs, his time was entirely spent in study and reading. So agreeable to him was this exercise, that he says he preferred it to all other sports and diversions. He lived within himself, neither desirous to hear nor busy to concern himself with the affairs of his neighbours. His course of living was temperate and regular. He went to rest with the sun, and rose before it, and by that means enjoyed the pleasures of the better part of the day, his morning walk and fresh contemplations. This gave him the advantage of describing the morning in so lively a manner as he does everywhere in his works. The springing sun glows warm in his lines, and the fragrant air blows cool in his descriptions. We smell the sweets of the bloomy haws, and hear the music of the feathered choir whenever we take a forest walk with him. The hour of the day is not easier to be discovered from the reflection of the sun in Titian's paintings than in Chaucer's morning landscapes. His reading was deep and extensive, his judgment sound and discerning. In one word, he was a great scholar, a pleasant wit, a candid critic, a sociable companion, a steadfast friend, a grave philosopher, a temperate economist, and a pious Christian. Chaucer's most important poems are Troilus and Cressida, The Romaunt of the Rose, and the Canterbury Tales. Of the first, containing 8,246 lines, an abridgment with a prose connecting outline of the story is given in this volume. With the second, consisting of 7,699 octosyllabic verses, like those in which the House of Fame is written, it was found impossible to deal in the present edition. The poem is a curtailed translation from the French Roman de la Rose, commenced by Guillaume de Loris, who died in 1260 after contributing 4,070 verses, and completed in the last quarter of the 13th century by Jean de Meun, who added some 18,000 verses. It is a satirical allegory in which the vices of courts, the corruptions of the clergy, the disorders and inequalities of society in general are unsparingly attacked, and the most revolutionary doctrines are advanced. And though, in making his translation, Chaucer softened or eliminated much of the satire of the poem, still it remained, in his verse, a caustic exposure of the abuses of the time, especially those which discredited the Church. The Canterbury Tales are presented in this edition with as near an approach to completeness as regard for the popular character of the volume permitted. The 17,385 verses of which the poetical tales consist have been given without abridgment or purgation, save in a single couplet, but the main purpose of the volume being to make the general reader acquainted with the poems of Chaucer and Spenser, the editor has ventured to contract the two prose tales, Chaucer's Tale of Melibœus and the Parson's Sermon or Treatise on Penitence, so as to save about 30 pages for the introduction of Chaucer's minor pieces. At the same time, by giving prose outlines of the omitted parts, it has been sought to guard the reader against the fear that he was losing anything essential or even valuable. It is almost needless to describe the plot or point out the literary place of the Canterbury Tales. Perhaps in the entire range of ancient and modern literature, there is no work that so clearly and freshly paints for future times the picture of the past. Certainly no Englishman has ever approached Chaucer in the power of fixing forever the fleeting traits of his own time. The plan of the poem had been adopted before Chaucer chose it, notably in the Decameron of Boccaccio. Though there, the circumstances under which the tales were told, with the terror of the plague hanging over the merry company, lend a grim grotesqueness to the narrative, unless we can look at it abstracted from its setting. Chaucer, on the other hand, strikes a perpetual keynote of gaiety whenever he mentions the word pilgrimage, and at every stage of the connecting story we bless the happy thought which gives us incessant incident, movement, variety, and unclouded but never monotonous joyousness. The poet, the evening before he starts on a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Thomas at Canterbury, lies at the Tabard Inn in Southwark, curious to know in what companionship he is destined to fare forward on the morrow. Chance sends him 29 in a company, representing all orders of English society, lay and clerical, from the knight and the abbot down to the ploughman and the sompnour. The jolly host at the Tabard, after supper, when tongues are loosened and hearts are opened, declares that not this year has he seen such a company at once under his roof-tree, and proposes that, when they set out next morning, he should ride with them and make them sport. All agree, and Harry Bailey unfolds his scheme. Each pilgrim, including the poet, shall tell 2 tales on the road to Canterbury and 2 on the way back to London. And he whom the general voice pronounces to have told the best tale shall be treated to supper at the common cost, and of course to mine host's profit, when the cavalcade returns from the Saint's shrine to the Southwark hostelry. All joyously assent, and early on the morrow, in the gay spring sunshine, they ride forth, listening to the heroic tale of the brave and gentle knight, who has been gracefully chosen by the host to lead the spirited competition of storytelling. To describe thus the nature of the plan, and to say that when Chaucer conceived, or at least began to execute it, he was between 60 and 70 years of age, is to proclaim that the Canterbury Tales could never be more than a fragment. 30 pilgrims, each telling 2 tales on the way out and 2 more on the way back, that makes 120 tales, to say nothing of the prologue, the description of the journey, the occurrences at Canterbury, and all the remnant of their pilgrimage, which Chaucer also undertook. No more than 23 of the 120 stories are told in the work as it comes down to us. That is, only 23 of the 30 pilgrims tell the first of the 2 stories on the road to Canterbury, while of the stories on the return journey we have not one. And nothing is said about the doings of the pilgrims at Canterbury, which would, if treated like the scene at the Tabard, have given us a still livelier picture of the period. But the plan was too large, and although the poet had some reserves, in stories which he had already composed in an independent form, death cut short his labour ere he could even complete the arrangement and connection of more than a very few of the tales. Incomplete as it is, however, the magnum opus of Chaucer was, in his own time, received with immense favour. Manuscript copies are numerous even now, no slight proof of its popularity. And when the invention of printing was introduced into England by William Caxton, the Canterbury Tales issued from his press in the year after the first English printed book, The Game of the Chess, had been struck off. Innumerable editions have since been published, and it may fairly be affirmed that few books have been so much in favour with the reading public of every generation as this book, which the lapse of every generation has been rendering more unreadable. Apart from the Romaunt of the Rose, no really important poetical work of Chaucer's is omitted from or unrepresented in the present edition. Of the Legend of Good Women, the prologue only is given, but it is the most genuinely Chaucerian part of the poem. Of the Court of Love, 3/4 are here presented. Of the Assembly of Fowls, the Cuckoo and the Nightingale, the Flower and the Leaf, all. Of Chaucer's Dream, 1/4, of the House of Fame, 2/3, and of the minor poems such a selection as may give an idea of Chaucer's power in the occasional department of verse. Necessarily, no space whatever could be given to Chaucer's prose works. His translation of Boethius's treatise on the consolation of philosophy, his treatise on the astrolabe, written for the use of his son Lewis, and his Testament of Love, composed in his later years, and reflecting the troubles that then beset the poet. If, after studying in a simplified form the salient works of England's first great bard, the reader is tempted to regret that he was not introduced to a wider acquaintance with the author, the purpose of the editor will have been more than attained. The plan of the volume does not demand an elaborate examination into the state of our language when Chaucer wrote, or the nice questions of grammatical and metrical structure which conspire with the obsolete orthography to make his poems a sealed book for the masses. The most important element in the proper reading of Chaucer's verses, whether written in the decasyllabic or heroic metre, which he introduced into our literature, or in the octosyllabic measure used with such animated effect in the House of Fame, Chaucer's Dream, etc., is the sounding of the terminal E, where it is now silent. That letter is still valid in French poetry, and Chaucer's lines can be scanned only by reading them as we would read Racine's or Molière's. The terminal E played an important part in grammar. In many cases it was the sign of the infinitive, the N being dropped from the end. At other times it pointed the distinction between singular and plural, between adjective and adverb. The pages that follow, however, being prepared from the modern English point of view, necessarily no account is taken of these distinctions, and the now silent E has been retained in the text of Chaucer only when required by the modern spelling or the exigencies of metre. Before a word beginning with a vowel, or with the letter H, the final E was almost without exception mute, and in such cases, in the plural forms and infinitives of verbs, the terminal N is generally retained for the sake of euphony. No reader who is acquainted with the French language will find it hard to fall into Chaucer's accentuation, for, while such as are not, a simple perusal of the text according to the rules of modern verse should remove every difficulty. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The General Prologue. On that Aprilis, with his sure assault, the drucht of maths hath pierced to the rot, and bothered every vine in switch liqueur, of which vertu engendered is the flour. One Zephyrus eke with his sweat breath inspired off in every old and eighth the tender cropus, and the younge son off in the ram is alpha course irona, and smalle foolis maken melodie that slepen all the nicht with open ear, so pricketh them natuur in ear courageous. Then longen folk to go on pilgrimages, and palmers for to sake strangest to ferne halwes couth in sundry landes, and specially from every sheerest end of England to Canterbury thy wende, the holy blissful martyr for to sake, but them hath olpen one that they were sake. Befell that in that season on a day, in Suffolk at the tabard as he lie, ready to wending on me pilgrimage to Canterbury with devout courage. At nicht was come into that hostelry well 29 in a company of sundry folk, be aventuri fall in fellowship, and pilgrims were they all, that toward Canterbury would read. The chamber and the stablers were weed, and well we were aised at the best. And shortly, when the sun was to rest, so had he spoken with them every one, that he was of their fellowship anon. And mad forward early for Teresa to take our way there as EU devise. But natheless, will ye have team and space ere that he father in this tale passe? Me think it accordant to raison, to tell ye all the condition of each of them so as it seemed me, and which they weren, and of what degree, and eke in what array that they were in, and at a knicht then will he first begin. A knicht there was, and that a worthy man, that from the team that he first began to reading out a loved chivalry, truth and honour, freedom and courtesy. Full worthy was he in his lord's war, and thereto had he ridden, no man far, as well in Christendom as in heathness, and ever honoured for his worthiness. And Alessandre was, when it was won, full often team he had the board begun above all nations in Prusse, in Leto had he rised, and in Russe. No Christian man so oft of his degree in Grenade at the siege eke had he be, of Algeciras, and ridden in Belle Marie, at Laissy was he, and at Satali, when they were won, and in the greater sea at many a noble army had he be. At mortal battles had he been 15, and fochten for our fife at Tramisen. In Listus Trace, and I slain his foe, this ilke worthy nicht had been also some team with the Lord of Palati, against another heathen in Turkey. And evermore he had a sovereign price, and thought that he was worthy he was wis, and of his port as make as is a maid. He never yet no villainy in his side, and all his life unto no manner wished. He was a very perfect gentle knicht, but for to tell you of his array, his horse was good, but yet he was not gay. Of fustian he weared Jipon, all besmarted with his aberjon, for he was late to come from his voyage, and went for to do his pilgrimage. With him there was his son, a younger squire, a lover and a lusty bachelor, with looks cruel as they were laid in press. Of 20 year of age he was, ye guess, of his stature he was of even length, and wonderly delivered and great of strength, and he had been some team in Chevauchée, in Flanders, in Artois, in Picardy, and borne him well as of so little space, in up to standing in his laddie's grass. Embroidered was he, as it were a maid, all full of fresh flours, wheat and red, Singing was or floating all the day. He was as fresh as is the month of May. Short was his gown, with sleeves long and weed. Well could he sit on horse and fire a reed. He could song a smack well indeed, just an egg dance and well portray and read. So ought he loved that be Nichtertal, he slept no more than durch the Nichtingale. Cortes he was, lowly and serviceable, and carved before his father at the table. A yeoman had he, and servants no more, at that time for him list to read or so, and he was clad in coat and old of grain. A sheaf of peacock arrows, brished and cane under his belt he bar full thriftily. Well could he dress his tackle yeomanly. His arrows dropped not with feathers slew, and in his hand they bar a misty bow. A nut aid had he, with a brown visage, of woodcraft could he well all the usage. Upon his arm he bar a gay brassiere, and be his seed a sword and a bouclier, and on that other seed a gay dagger, harnessed well and sharp as point of spear. A Christopher on his breast of silver sheen, and orne bar the baldric was of grain. A forester was a soothly, as he guess. There was also a nun, a prioress, that of her smiling was full sample and coy. Her greatest oath was but be Saint Loy, and she was clipped Madame Eglantine. Full well she sang the service divine, and tuned it in her nose full samely, and French she spake full fire and fetisly, after the school of Stratford at Bow, for French of Paris was to her unknow. At Met was she welly taught withal, she let no morsel from her lippis fall, nor wet her fingers in her sauce dip. Well could she carry a morsel, and well keep, that no drop ne fell upon her breast. In courtesy was set full much her lest. Her overlip weeped she so clean, that in her cup there was no farthing sign of grace, when she drunk and addy drocht. Full samely after her mate she rocked, and sickly she was of great disport, of full pleasant and amiable of port, and pined her to counterfeit a chair of court, and be a stately of manner. And to be old in deany of reverence, but first to speaking of her conscience, she was so charitable and so piteous, she would weep if that she saw a moose caught in a trap, as if it were dead or bled. Of smaller hundes had she, that she fed with roast the flesh, and milk and wastel bread. But sore she wept if one of them were dead, or if men smote it with a yard of smart, and all was conscience and tender heart. Full samely her wimply pinch it was, her nose a treatise, her e'en grey as glass, her mouth full small and thereto soft and red, but secretly she had a fire forehead, it was almost a span broad, y true, for ardly she was not undergrew. Full fetis was her cloak, as he was war, of small coral about her arm she bar a pyre of beads scalded all with grain, and thereon hung a brooch of gold fold sheen, on which was fiercely written the crowned A, and after Amor vincit omnia. Another nun also with her she had she, that was her chapelaine and priestess three. A monk there was, a fire for the mastery, an outreader that loved venery, a manly man to be an abbot able, full many a dainty horse at in stable, and when he rode, men missed his bridle air, jingling in a whistling wind as clear and eke as loud as doth the chapel bell. There as his lord was keeper of the cell, the rule of Saint Maur and of Saint Bennet, because of that it was old in Somedale Strait. This ilke monk let all the things pass, and held after the newer world the trass. He gave not of a text to pull it in that saith that hunters be not holy men, ne that a monk when he is cloisterless is like to a fish that's waterless, that is to say, a monk out of his cloister. This ilke text held him not worth an oyster, and he say his opinion was good. We should study and make himself ward upon a book in cloister always poor, or swinking with his Anderson labour as Austin bid. Who should the world be served? Let Austin have his swing to him reserved. Therefore he was a precursor richt. Greyhounds, he had as swift as full of flicht, of pricking and of hunting for the ara was all his lust, for no cost would he spare. He saw his slaves porfield at the hand with grease, and that the finest of the land, and for to fasten his hold under his chin, out of gold he rocht a curious pin, or love knot in the greater end there was. His head was bald and shone as any glass, and eke as fast as it had been anoint. He was a lord full fat and in good point, his instep and rolling in his head that stemmed as a furnace of a lead. His boat as souply as horse in great estate. No, certainly he was a fire prelate. He was not pale as his four-pinned ghost. A fat swan loved a best of any roast. His palfrey was as brown as is a berry. A friar there was, a wanton and a merry, a limitour, a full soul-laden man. In all the orders for is none that can so much of dalliance and fair langage. He had him had full many a marriage of younger women at his own cost. Unto his order he was a noble post. Full well beloved and familiar was he with franklins over all in his country, and eke with worthy women of the tune, for he had poor of confession, as sighed himself more than accurate, for of his order he was licentiate, for of his full sweetly aired he confession, and pleasant was his absolution. He was an easy man to give penance, there as he wished to have a good pittance, for unto a poor order for to give is seen that a man is well shrewd, for if he gave, he durst make a vant. He wist that the man was repentant, for many a man so hard is of his heart, he may not weep although him sore smart. Therefore, instead of weeping and prayers, men must give silver to the poor friars. His tippet was aye farced full of knives and pinnies for to give to fire weaves, and certainly he had a merry note. Well could he sing and plying on a rot. Of yeddings he bar utterly the praise, his neck was white as is the fleur de lis. Thereto he strong was as a champion, and knew well the taverns in every tune, in every hostler and gay tapstair, better than a lazar or a beggar. For unto such a worthy man as he accordeth not as be his faculty, to have with such lazars acquaintance. It is not honest, it might not advance, as for to deal with no such poor eye, but all with rich and sellers of vitae, and over all there as prophet Charles. Courteous he was, and lowly of service. There was no man nowhere so virtuous. He was the best beggar in all his house, and gave a certain farmer for the grant. None of his brethren came in his hand, for though a widow had but one show, so pleasant was he in principio, that would he have a farthing ere he went. His purchase was well better than his rent, and rage he could employ as any whelp. In love days there could a muchel help, for there was a not like a cloisterer with threadbare cope as is a poor scholar, but he was like a master or a pope. Of double worsted was his semi-cup, that rounded was as a bale out of press. Somewhat he lisped for his wantonness to make his English sweet upon his tongue, and in his harping, when that he had sung, his e'en twinkled in his head aricht, as do the stars in a frosty nicht. This worthy limitour was called Hubert. A merchant was there with a forked beard in motley, and he on his horse sat, upon his head a Flandrish beaver hat. His boat is clasped fire and fetisly, his raisins eyes spark full solemnly, sounding alway the increase of his winning. He would the say were kept for anything betwixt Middelburg and Orwell. Well could he in exchange shield sell, this worthy man full well his wit beset. There wist no wish that he was in debt, So instantly was he of governance, with his bargains and with his chevisance. For soth, he was a worthy man withal, for soth to say, he'd not who men him call. A clerk there was of Oxenford also, that unto logic had a long ago, as lean was his horse as is a rat, and he was not rich fat he undertak, but looked hollow, and thereto soberly full threadbare was his overest counterpee. For he had gotten him yet no benefice, ne was not worldly to have an office, for him was lever have at his bed's head 20 books clothed in black or red of Aristotle in his philosophy than robus rich or fiddle or psaltery. But albeit that he was a philosopher, yet had he but little gold in the coffer, but all that he mished of his friend descent, on books and on learning he had spent, and busily gone for the soulless prive of them that gave him wherewith to scally. Of study took him most the care and aid, not one word spake him more than was need, and that was said in form and reverence, and short and quick and full of each sentence, sounding in moral virtue was his speech, and gladly would he learn and gladly teach. A sergeant of the law, wary and wise, that often had he been at the parvis, there was also full rich of excellence, discreet he was, and of great reverence. It seemed such his words were so wise, just as he was full often in assise, be patent and be plain commission, for his seance and for his ich renown, of fays and robes are a many on. So great a purchaser was nowhere known, all was face sample to him in effect. His purchasing mich not be in suspect, nowhere so busy a man as there was, and yet he seemed busier than he was. In terms of the cast and dumbest all that was from a team of King Will were fall, therefore he could indeed, and make a thing there could no wish pinch at his writing, and every statute could he plain be wrote. He rode a but only in a medley coat, girt with a saint of silk with bars small, of his eye tell he no longer tall. A Franklin was in his company, which was as baird as is the diocese. Of his complexion he was sanguine, well loved he in the morn a sup in ween, to leven in the licht was ever his one, for he was Epicurus Owen's son, that held opinion that plain the licht was verily felicity per feet. And who sold there, and that a great was he, Saint Julian he was in his country, his braid, his all was alway after on, a better envined man was nowhere none, without a backmate never was his house, of fish and flesh, and that so plenteous it snawed in his house of meat and drink, of all the dainties that men could think after the sundry seasons of the year, so changed he his mate and his souper. Full many a fat partridge had he in moo, and many a brame and many a loose in stew. Woe was his cook, but if his sauce were poignant and sharp and ready all his gear, his table dormant in his all wise stood ready covered all the long day. At sessions there was he lord and seer, full often team he was knished of the sheer, and unless and a gypser all of silk under his girdle, wished as morning milk. A sheriff had he been and a contour, was nowhere such a worthy vavasseur. An haberdasher and a carpenter, a web, a deer, and a tapisser were with us eke, clothed in one livery of a solemn and great fraternity, full fresh and new their geary picket was. Their knives were it chapped not with brass, but all with silver, wrought full clean and well, their girdles and their pouches every dale. Well seemed each of them a fire burgess, to sitting in a guild house on the dice. Average, for the wisdom that he can, was sharply for to be an alderman. For chattels had they enough and rent, and eke their weavers were it well assant, and ele certain that they'd been to blame. It is full fire to be yclept madame, and for to go to vigils all before, and of a mantle royally he bore. A cook they had with them for the nonus to boil the chickens and the marrow bonus, and powder merchant tart and gallingal. Well could he know a draught of London ale. He could roast and stew and broil and free, mac mortrus and well back a peep. But great arm was it, as it thought to me, that on his shin a mormal had he for blanc manger, that made he with the best. A shipman was there, wanted far be west for aught he wot, but was of Dartmouth. He rode upon a runcie as he couth, all in a gown of falding to the knee. A dagger hanging be a lass had he, about his neck under his arm doon. The hot summer had made his all brune, and certainly he was a good fellow. Full many a draught of wine had he draw from Bordeaux ward, while that a chapman sleep of his conscience took in no cape of that he focht, and had the ear hand. Be water he sent them home to every land. But of his craft to reckon well his teeds, his streamus and his strandus in besides, his Hairborough, his Moan and Lodemanage, there was none such for mole unto Carthage. Arde he was and wheeze he undertook, with many a tempest had his beard been shock. He knew well at all the havens as they were, from Scotland to the Cape of Finisterre, and every crepe in Bretagne and in Spain. His barge he clipped was the Magdalene. With us there was a doctor of physique. In all this world was there none him like to speak of physic and of surgery, for he was grounded in astronomy. He kept his passy on the full great deal in ours be his magic natural. Well could he fortune the ascendant of his images for his patient. He knew the cause of every malady, were it of cold or hot or moist or dry, and where engendered and of what humour. He was a very perfect practiser. The cause he knew, and of his arm the rot. Anon he gave it to the sick than his boat, full ready had he, his apothecaries, to send him drugs and his lectuaries, for each of them are over for to win. Their friendship was not no to begin. Well knew he the old Aesculapius, and Dioscorides, and eke Rufus, old Hippocras, Ali and Gallian, Serapion, Rhasis and Avisan, Averroes, Damascene and Constantine, Bernard and Gatisten and Gilbertine. Of his diet miserable was he, for it was of no superfluity, but of great nourishing and digestible. His study was but little on the Bible. In sanguine and in pairs he clad all red, leaned with taffeta and with sendal. And yet he was but easy of dispense. He kept that he won in the pestilence. For gold in physic is a cordial. Therefore he loved gold in special. A good wife was there of beside above, but she was some day deaf, and that was scarf. Of cloth marking she had such an aunt, she passed them of Ypres and of gaunt. And all the parish wife was there none, that to the offering before her she would gone. And if there did, certain so wroth was she, that she was out of all charity. Her coverchiefs were full of feen of ground, he durst to swear they weighed 10 pound, that on the Sunday were upon her head. Her rosen weren of feen scarlet red, full strighty teed, and shoals full moist and new. Bold was her face, and fire, and red of hue. She was a worthy woman all her life. Husbands at the church door had she had fief, without an over company in youth. But thereof needeth not to speak as nouth. And thrice had she been at Jerusalem, she had passed many a strange stream. At Rome she had been, and at Bologna, in Gallis at St. James, and at Cologne. She could much of wandering be the way. God taught was she, softly for to say. Upon an ambler easily she sat, he wimpled well, and on her head an hat as broad as is a buckler or a targe. A foot mantle upon her hippus large, and on her fate a pair of spurs sharp. In fellowship well could she laugh and carp, of remedies of love she knew perchance, for of that art she could the olde dance. A good man there was of religion, that was a poor parson of a tune, but rich he was of holy thought and work. He was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christus gospel truly would preach. His parishioners devoutly would he teach. Benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient. And such was he proved often seeths. Full loth were him to curse for his teeths, but rather were he given out of dote up unto his poor parishioners about, of his offering and eke of his substance. He could in little thing have sufficance. Weed was his parish, and was his far asunder, but he not left out for nor rain nor thunder, in sickness and in mischief to visit the farthest in his parish much, and lead upon his fate and in his hand the staff. This noble ensample to his shape he gaf, that first he wrought, and afterward he talked. Out of the gospel the word is cocht, and this figure he added yet thereto, that if gold rust, what should iron do? For if a priest be fool on whom we trust, no wonder is a lewd man to rust. And sham it is, if that a priest tak cape, to see a shitten shepherd in clean shape, will ought the priest ensample for to give, be his own cleanness, who his shape should live. He set not his benefice to ear, and left his shape encumbered in the mere, and ran unto London, unto St. Paul's, to seek him at Chancery for souls, or with the brotherhood to be withhold. But dwelt at home, and kept well his fold, so that the wolf ne might it not miscarry. He was a shepherd, and no mercenary. Though he were holy were and virtuous, he was to sinful men not disputous, nor of his speech dangerous nor dean, but in his teaching discreet and benign, to drown folk to heaven with fairness, be good ensample was his business. But it were any person obstinate, whatso were of ich or lowest that, him would he snib sharply for the nonce. A better priest it true that nowhere none is. He waited after no pomp nor reverence, nor mocked him a spiced conscience. But Christus lore and his apostles 12 he talked, and first he followed it himself. With him there was a ploughman, was his brother, that had he lied of dung full many a father. A true swinker and a good was he, lived in peace and perfect charity. God loved he best with all his heart, at alle times, were it gain or smart, and then his neighbour reached as himself. He would thresh and thereto dig and delve for Christus' sake, for every poor wished, without an ear, if it lie in his midst. His teeth is piety full fire and well, both of his proper swink and his chattel. In a tabar he rode upon a mar. There was also a Reeve and a Miller, a Sumpter and a Powderer also, a Mansipal and myself, there were no more. The miller was a stout carl for the nonce, full big he was of brown, and eke of bonus, that proved well for overall where he come, at wrestling he would bear away the ram. He was short-shouldered, broad, a thick knar. There was no door that he nord ave off bar, or break it at a running with his head. His beard as any sow or fox was red, and thereto broad, as though it were a spade. Upon the cup reached of his nose he had a wart, and thereon stood a tuft of eyres, red as the bristles of a sow's ears. His nose fields black were and weed, a sword and buckler bar he be his seed. His mouth as wide as was a furnace. He was a jangler and a goliardice, and that was most of sin and harlotries. Well could he steal corn and toll a fries, and yet he had a thumb of gold, pardie. With a coat and a blow odd were they, a bagpipe well could he blow and soon, and therewithal he brucht us out of tune. A gentle manciple was there of a temple, of which a Chaucer's micht tak example, for to be wise in being of vitae, for whether that he pied or took betile, algate whited so in his shot that was I before in good stat, nu is not that of God a full fire grass that such a lewd man as which shall pass the wisdom of an ape of learned men. Of masters had he more than 310 that were of law expert and curious, of which there was a dozen in that house, worthy to be stewards of rent and land of any lord that is in England, to make him live be his proper good, in honour deathless, but if he were wod, or live as scarcely as him least desire, and all for to help in all a sheer, in any cast that micht fall or up, and yet this manciple set there aller cap.
The Reeve was a scland choleric man.
His beard was shaved as neat as ever he can.
His ire was be as eres roundy shorn.
His top was docked like a priest beforn. Full longer were his legs and full lean. He like a staff, there was no coffee seen. Well could he keep a gardener and a bean. There was no auditor con on him win.
Well wist he be the drocht and be the Rhine, the yielding of his seed and of his grain.
His lordish shape, his net and his dairy, his swine, his horse, his store and his poultry were all in this Reeve's governing, and be his covenant gave he reckoning. Since that his lord was 20 year of age, there could no man bring him in ariage. There was no bailiff, erd, nor other in that ne knew his slecht and his coveen. They were a dread of him, and of the death his warning was full faith upon an earth. With grain a trace, his shadow 'twas his place. He could better than his lord purchase. Full rich he was stored privily. His lord well could he please subtly to give and lend him of his own good, and have a thank and yet a court and ode. In youth, he learned had a good mister, he was a well good richt, a carpenter. This Reeve sat upon a richt good stot, that was all pommely grey and easter Scot. A long surcoat of purse upon he had, and B.C. he bar a rusty blade. Of Norfolk was this Reeve, of which he tell, beside the town men clepen Baldiswell. Tooked he was, as he's a freer about, and ever rode the hinderest of the route. A Sompnour was there with us in this place, that had a fear-red cherubinous face, for sauce of flame he was, with e'en narrow, as aught he was as lecherous as a sparrow, with scalled brows black and peeled beard. Of his visage children were sore afeard. Their nas quicksilver, litharge, nor brimstone, boris, cerus, nor oil of tartar none, nor ointment that would cleanse or beat, that he might helpen of his welke sweet, nor of the knobbe sitting on his cheeks. Well loved he garlic, onions, and leeks, and for to drink strong wine, as red as blood. Then would he spake, and cry as he were wod. And one that he well drunken had the wine, then would he spake no word but Latin, in full terms kno he 2 or 3, that he had learned out of some decree. No wonder is, ere that all the day, and eke yet kno and well, all that the jay can clip and what, as well as can the Pope. But whoso would in other thing him grob, than he had spent all his philosophy. I quaestio qui juris what he cree. He was a gentle harlot and a kind. A better fellow should a man not find. He would suffer for a quart a ween, a good fellow to have his concubine, a 12-month, and excuse him at the full privily a finche could he pull. And if he found alway a good fellow, he would teach him to have none awe in such a case of the archdeacon's course. But if a man's soul were in his purse, for in his purse he should he punished be. Purse is the archdeacon's hell, sighed he. But well he wot he lead richt indeed, of coursing ocht each guilty man to dread, for course will sly richt as a soiling Sabbath, and also war him of a significavit. In danger are they at his own geese, the younger girls of the diocese, and knew their counsel and was of their raid. A garland are they set upon his head, as great as were for an alistack. A buckler had they made him of a cock. With him there rode a gentle pardoner of Roncesvalles, his friend and his compere, that straight was coming through the court of Rome. Full loud they sang, "Come hither, love to me." The Sompnour bade him a stiff bordoon, was never trump of half so great a soon. This pardoner had hair as yellow as wax, but smooth it hung, and doth a streak of flax. Beyoncé's hung his locust that he had, and therewith his shoulders overspread. Full thin it lie be culpins on and on, but odd for jollity he weared none, for it was trussed up in his wallet. Him thought he rode all of a new jet. The chevels of his cap he rode all bar, such glaring e'en had he as an hour. A vernicle had he sewed upon his cap, his wallet lie before him in his lap. Breathful of pardon come from Rome all hot, a voice he had as small as hath a got, no beard had he, nor ever on should have, as smooth it was as it were newish of. He trow he were a gelding or a mar, but of his craft from Berwick unto War ne'er was there such another pardoner, for in his mile he had a pillow bear, which as he sighed was her laddie's vial. He said he had a gobbet of the sire that Saint Peter had, one that he went upon the sea till Jesus Christ him hent. He had a cross of laton full of stones, and in a glass he had a picus bonus. But with these relics, one of that he found a poor parson dwelling upon land. Upon a day he got him more in one eye than that the parson got in months twy. And thus, with feigned flattery and japas, he made the parson and the people his opus. But truly, to tell him at the last, he was in church a noble ecclesiast. Well could he read a lesson or a story, but alder best he sang an offertory, for well he wist, when that song was sung, he must a preach and well a feel his tongue, to win a silver as he reached well could. Therefore he sang full merrily and loud. Now have I told you shortly in a clause the stat, the rye, the number 8, the cause, whither assembled was this company in Southwark at this gentle hostelry, that hicht the tabard fast to be the bell. But now is time to you for to tell, that we baren us this ilke nicht, one way were in this hostelry a licht, and after will he tell you of our voyage, and all the remnant of our pilgrimage. But first I pray you of your courtesy, that ye arret it not me villainy, look that he plainly spake in this matter, to telling you their words and their chair. Noch doch he spake their words properly, for this ye know in all so well as he. Whoso should tell a tale after a man, he must rehearse as near as e'er he can, every word, if it be in his charge. I'll speak he ne'er so rudely and so large, or else he must tell his tale untrue. A fine of things or find of words new, he may not spare, although he were his brother. He must as well say one word as another. Christ spake himself full broad in holy writ, and well you wot no villainy is it. Plato saith, whoso that can him read, the words must be cousin to the dead. Also we pray you to forgive it me, I'll have ye not set folk in their degree. Earnest tale as that they shouldn't stand, me wit is short. You may well understand. Great share of matter host us every one, and to the supper set us anon, and served us with victual of the best. Strong was the wine, and well to drink us lest. A seemly man our host was withal, for to have been a marshal in an all. A larger man he was with Ian step, a fairer Borges is there none in shape. Bold of his speech, and wise, and well he talked, and of man other lacked him recht nocht. Eke thereto was he reached a merry man, and after supper plying began, and spake of mirth among us other things, one that we had mad our reckonings, and said thus, No Lord Ingus, truly, ye better me welcome recht heartily, for be me troth, if that he shall not lie, is so not this here such a company at once in this here bro am is no. Fine would he do your mirth, and he wist o. And of a mirth he am rich no bethocht to do your ace, and it shall cost it nocht. You go to Canterbury, God your spade, the blissful matter qui to you your maid, and well ye wot, as ye go by the way, ye sharpen you to talking and to ply, for truly comfort nor mirth is none to read be the why as dumb as stone, and therefore would he make you the sport, as he side erst, and do you some comfort. And if you liketh, I'll be unassant, no for to standing at me judgment, and for to working as he shall you say tomorrow, when you're reading on the way, no be me father's soul that is dead, but ye be merry sweeten off me head, hold up your hands without more speech. Our counsel was not longer for to sage, us thought it was not worth to make it wise, and granted him without a more of ease, and bar him say his verdict as him list. Lordings, quoth he, no hearken for the best, but talk it not, I pray you in disdain. This is the point, to speak it plain and plain, that each of you, to shorten with your way in this voyage, shall tell us tales twy, the Canterbury word I mean it so, and onward he shall tell an other two of aventures that will have befall, and which of you that beareth him best of all, that is the side that telleth in this cast tales of best sentence and most solace, shall have a supper at your aller cost, ere in this place sitting be this post, one that ye come again from Canterbury, for to make you the more merry. I will myself gladly with you read, and reach it mean own cost, and be your guide. And whoso will me judgment with say, shall pay for always spending be the way. And if ye vouchsafe that it be so, tell me anon without us words more, and he will early sharpen me therefore. This thing was granted, and our oath we swore with full glad heart, prior him also that he would vouchsafe for to do so, and that he would be our governor, and of our tales judge and reporter, and set a supper at a certain price, and we will rule it be at his device, hish and law, and thus be on assent we be accorded to his judgment. Upon the wine was fet anon, we drunken and to rest went each on, without any longer tarrying. A morrow, when the day began to spring up, rose our host, and was all our cock, and gathered us together in a flock, and forth we riden all a little space unto the watering of Saint Thomas. And there our host began his horse arrest, and said, Lordis, hearken if ye list, ye wet your forward, and it record. If evensong and morning song accord, let's say no, who shall tell us the first at all. As ever may he drink wine or all, also is rebel to me judgment, shall pay for all that be the way is spent. No draw ye cuts, ere that ye father twin, which that hath the shortest shall begin. Sir Nist, quoth he, me master and me lord, no drawth the cut, for that is me accord. Come near, quoth he, me lady prioress, and ye, sir clerk, net be your shamfastness. No study not, lie hand to every man. Anon to drawing every wish began, and shortly for to telling as it was, were it be aventure or sword or cast, the sooth is this, the cut fell to the knicht, of which full blithe and glad was every wished, and tell he must this tale as was reason, be forward and be composition, as ye have heard, what needeth words more. And when this good man saw that it was so, as ere that wis was an obedient, to keep his forward be his free assent, he said, Sithen he shall begin this game, we welcome be the quoting goddess name. Now let us read and hearken what he say. and with that word we'll reading forth our why. And I began with risht a merry cheer his talen on, and sighed as ye shall err. End of the general prologue.
Section 3 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Knight's Tale. Footnote. For the plan and principal incidents of The Knight's Tale, Chaucer was indebted to Boccaccio, who had himself borrowed from some prior poet, chronicler, or romancer. Boccaccio speaks of the story as very ancient, and though that may not be proof of its antiquity, it certainly shows that he took it from an earlier writer. The tale is more or less a paraphrase of Boccaccio's toThe, but in some points the copy has a distinct dramatic superiority over the original. The toThe contained 10,000 lines. Chaucer has condensed it into less than 1/4 of the number. The Knight's Tale is supposed to have been at first composed as a separate work. It is undetermined whether Chaucer took it direct from the Italian of Boccaccio or from a French translation. End footnote. Whilom, as old as stories tellin us, there was a duke that hight Theseus. Of Athens he was lord and governor, and in his time such a conqueror that greater was there none under the sun. Full many a rich a country had he won, what with his wisdom and his chivalry. He conquered all the reign of feminine. That whilom was yclept Cynthia, and wedded the queen Hippolyta, and brought her home with him to his country, with muchel glory and great solemnity, and eke her youngest sister Emily, and thus with victory and with melody. Let I this worthy duke to Athens ride, and all his host in armes him beside. And certes, if it ne'er too long to hear, I would have told you fully the mannere, how wonnen was the reign of Feminae, by Theseus, and by his chivalry, and of the great battle for the nonce betwixt Athenes and the Amazons, and how assieged was Hippolyta, the faire hardy queen of Scythia, and of the feast that was at her wedding, and of the tempest at her homecoming. But all these things I must as now forbear. I have, God wot, a large field to ear, and weak be the oxen in my plough. The remnant of my tale is long enow. I will not let an eke none of this root. Let every fellow tell his tale about this company, and let's see now who shall the supper win. There, as I left, I will again begin. This duke, of whom I make mention, when he was come almost unto the town, in all his weal and in his most pride, he was wary, as he cast his eye aside, where that there kneeled in the high way a company of ladies, tway and tway, each after other clad in clothes black, but such a cry and such a woe they make, that in this world nis creature living that heard a such another way menting. And of this crying would they never stenten, till they the reines of his bridal henten. What folk be ye that at mine homecoming perturben so my feasta with crying? Quoth Theseus, have ye so great envy of mine honor that thus complain and cry? Or who hath you misbodden or offended? Do tell me, if it may be amended, and why that ye be clad thus all in black? The oldest lady of them all then spake, when she had swooned with a deadly cheer, that it was Rutha for to see or hear. She said, Lord, to whom fortune hath given victory, and as a conqueror to liven, not grieveth us your glory and your honor, but we beseech in mercy and succor. Have mercy on our woe and our distress, some drop of pity through thy gentleness. Upon us, wretched women, let us now fall, for certes, Lord, there is none of us all that hath not been a duchess or a queen. Now be we caitives, as it is well seen, thanked be fortune and her false wheel, that none a estate insureth to be wella, and certes, Lord, to biden your presence prosperous estate. Here in this temple of the goddess Clemence, we have been waiting all this fortnight. Now help us, Lord, since it lies in thy might. I, wretched wight, that weep and wail thus, was whilom wife of King Capenius, that starf at Thebes, cursed be that day, and alla we that be in this array, and maken all this lamentation, we losten all our husbands at that town. While that the siege thereabouten lay, and yet the old Creon well away, that Lord is now of Thebes the city, fulfilled of ire and of iniquity, he for despite and for his tyranny, to do the dead a body's villainy. Of all our lordes, which that bin ye slaw, hath all the bodies on an heap ye draw, and will not suffer them by none assent, neither to be ye buried nor ye brent, but maketh hounds eat them in despite, and with that word, without a more respite, they fallen groff and cried in piteously. Have on us, wretched woman, some mercy, and let our sorrow sinken in thine heart. This gentle duke down from his corsairs start, with heart piteous, when he heard them speak. He thoughta that his heart would all to break, when he saw them so piteous and so mate. That whilom wearin of so great a state, and in his armes he then all uphent, and them comforted in full good intent. He swore his oath, as he was true knight, he would do far forthly his might, upon the tyrant Creon them to wreck, that all the people of Greece should speak, how Creon was of Theseus ye served, as he that had his death full well deserved, and right anon without a more abode. His banner he displayed, and forth he rode, to Thebes ward, and all his host beside. No ne'er Athenes would he go nor ride, nor take his ease fully half a day, but onward on his way that night he lay, and sent anon Hippolyta the queen, and Emily her youngest sister sheen, unto the town of Athens for to dwell, and forth he writ, there is no more to tell. The red statue of Mars with spear and targe, so shineth in his white banner large, that all the fields glitter up and down, and by his banner borne is his pennon, of gold full rich, in which there was ye beat the Minotaur, which that he slew in Crete. This writ, this duke, this writ, this conqueror, and in his host of chivalry the flower, till that he came to Thebes, and alight fair in a field, there as he thought to fight. But shortly for to speaken of this thing, with Creon, which that was of Thebes king, he fought, and slew him manly as a knight, in plain bataille, and put his folk to flight. And by assault he won the city after, and rent adown both wall and spar and rafter. And to the ladies he restored again the bodies of their husbands that were slain, to do obsequies, as was then the guise. But it were all too long for to devise the great clamour and the waymenting which that the ladies made at the brenning of the bodies, and the great honour that Theseus the noble conqueror did to the ladies when they from him went. But shortly for to tell is mine intent. When that this worthy duke, this Theseus, had Creon slain, and won in Thebes thus, still in the field he took all night his rest, and did with all the country as him lest, to ransack in the taws of bodies dead, them for to strip of harness and of weed. The pillars did their business and cure after the battle and discomfiture. And so befell that in the tas they found, through grit with many a grievous bloody wound, 2 young knights ligging by and by, both in one's armes, wrought full richly, of which 2 Arcita hight that one, and he that other hight of Palamon. Not fully quick nor fully dead they were, but by their coat armour and by their gear the heralds knew them well in special, of those that weren of the blood royal, of Thebes, and of Sistren to ye born. Out of the tas the pillars have them torn, and have them carried soft unto the tent of Theseus, and he full soon them sent to Athens for to dwell in prison, perpetually, he Nichole no ransom. And when this worthy duke had thus ye done, he took his host, and home he writ anon, with laurel crowned as a conqueror, and there he lived in joy and in honour. Term of his life, what needeth wordes mo? And in a tower, in anguish and in woe, dwell in this Palamon and Eka Arcite, for evermore they may no gold them quitey. Thus passed year by year and day by day, till it fell once in a morn of May, that Emily that fairer was to seen than is the lily upon his stalk green, and fresher than the May with flowers new, for with the rose colour strove her hue. I not which was the finer of them two, ere it was day, as she was wont to do. She was arisen and already dight, for May will have no sluggardly a night. The season pricketh every gentle heart, and maketh him out of his sleep to start, and saith, Arise, and do thine observance. This maketh Emily have remembrance, to do honour to May and for to rise. Yet clothed was she fresh for to devise. Her yellow hair was braided in a tress, behind her back a yard along, I guess. And in the garden at the sun uprist, she walketh up and down, whereas her list. She gathereth flowers, party, white and red, to make a subtle garland for her head. And as an angel heavenly she sung the great tower that was so thick and strong, which of the castle was the chief dungeon. Whereas these knightes wherein in prison, of which I told you and tell shall, was even joinant to the garden wall, there as this Emily had her playing. Bright was the sun, and clear that moroning, and Palamon, this woeful prisoner, as was his wont by leave of his gallower, was risen and roamed in a chamber on high, in which he all the noble city sigh. And eke the garden full of branches green, there as this fresh Emilia the sheen, was in her walk and roamed up and down, this sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon, went in his chamber roaming to and fro, and to himself complaining of his woe. That he was born full oft, he said, alas, and so befell by aventure or cas, that through a window thick of many a bar, of iron great and square as any spar, he cast his eyes upon Emilia, and therewithal he blent and cried, Ah! as though he stung and were unto the heart. And with that cry Arcite anon upstart, and said, Cousin mine, what aileth thee? Thou art so pale and deadly for to see. Why criest thou? Who hath thee done offence? For God's love, take all impatience our prison, for it may none other be. Fortune hath given us this adversary, some wick, aspect, or disposition of Saturn by some constellation, hath given us this, although we had it sworn. So stood the heaven when that we were born. We must endure, this is the short and plain. This Palamon answered, and said again, Cousin, forsooth of this opinion, thou hast a vain imagination. This prison caused me not for to cry, but I was hurt right now thorough mine eye, into mine heart, that will my bane be. The fairness of the lady that I see, yond in the garden roaming to and fro, is cause of all my crying and my woe. I not where she be woman or goddess, but Venus is it, soothly as I guess, and therewithal on knees adown he fell, and said, Venus, if it be your will, you in this garden thus to transfigure before me, sorrowful, wretched creature, out of this prison help, that we may scape, and if so be our destiny be shape, by etern word to dean in prison, of our lineage have some compassion, that is so low ye brought by tyranny. And with that word, Arcita gan a spy, where as this lady roamed to and fro, and with that sight her beauty hurt him so, that if that Palamon was wounded sore, Arcite is hight as much as he or more. And with a sigh he said piteously, The freshe beauty slayeth me suddenly, of her that roameth yonder in the place, and but I have her mercy and her grace. That I may see her in the least way, I am but dead, there is no more to say. This Palamon, when he these words heard, dispiteously he looked and answered, Whether sayest thou this in earnest or in play? Nay, quoth Arcite, in earnest, by my fay. God help me so, me lust full ill to play. This Palamon gan knit his brows tway for jesting. It were, quoth he, to thee no great honour, for to be false, nor for to be traitor to me, that am thy cousin and thy brother, ye sworn full deep, and each of us to other, that never for to deign in the pain, till that the death departen shall us twain, neither of us in love to hinder other, nor in none other case my leve brother. but that thou shouldest truly farther me in every case, as I should farther thee. This was thine oath, and mine also certain. I wot it well, thou darest it not withsayen. Thus art thou of my counsel out of doubt, and now thou wouldest falsely be about to love my lady, whom I love and serve, and ever shall until mine heart stirve? Now certes, false Arcite, thou shalt not so. I loved her first, and told thee my woe, as to my counsel, and my brother sworn to farther me, as I have told beforn, for which thou art ye bounden as a knight to help me, if it lie in thy might, or elles art thou false, I dare well sayen. This Arcita full proudly spake again. Thou shalt, quoth he, be rather false than I, and thou art false, I tell thee utterly, for par amour I loved her first ere thou. What wilt thou say? Thou wist it not right now whether she be a woman or goddess. Thine is affection of holiness, and mine is love as to a creature, for which I told thee mine aventure. As to my cousin and my brothers sworn, I pose that thou lovest her beforn. Wast thou not well the old clerkess saw, that who shall give a lover any law? Love is a greater law, by my pan, than may be given to any earthly man. Therefore positive law and such decree is broke alway for love in each degree. A man must needest love, maugre his head, he may not flee it, though he should be dead, albe she maid or widow or else wife. And eke it is not likely all thy life to stand in her grace no more than I. For well thou wast thyself verily that thou and I be damned to prison perpetual, as gaineth no ransom. We strive, as did the houndes for the bone. They fought all day, and yet their part was none. There came a kite, while that they were so wroth, and bare away the bone betwixt them both. And therefore at the king's court, my brother, each man for himself, there is no other. Love if thee list, for I love and I shall, and soothly love a brother, this is all. Here in this prison musten we endure, and each of us take his aventure. Great was the strife, and long between these tway, if that I had a leisure for to say, but to the effect it happened on a day. To tell it you as shortly as I may, a worthy duke that hight Preface, that fellow was to the Duke Theseus, since thilke day that they were children light, was come to Athens, his fellow to visite, and for to play, as he was wont to do, for in this world he loved no man so, and he loved him as tenderly again. So well they loved, as old a book is sayin, that when that one was dead, soothly to sayin, his fellow went and sought him down in hell. But of that story list me not to write. Duke Preface loved well Arcite, and had him known at Thebes year by year. And finally, at request and prairie of Preface without a ransom, Duke Theseus let him out of prison, freely to go, where him list over all, in such a guise as I tellen shall. This was the forward plainly to indite, betwixt Theseus and him Arcite. That if so were that Arcite were ye found ever in his life by day or night one stound in any country of this Theseus, and he were caught, it was accorded thus, that with a sword he should lose his head. There was none other remedy nor rede, but took his leave and homeward he sped. Let him beware, his necka lieth to wed. How great a sorrow suffereth now Arcite, the death he feeleth through his heart of smitey. He weepeth, waileth, crieth piteously, to slay himself he waiteth privily. He said, Alas, the day that I was born, now is my prison worse than beforn. Now is me shape eternally to dwell, not in purgatory, but right in hell. Alas, that ever I knew Preface, for else had I dwelt with Theseus, ye fettered in his prison evermo, that had I been in bliss and not in woe. Only the sight of her, whom that I serve, though that I never may her grace deserve, would I have sufficed right enough for me? O dear cousin Palamon, quoth he, thine is the victory of this adventure, full blissfully in prison to endure. In prison? Nay, certes, in paradise. Well hath fortune ye turned thee the dice, that hast the sight of her, and I the absence, For possible is, since thou hast her presence, and art a knight, a worthy and an able, that by some cast, since fortune is changeable, thou mayest to thy desire some time attain. But I that am exiled and barren of all a grace, and in so great despair, that there n'is earth, water, fire, nor air, nor creature that of them maked is, that may me helpe nor comfort in this. Well ought I sterve in one hope and distress, farewell my life, my lust, and my gladness. Alas, why plainen men so incommune of purveyance of God or of fortuna, that giveth them full oft in many a guise, well better than they can themselves devise. Some men desireth for to have riches, that cause is of his murder or great sickness, and some man would out of his prison fain, that in his house is of his miny slain. Infinite harmes be in this mateer, we wot never what thing we pray for here. We fare as he that drunk is as a mouse, a drunken man what wealth he hath and a house. But he wot not which is the right way thither, and to a drunken man the way is slither. And certes, in this world so fare we seeke fast after felicity, but we go wrong full often truly. Thus we may say in all, and namely I, that weened and had a great opinion, that if I might escape from prison, then had I been in joy and perfect heal, where now I am exiled from my weal. Since that I may not see you, Emily, I am but dead, there is no remedy. Upon that other side Palamon, when that he wist Arquita was agone, much sorrow maketh that the great tower resounded of his yelling and clamour. The pure fetters on his shines great, whereof his bitter salt a tear is wet. Alas, quoth he, Arcita, cousin mine, of all our strife, God wot the fruit is thine. Thou walkest now in Thebes at thy large, and of my woe thou givest little charge. Thou mayest, since thou hast wisdom and manhead, assemble all the folk of our kindred, and make a war so sharp on this country, that by some aventure or some treaty thou mayest have her to lady and to wife, for whom that I must needes lose my life. For, as by way of possibility, since thou art at thy large of prison free, and art a lord, great is thine advantage, more than is mine, that sterve here in a cage. For I must weep and wail while that I live, with all the woe that prison may me give, and echo with pain that love me gives also, that doubles all my torment and my woe. Therewith the fire of jealousy upstart within his breast, and hent him by the heart, so woodly that he like was to behold the box tree or the ashes dead and cold. Then said, O cruel goddess, that govern this world with binding of your word etern, and written on the table of adamant, your parliament and your eternal grant, what is mankind more unto you ye hold, than is the sheep that rooketh in the fold? For slain is man, right as another beast, and dwelleth eke in prison and arrest, and hath sickness and great adversity, and oftentimes guiltless party. What governance is in your prescience, that guiltless tormenteth innocence? And yet increaseth this all my penance, that man is bounden to his observance, for God's sake to letten of his will, whereas a beast may all his lust fulfill. And when a beast is dead, he hath no pain, but man after his death must weep and plain. Though in this worlde he have care and woe, without a doubt it maye standen so. The answer of this leave I to diviners, but well I wot that in this world great pine is. Alas, I see a serpent, or a thief, that many a true man hath done mischief, go at his large, and where him list may turn, but I must be in prison through Saturn, and Ecca through Juno, jealous and Ecca wood, that hath well nigh destroy all the blood of Thebes, with his waste a whale is wide, and Venus slayeth me on the other side, for jealousy and fear of him are sighty. Now will I stent of Palamon alight, and let him in his prison still a dwell, and of Arquita forth I will you tell. The summer passeth, and the night is long, increase double wise the pain is strong, both of the lover and the prisonere, I not which hath the wofuller mystere. For, shortly for to say, this Palamon perpetually is damned to prison, in chains and in fetters to be dead, and Arcite is exiled on his head. For evermore as out of that country, nor nevermore he shall his lady see. You lovers, ask I now this question: Who lieth the worst, Arcite or Palamon? The one may see his lady day by day, but in prison he dwella must alway. The other, where him list, may ride or go, but see his lady shall he never mo. Now deem all as I lista, ye that can, for I will tell you forth as I began. When that Arcite to Thebes comen was, full oft a day he swelt, and said, Alas! For see this lady he shall never mo, and shortly to conclude in all his woe. So much sorrow had never creature that is or shall be while the world may dure. His sleep, his meat, his drink is him by raft, that lean he waxed and dry as any shaft. His eyen hollow, grisly to behold, his hue sallow and pale as ashes cold, and solitary he was, ever alone, and wailing all the night, making his moan, and if he heard a song or instrument, then would he weepen, he might not be stent. So feeble were his spirits, and so low, and changed so, that no man could know his speech, neither his voice, though men it heard. And in his gear for all the world he fared, not only like the lover's malady of Eros, but rather ye like Manny, engendered of humours melancholic, before his head in his self fantastic, and shortly turned was all upside down, both habit and ecca disposition. Of him this waffle lover Dan Arcite, why should I all day of his woe indite? When he endured had a year or two this cruel torment and his pain and woe, at Thebes in his country, as I said, upon a night in sleep as he him laid, him thought how that the winged god Mercury before him stood, and bade him to be merry. His sleepy yard in hand he bare upright, a hat he wore upon his hairs bright. Arrayed was this god as he took keep, as he was when Argus took his sleep, and said him thus, To Athens shalt thou wend, there is the shapen of thy woe and end. And with that word Arcite woke and start. Now truly how sore that ere me smart, quoth he, to Athens right now will I fare, nor for no dread of death shall I not spare, to see my lady that I love and serve. In her presence I recka not to stirve. And with that word he caught a great mirror, and saw that changed was all his colour, and saw his visage all in other kind. And right anon it ran him ill his mind, that since his face was so disfigured, of malady the which he had endured, he might well, if that he bare him low, live in Athens evermore unknown, and see his lady well nigh day by day. And right anon he changed his array, and clad him as a poor labourer, and all alone, save only a squire, that knew his privity and all his cas, which was disguised poorly as he was, to Athens is he gone the next away. And to the court he went upon a day, and at the gate he proffered his service, to drudge and draw whatso men would devise. And shortly of this matter for to sayn, he fell in office with a chamberlain, the which that dwelling was with Emily, for he was wise and coulda soon espy of every servant that which served her. Well could he hew a wood and water bear, for he was young and mighty for the nonnas, and thereto he was strong and big of bonas, to do that any wight can him devise. A year or two he was in this service, page of the chamber of Emily the bright, and philostrate he saida that he hight. But half so well beloved a man as he, nay was there never in court of his degree. He was so gentle of condition, that throughout all the court was his renown. They saida that it were a charity, that Theseus would enhance his degree, and put him in some worshipful service, there as he might his virtue exercise. And thus within a while his name sprung, both of his deedes and of his good tongue, that Theseus hath taken him so near, that of his chamber he hath made him squire, and gave him gold to maintain his degree, and eke men brought him out of his country. For year to year full privily his rent, but honestly and slyly he it spent, that no man wondered how that he it had, and 3 year in this wise his life be lad. And bear him so in peace and eke in wear, there was no man that Theseus had so dare. And in this blisse leave I now our sight, and speak I will of Palamon alight. In darkness, horrible, a strong prison, this 7 year hath sitten Palamon, forepined what for love and for distress. Who feeleth double sorrow and heaviness, but Palamon, that love distraineth so, that would out of his wits he went for woe, and eke thereto he is a prisonere, perpetual not only for a year. Who could a rhyme in English properly? His martyrdom, forsooth, it is not I. Therefore I pass as lightly as I may. It fell that in the 7th year, in May, the 3rd a night, as old a book is sayin', that all this story tellin' more plain, were it by a venture or destiny, as when a thing is shapen it shall be, that soon after the midnight, Palamon, by helping of a friend, brake his prison, and fled the city fast as he might go, for he had given drink his gallower so, of a clary, made of a certain wine, with narcotes and opie of Thebes fine, that all the night, though that men would wake him shake, the gallower slept, he mighta not awake, and thus he fled as fast as ever he may. The night was short and fasta by the day, that needus cast he must himself to hide, and to a grove fasta there beside, he must cast about or contrive, with dreadful foot then stalked Palamon. For shortly this was his opinion, that in the grove he would him hide all day, and in the night then would he take his way to Thebes ward, his friendes for to pray on Theseus to help him to waray, and shortly either he would lose his life, or winen Emily unto his wife. This is the effect, and his intention plain. Now will I turn to our Sita again. The little Weist, how nigh was his care, till that fortune had brought him in the snare. The busy lark, the messenger of day, saluteth in her song the morning grey. And fiery Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the Orient laugheth at the sight. And with his streamas drieth in the greaves, the silver droppes hanging on the leaves. And Arcite, that is in the court royal, with Theseus, his squire principal, is risen and looketh on the merry day, and for to do his observance to May, remembering the point of his desire, he on his corsair, starting as the fire, is ridden to the fieldes him to play, out of the court, were it a mile or tway. And to the groove of which I have you told, by a venture his way began to hold, to make him a garland of the greaves, were it of woodbine or of hawthorn leaves. And loud he sang against the sun so sheen, O May, with all thy flowers and thy green, right welcome be thou, fair fresha May. I hope that I some green here getten may. And from his corsair with a lusty heart into the grove full hastily he start, and in a path he roamed up and down, there as by a venture his Palamon was in a bush, that no man might him see, for sore afeard of death was he. Nothing knew he that it was Arcite, God wot he would have trowed it full lighty. But sooth is said, gone since full many years, the field hath eyen and the wood hath ears. It is full fair a man to bear him even, for all day meeten men at unset Stephen. Full little wot Arcite of his falaw, that was so night to hearken of his saw, for in the bush he sitteth now full still, when that Arcite had roamed all his fill, and sungen all the roundel lustily, into a study he fell suddenly, as do those lovers in their quite gears, now in the crop, and now down in the brerez, now up, now down, as bucket in a well, right as the Friday soothly for to tell. Now shineth it, and now it raineth fast, right so can Geary Venus overcast. The heartess of her folk, right as her day is gearful, right so changeth she array. Seldom is Friday all the week alike. When Arcite had ye sung, he 'gan to psych, and sat him down with aughten any more. Alas, quoth he, the day that I was bore, how long a Juno through thy cruelty wilt thou warrayen Thebes the city? Alas, ye brought is to confusion the blood royal of Cadm and Amphion, of Cadmus, which that was the first demand that Thebes built, or first the town began, and of the city first was crowned king. Of his lineage am I, and his offspring, by very line as of the stock royal, and now I am so caitiff and so thrall, that he that is my mortal enemy, I serve him as his squire poorly, and yet doth Juno me well more shame, for I dare not beknow mine owen name. But there, as I was wont to hight Arcite, now hight I Philostrate, not worth a mighty. Alas, thou fell Mars, and alas, Juno, thus hath your ire our lineage all fordo. Save only me and wretched Palamon, that Theseus martyreth in prison. And over all this, to slay me utterly, love hath his fiery dart so brenningly. Ye sticked through my true careful heart, that shapen was my death, erst then my shirt. Ye slay me with your iron, Emily. Ye be the cause wherefore that I die. Of all the remnant of mine other care, ne set I not the mountains of a terror, so that I could do aught to your pleasance. And with that word he fell down in a trance, and long a time and afterward upstart this Palamon that thought thorough his heart. He felt a cold sword suddenly to glide, for ire he quoka no longer would he hide. And when that he had heard Arcite's tale, as he were wood, with face dead and pale, he start him up out of the bushes thick, and said, False Arcita, false traitor wick, now art thou hent, thou lovest my lady so, for whom that I have all this pain and woe, and art my blood and to my counsel sworn, as I full oft have told thee here beforn. And hast bejaped here Duke Theseus, and falsely changed hast thy name thus. I will be dead, or else thou shalt die. Thou shalt not love my lady Emily. But I will love her only, and no mo, for I am Palamon, thy mortal foe. And though I have no weapon in this place, but out of prison am astart by grace, I dreada not that either thou shalt die, or else thou shalt not love an Emily. Choose which thou wilt, for thou shalt not astart. This Arcite then, with full dispiteous heart, when he him knew and had his tale heard, as fierce as lion pulled out a sword, and said thus, By God, that sitteth above, ne'er it that thou art sick and would for love. And ecca that thou no weepon hast in this place, thou shouldest never out of this grove pace, that thou ne shouldest dine of mine hand, for I defy the surety and the band, which that thou sayest I have made to thee. What? Very fool, think well that love is free, and I will love her, maugre all thy might, but for thou art a worthy gentle knight, and willest to darraign her by betail, have here my troth, tomorrow I will not fail, without weeting of any other wight, that here I will be foughten as a knight, and bring a harness right enough for thee, and choose the best and leave the worst for me. And meat and drink this night will I bring, enough for thee, and clothes for thy bedding. And if so be that thou, my lady, win, and slay me in this wood that I am in, thou mayest well have thy lady as for me. This Palamon answered, I grant it thee. And thus they be departed till the morrow, when each of them hath laid his faith to borrow. O Cupid, out of all a charity, O Reina, that wilt not fellow have with thee, full sooth is said that love nor lordship will not his thanks have any fellowship. Well finden that Arcite and Palamon, Arcite is rid anon unto the town, and on the morrow ere it were daylight, full privily 2 harness hath he dight, both sufficient and meeta to darraign the battle in the field betwixt them twain. And on his horse alone as he was born, he carrieth all this harness him beforn. And in the grove at time and place ye set, this Arcite and this Palamon be met. Then change gan the colour of their face, right as the hunter in the reign of Thrace, that standeth at a gappa with a spear, when hunted is the lion or the bear, and heareth him come rushing in the greaves, and breaking both the boughs and the leaves, thinketh, here comes my mortal enemy. Without a fail, he must be dead, or I, for either I must slay him at the gap, or he must slay me, if that me mishap. So fared they in changing of their hue, as far as either of them other knew. There was no good day and no saluting, but straight without word as rehearsing. Ever each of them holp to arm the other, as friendly as he were his own brother. And after that with sharpest spears strong, they foined, each at other wonder long. Thou mightest weene that this Palamon in fighting were as a wood lion, and as a cruel tiger was Arcite, as wild a boars gan they together smitey, that froth as white as foam for ire wood, up to the ankle fought they in their blood. And in this wise I let them fighting dwell, and forth I will of Theseus you tell. The destiny, Minister General, that executeth in the world o'er all the purveyance that God hath seen beforn, so strong it is that though the world had sworn the contrary of a thing by ye or nay, yet sometime it shall fallen on a day, that falleth not eft in 1,000 year, for certainly our appetites here, be it of war or peace or hate or love, all is this ruled by the sight above. This mean I now by mighty Theseus, that for to hunten is so desirous, and namely the greate heart in May, that in his bed there dawneth him no day, that he'n is clad and ready for to ride, with hunt and horn and houndes him beside. For in his hunting hath he such delight, that it is all his joy and appetite, to be himself the greate hearte's bane, for after Mars he serveth now Diane. Clear was the day, as I have told ere this, and Theseus, with all a joy and bliss, with his Hippolyta, the fair queen, and Emily, ye clothed all in green, on hunting be they ridden royally, and to the grove that stood there fast aby, in which there was an hart, as men him told, Duke Theseus the straightway doth hold, and to the laud he rideth him full right. There was the hart ye wont to have his flight, and over a brook, and so forth on his way, this Duke will have a course at him or tway, with houndes such as him lust to command. And when this Duke was come to the laund, under the sun he looked, and anon he was ware of Arcite and Palamon. They foughta, brema, as it were bulles two. The brightest swords went as to and fro, so hideously, that with the least stroke it seemed that it would have fell an oak. But what they were, nothing yet he wot. This Duke his corsair with his spurs smote, and at a start he was betwixt them two, and pulled out a sword, and cried, Ho! No more, on pain of losing your head. By mighty Mars, he shall anon be dead, that smiteth any stroke that I may see. But tell to me what, Mr. men ye be, that be so hardy for to fight here without a judge or other officer, as though it were in list as royally. This Palamon answered hastily, and said, Sir, what needeth word as mo? We have the death deserved both a two woeful wretches be we, and caitives, that be accumbered of our own lives. And as thou art a rightful lord and judge, so give us neither mercy nor refuge, and slay me first, for sainte charity, but slay my fellow Ecce as well as me. Or slay him first, for though thou know it light, this is thy mortal foe, this is Arcite, that from thy land is banished on his head, for which he hath deserved to be dead. For this is he that came unto thy gate, and said that he hight Philostrate. Thus hath he japed thee full many year, and thou hast made of him thy chief esquire. And this is he that loveth Emily. For since the day is come that I shall die, I make plainly my confession, that I am filthy woeful Palamon, that hath thy prison broken wickedly. I am thy mortal foe, and it am I that so hot loveth Emily the bright, that I would die here present in her sight. Therefore I ask a death and my jawise, but slay my fellow Eke in the same wise, for both we have deserved to be slain. This worthy duke answered anon again, and said, This is a short conclusion. Your own mouth, by your own confession, hath damned you, and I will it record. It needeth not to pain you with the cord. Ye shall be dead by mighty Mars the Red. The queen, anon for very womanhead, began to weep, and so did Emily, and all the ladies in the company. Great pity was it, as it thought them all, that ever such a chance should befall, for gentlemen they were, of great estate, and nothing but for love was this debate. They saw their bloody wounds wide and sore, and cried all at once, both less and more. Have mercy, Lord, upon us women all. And on their bare knees adown they fall, and would have kissed his feet there as he stood, till at the last aslacked was his mood. For pity runneth soon in gentle heart, and though at first for ire he quoque and start, he hath considered shortly in a clause the trespass of them both, and Eke the cause. And although that his ire their guilt accused, yet in his reason he them both excused. As thus he thought well, that every man will help himself in love if that he can, and Eke deliver himself out of prison. Of women, for they wepten ever in one, and Eke his hearte had compassion, and in his gentle heart he thought anon, and soft unto himself he said fie, upon a lord that will have no mercy, but be a lion both in word and deed, to them that be in repentance and dread, as well as to a proud dispiteous man, that will maintain what he first began. That lord hath little of discretion, that in such case can no division, but weigheth pride and humbless after one. And shortly, when his ire is thus gone, he gan to look on them with eye and light, and spake these same wordes all on height. The God of love, benedicte! How mighty and how great a lord is he! Against his might there gaine none obstacles. He may be called a god for his miracles, for he can maken, at his own guise, of every heart, as that him list devise. Lo, here, this Arcite, and this Palamon, that quietly were out of my prison, and might have lived in Thebes royally, and weet I am their mortal enemy, and that their death lith in my might also, and yet hath love. Maugre, these I in two, ye brought them hither both for to die. Now look ye, is not this an high folly? Who may not be a fool if but he love? Behold, for God's sake, that sits above, see how they bleed, be they not well arrayed? Thus hath their Lord, the God of love, them paid their wages and their fees for their service. And yet they weene for to be full wise, that serve love for aught they may befall. And this is yet the beste game of all, that she, for whom they have this jealousy, can them therefore as muchel thank as me. She wot no more of all this haute affair, by God that wot a cuckoo or an hare. But all must be assayed, hot or cold. A man must be a fool, or young or old. I wot it by myself full yore agone, for in my time a servant was I one, and therefore, since I know of love's pain, I wot how sore it can a man distrain. As he that oft hath been caught in his last, I you forgive wholly this trespass. At request of the queen that kneeleth here, and Eke of Emily, my sister dear, and ye shall both anon unto me swear, that nevermore ye shall my country dare, nor make war upon me night nor day, but be my friends in alla that ye may. I you forgive this trespass every deal. And they him sware, his asking fair and well, and him of lordship and of mercy prayed, and he them granted grace, and thus he said, To speak of royal lineage and riches, Though that she were a queen or a princess, each of you both is worthy doubteless to wedda when time is. But natheless I speak as for my sister Emily, for whom ye have this strife and jealousy. Ye wot yourselves she may not wed the two at once, although ye fight for evermo. But one of you, all be him loth or lief, he must go pipe into an ivy leaf. This is to say, she may not have you both, all be ye never so jealous, nor so wroth, and therefore I you put in this degree, that each of you shall have his destiny. As him is shape, and hearken in what wise, lo hear your end of that I shall devise. My will is this, for plain conclusion, with aughten any replication, if that you liketh, take it for the best, that ever reach of you shall go where him lest, freely, without ransom or danger, and this day 50 weekas, thera nenera, ever each of you shall bring 100 knights, armed for listas up at all rights, all ready to darraign her by batail, and this behette I you without a fail, upon my troth, and as I am a knight, that whether of you both that hath might, that is to say, that whether he or thou may with his 100, as I spake of now, slay his contrary, or out of listas drive, him shall I give Emily to wife. To whom that fortune gives so fair a grace, the listas shall I make here in this place, and God so wisely on my soul arue, as I shall even judge be and true. Ye shall none other enda with me maken, that one of you shall be dead or taken. And if you thinketh this is well ye said, say your advice, and hold yourself apaid. This is your end and your conclusion. Who looketh lightly now but Palamon? Who springeth up for joy but Arcite? Who could it tell, or who could it indite? The joy that is maked in the place, when Theseus hath done so fair a grace. But down on knees went every manner white, and thanked him with all their heart as might, and namely these Thebans, oft a scythe. And thus with good hope and with heart a blithe, they take their leave, and homeward gan they ride, to Thebes ward with his old walls wide. End of section 3, read by Nichole DiDio, Calverton, Maryland, May 4th, 2023. Section 4 of The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Knight's Tale. Continued. I trow men would deem it negligence if I forgot to tell of the dispense of Theseus that went so busily to maken up the listus royally, that such a noble theatre as it was, I dare well say, in all this world there nas the circuit a mile was about, walled of stone and ditched all without. Round was the shape and manner of compass, full of degrees, and height of 60 pas, that when a man was set on 1 degree, he letted not his fellow for to see. Eastward there stood a gate of marble white, westward right such another opposite, and shortly to conclude, such a place was never on earth made in so little space. For in the land there was no craft as man, that geometry or ars metric can, nor portrayer, nor carver of images, that Theseus ne gave him meat and wages, that theatre to make and to devise, and for to do his rite and sacrifice, he eastward hath upon the gate above, in worship of Venus, goddess of love, done make an altar and an oratory, and westward, in the mind and in the memory of Mars, he maked hath right such another, that cost a largely of gold a father, and northward, in a turret, on the wall, of alabaster white and red coral, an oratory richa for to see, in worship of Diane of chastity. Hath Theseus done work in noble wise, but yet had I forgotten to devise the noble carving and the portraitures, the shape, the countenance of the figures, that wherein in their oratories 3. First, in the temple of Venus, mayst thou see, wrought on the wall, full piteous to behold, the broken sheepas and the Psyches cold, the sacred tiras and the waymentings, the fiery strokes of the desirings, that love's servants in this life endure, the oaths that their covenants assure, pleasance and hope, desire, foolhardiness, beauty and youth, and bawdry and riches, charms and sorcery, leasings and flattery, dispense, business, and jealousy, that wore of yellow gold as a garland, and had a cuckoo sitting on her hand, feasts, instruments, and carols and dances, lust and array, and all the circumstances of love, which I reckoned, and reckoned shall in order, were painted on the wall, and more than I can make of mention, forsoothly, all the Mount of Cithaeron, where Venus hath her principal dwelling, was showed on the wall in portraying, with all the garden and the lustiness, nor was forgot the porter Idleness, nor Narcissus the fair of Agon, nor yet the folly of King Solomon, nor yet the greatest strength of Hercules, the enchantments of Medea and Circes, nor of Turnus the hardy fierce courage, the rich Croesus caitiff in servage. Thus may ye see that wisdom nor riches, beauty nor sleight, nor strength nor hardiness, ne may with Venus hold a champarty, for as her lista the world may she guy. Lo, all these folks so caught were in her lass, till they for woe full often said, Alas! Suffice these in samples, one or two, although I could reckon 1,000 mo. The statue of Venus, glorious to see, was naked, floating in the large sea, and from the navel down all covered was with waves green, and bright as any glass. A citola on her right hand had a she, and on her head, full seemly for to see, a rose garland fresh and well smelling. Above her head her doves flickering, before her stood her sonne Cupido. Upon his shoulders winges had he too, and blind he was, as it is often seen. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. Why should I not as well tell you all the portraiture that was upon the wall, within the temple of mighty Mars the Red? All painted was the wall in length and breadth, like to the estras of the grisly place, that height the great temple of Mars in Thrace. In Thilca, cold and frosty region, there was Mars hath his sovereign mansion, in which there dwelled neither man nor beast, with naughty nari barren trees old, of stubbes sharp and hideous to behold, in which there ran a rumble and a sough, as though a storm should burst in every bough, and downward from an hill under a bent, there stood the temple of Mars, armipotent, wrought all of burnished steel, of which the entry was long and straight and ghastly for to see. And thereout came a rage and such a vice, that it made all the gates for to rise. The northern light in at the door shone, for window on the walla was there none, through which men might in any light discern. The doors were all of adamant etern, ye clenched, overthwart, and end along, with iron tough, and, for to make it strong, every pillar the temple to sustain was tuna great, of iron bright and sheen. There saw I first the dark imaging of felony and all the compassing, the cruel ire as red as any gletta, the pick a purse and ecca the pale dread, the smiler with the knife under the cloak, the shepin burning with the blackest smoke, the treason of the murdering in the bed, the open war with wounds all be bled. Conteca with bloody knife and sharp menace, all full of chirking was that sorry place. The slayer of himself ecca saw I there, his heart of blood had bathed all his hair. The nail ye driven in the shoda at night, the cold death with mouth a gaping upright. Amides of the temple sat mischance, with discomfort and sorry countenance. Ecca saw I, Woodness laughing in his rage, armed compliant, Outhes and fierce outrage. The Currain in the bush with throat ye corve, 1,000 slain and not of qualm ye storve. The tyrant with the prey, but force ye reft, the town destroyed that there was nothing left. Yet saw I Brent, the ship is hopisteras, the hunter strangled with the wilde bears, the sow fretting, the child right in the cradle, the cook scalded for all his long a ladle, nor was forgot, by the infortune of Mart, the carter overridden with his cart. Under the wheel full low he lay adown. There were also of Mars division, the armorer, the bowyer, and the smith, that forgeth sharp swordes on his stith, and all above depainted in a tower, saw I Conquest, sitting in great honour, with thilke sharpe sword over his head, hanging by a subtle yet twined thread. Painted the slaughter was of Julius, of cruel Nero, and Antonius, although at that time they were yet unborn, yet was their death depainted there beforn. By menacing of Mars, right by figure, so was it showed in that portraiture, as is depainted in the stars above, who shall be slain, or elles dead, for love. Sufficeth one ensample in stories old, I may not reckon them all, though I wold. The statue of Mars upon a carta stood, armed, and looked grim as he were wood. And over his head there shone two figures of stars that be yclept in scriptures. That one Puella, the other Rubius. This god of armies was arrayed thus. A wolf there stood before him at his feet, with eyen red, and of a man he eat. With subtle pencil painted was this story, in redoubting of Mars and of his glory. Now, to the temple of Diane the chaste. As shortly as I can, I will me haste to tell you all the description depainted be the walls up and down, of hunting and of shamefast chastity. There saw I how woeful Callistope, when that Diane aggrieved was with her, was turned from a woman to a bear, and after was she made the lodestar. Thus was it painted, I can say no far. Her son is eke a star, as men may see. There saw I Dane turned into a tree. I mean not the goddess Diane, but Peneus' daughter, that which hight Dane. There saw I Actaeon and heart ymaked, for vengeance that he saw Diane all naked. I saw how that his houndes have him caught, and fretten him, for that they knew him not. Yet painted was a little farther more, how Atalanta hunted the wild boar, and Meleager, and many other mo, for which Diane wrought them care and woe. There saw I many another wondrous story, the which me list not drawn to memory. This goddess on an heart full high was set, with smalle houndes all at her feet, and underneath her feet she had a moon, waxing it was, and should awane soon. In gaudy green her statue clothed was, with bow in hand and arrows in a case. Her eyen cast she full low adown, where Pluto hath his darker region. A woman travailing was her beforn, but for her child so longe was unborn. Full piteously Lycina gan she call, and said a help, for thou mayst best of all. Well could he paint a lifelike that it wrought, with many a florin he the hues had bought. Now be these listes made, and Theseus, that his great cost arrayed thus the temples, and the theatre every deal. When it was done, him liked wonder well. But stint I will of Theseus alight, and speak of Palamon and of our sight. The day approacheth of their returning, that ever each 100 knights should bring the battle to Dirain, as I you told, and to Athens their covenant to hold. Hath ever each of them brought 100 knights, well armed for the war at all rights, and sickerly there trowed many a man, that never sithen that the world began, for to speaken of knighthood of their hand, as far as God hath maked sea and land, was of so few so noble a company, for every wight that loved chivalry, and would his thankus have a passant name, had prayed that he might be of that game. And well was him that thereto chosen was, for if there fell tomorrow such a case, ye know well that every lusty knight that loveth par amour, and hath his might, were it in England or elsewhere, they would their thankas willen to be there, to fight for a lady, benedicite. It were a lusty sighty for to see, and right so fared they with Palamon. With him there went a knightes many one. Some will be armed in a habergeon, and in a breastplate, and in a gippon, and some will have a pair of plates large, and some will have a prusa shield or targe. Some will be armed in their leges wheel, some have an axe, and some a mace of steel. There is no newe guise, but it was old, armed they were in, as I have you told, ever each after his opinion. There mayest thou see coming with Palamon, Lycurgus himself, the great king of Thrace. Black was his beard, and manly was his face. The circles of his eyen on his head, they glowed betwixt yellow and red, and like a griffin looked he about, with kemped hairs on his brows stout. His limbs were great, his brawns were hard and strong, his shoulders broad, his armes round and long. And as the geese was in his country, full high upon a car of gold stood he, with 4 white bullas in the trace. Instead of coat armor on his harness, with yellow nails and bright as any gold, he had a bear's skin, coal black for old. His long hair was kept behind his back, as any raven's feather it shone for black. A wreath of gold, arm great, of huge weight, upon his head sate, full of stones bright, of fine rubies and clear diamonds. About his car there went a white alons, 20 and more, as great as any steer, to hunt the lion or the wild bear, and followed him with muzzle fast bound, collars of gold and turrets filed round. An 100 lordes had he in his rout, armed full well with heartes stern and stout. With Arcita, in stories as men find, the great Emetreus, the king of Ind, upon a steed bay trapped in steel, covered with cloth of gold diapred well, came riding like the god of armes, Mars. His coat armor was of a cloth of tars, couched with pearls, white and round and great. His saddle was of burnished gold, new beat. A mantelet on his shoulders hanging, breadthful of rubies red as fire sparkling. His crispe hair like ringes was run, and that was yellow, glittering as the sun. His nose was high, his eyen bright citrine. His lips were round, his colour was sanguine. A few of frackness in his face he sprent, betwixt yellow and black some deal meant. And as a lion he his looking cast, of 25 year his age I cast. His beard was well begunnen for to spring, his voice was as a trumpet, thundering. Upon his head he wore of laurel green, a garland fresh and lusty to be seen. Upon his hand he bare, for his delight, an eagle tame as any lily white. An 100 lordes had he with him there, all armed save their heads in all their gear. Full richly in all manner things, for trust ye well that earls, dukes, and kings were gathered in this noble company for love and for increase of chivalry. About this king there ran on every part full many a tame lion and leopard. And in this wise these lordes all and some be on the Sunday to the city come, about a prime, and in the town alight. This Theseus, this duke, this worthy knight, when he had brought them into his city, and inned them evereach at his decree, he feasteth them, and doth so great labour to easen them, and do them all honour, that yet men weena that no man's wit of none estate could amenden it. The minstrelsy, the service at the feast, the great gifts to the most and least, the rich array of Theseus's palace, nor who sate first or last upon the dais, what ladies fairest be, or best dancing, or which of them can carol best or sing, or whom most feelingly speaketh of love, what hawk is sitten on the perch above, what houndens liggen on the floor adown. Of all this now make I no mention, but of the fact that thinketh me the best. Now comes the point, and hearken if you lest. The Sunday night, ere day began to spring, when Palamon the lark heard a sing. Although it were not day, by hours too, yet sang the lark, and Palamon right though, with holy heart and with a high courage, arose to wenden on his pilgrimage. Unto the blissful Cythera benign, I mean Venus, honourable and digny. And in her hour he walketh forth apace, unto the listes where her temple was, and down he kneeleth, and with humble cheer, and hearte sour, he said, as ye shall hear. Fairest of fair, O lady mine Venus, daughter to Jove, and spouse of Vulcanus, thou gladder of the mount of Citharon, for thilke love thou hadst to anon. Have pity on my bitter tears smart, and take mine humble prayer to thine heart. Alas, I have no language to tell the effect nor the torment of mine hell. Mine hearte may mine harmes not betray. I am so confused that I cannot say. But mercy, lady, bright, that knowest well my thought, and seest what harm that I feel. Consider all this, and rue upon my sore, as wisely as I shall for evermore. Enforce my might thy true servant to be, and hold a war alway with chastity. What make I mine a vow, so ye me help? I keep a knot of arms for to yelp. Nor ask I not tomorrow to have victory, nor renown in this case, nor vain a glory of prize of armas, blowing up and down, but I would have fully possession of Emily, and die in her service. Find thou the manner how, and in what wise, I reckon not, but it may better be, to have victory of them, or they of me, so that I have my lady in mine arms. For thou so be that Mars is god of arms, your virtue is so great in heaven above, that if you list, I shall well have my love. Thy temple will I worship evermo, and on thine altar, where I ride or go, I will do sacrifice and fires better. And if ye will not so, my lady sweet, then pray I you tomorrow with a spear, that Archita me through the heart to bear. That reck I not when I have lost my life, though that Archita win her to his wife. This is the effect and end of my prayer. Give me my love, thou blissful lady dear. When Thorison was done of Palamon, his sacrifice he did, and that anon full piteously with all a circumstance, all tell I not as now his observances. But at the last the statue of Venus shook, and made a sign, whereby that he took that his prayer accepted was that day. For though the sign shewed a delay, yet wist he well that granted was his boon, and with glad heart he went him home full soon. The third hour, unequal, that Palamon began to Venus's temple for to gone. Uprose the sun, and uprose Emily, and to the temple of Diane gan high. Her maidens, that she thither with her lad, the incense, the clothes, and the remnant all, that to the sacrifice belong a shall. The hoard is full of mead, as was the guise, there lacked not to do her sacrifice. Smoking, the temple full of clothes fair, this Emily with hearte debonair, her body washed with water of a well, but how she did her right I dare not tell. But it be anything in general, and yet it were a game to hear in all, to him that meaneth well it were no charge, but it is good a man to be at large. Her bright hair combed was, untrussed all, a coronet of green oak cereal upon her head was set full fair and meet. 2 fires on the altar gan she betta, and did her thinges as men may behold in stace of Thebes, and these bookes old, when kindled was the fire with piteous cheer, unto Diane she spake as ye may hear. O chaste goddess of the wood is green, to whom both heaven and earth and sea is seen, queen of the realm of Pluto dark and low, goddess of maidens that mine heart has to know. Full many a year, and wast what I desire, to keep me from the vengeance of thine ire, that Actaeon abought cruelly. Chaste goddess, well wottest thou that I desire to be a maiden all my life, nor never will I be no love nor wife. I am, thou wast, yet of thy company, a maid, and love hunting and venery. And for to walken in the wood is wild, and not to be a wife, and be with child, not will I know the company of a man. Now help me, lady, since ye may and can, for those 3 formas that thou hast in thee, and Palamon, that hath such love to me, and Eke Arcite, that loveth me so sour, this grace I pray thee without a more, as send a love and peace betwixt them 2, and from me turn away their hearts so, that all their hote love, and their desire, and all their busy torment, and their fire, be quient, and turned into another place. And if so be thou wilt do me no grace, or if my destiny be shapen so, that I shall needes have one of them 2, so send me him that most desireth me. Behold, goddess of cleanest chastity, the bitter tears that on my cheekes fall, since thou art maid and keeper of us all, my maidenhead thou keep and well conserve, and, while I live, a maid I will thee serve. The fires burn upon the altar clear. While Emily was thus in her prayer, but suddenly she saw a sight quaint, for right anon one of the fires quiet, and quickened again, and after that anon, that another fire was quiet, and all agone, and as it quiet it made a whistling, as doth a branda wet in its burning, and all the brandas and outran anon, as it were bloody dropes many one. For which so sour aghast was Emily, that she was well nigh mad, and gan to cry, for she ne wist what it signified. But onely for fear thus she cried and wept, that it was pity for to hear. And therewithal Diana gan appear, with bow in hand, right as an huntress, and said, Daughter, stint thine heaviness. Among the goddess high as it is affirmed, and by eternal word writ and confirmed, thou shalt be wedded unto one of those that have for thee such much a care and woe. But unto which of them I may not tell. Farewell, for here I may no longer dwell. The fires which that on mine altar brenn shall thee declaren ere that thou go henna. Thine aventure of love, as in this case. And with that word, the arrows in the case of the goddess did clatter fast and ring, and forth she went and made a vanishing. For which this Emily astonished was, and said, What amounteth this, alas? I put me under thy protection, Diana, and in thy disposition. And home she went anon the next away. This is the effect, there is no more to say. The next hour of Mars following this, Arcite to the temple walked is, a fierce Mars, to do his sacrifice, with all the rites of his pagan guise. With piteous heart and high devotion, right thus to Mars he said his orison. O strong God, that in the reign as old of Thrace honored art and lord ye hold, and hast in every reina and every land of armes all the bridle in thine hand, and them fortunus does thee list devise, accept of me my piteous sacrifice. If so be that my youth may deserve, and that my might be worthy for to serve thy Godhead, that I may be one of thine, then pray I thee to rue upon mine pine, for thilke pain and thilke hote of fire, in which thou whilom burnest for desire. When that thou usedest the beauty of fair young Venus, fresh and free, and hadst her in arms at thy will, and though thee ones in a time misfill, will Vulcanus had caught thee in his lass, and found thee ligging by his wife, alas, for thilke sorrow that was in thine heart, have ruth as well upon my painous smart. I am young and unconning, as thou knowest, and as I trow, with love offended most, that e'er was any living creature for she that doth me all this woe endure. Ne recketh ne'er whether I sink or fleet, and well I wot, ere she me mercy hette, I must with strength win her in this place, and well I wot without a help or grace of thee ne may my strength not avail, then help me, Lord, tomorrow in my batail. For thilke fire that whilom burned thee, as well as this fire that now burneth me, and do that I tomorrow may have victory. Mine be the travail, all thine be the glory. Thy sovereign temple will I most honor of any place, and always most labor in thy pleasance and in thy craftes strong, and in thy temple I will my banner hong, and all the armies of my company, and evermore until that day I die. Eternal fire I will before thee find, and eke to this my vow I will me bind. My beard, my hair that hangeth long adown, that never yet hath felt offension of razor nor of shears, I will thee give, and be thy true servant while I live. Now, Lord, have ruth upon my sorrows sore. Give me the victory, I ask no more. The prayer stint of Arcite the strong, the ringes on the temple door that hong, and eke the doors clattered full fast, of which Arcite somewhat was aghast. The fires burned upon the altar bright, that it gan all the temple for to light. A sweet a smell anon the ground up gaff, and Arcite anon his hand up half. And more incense into the fire he cast, with other rites more, and at the last the statue of Mars began his hauberk ring, and with that sound he heard a murmuring, full low and dim, that said thus, Victory! For which he gave to Mars honor and glory, and thus with joy and hope well to fare, Arcite anon unto his inn doth fare, as fain as foul as is of the brightest sun. And right anon such strife there is begun, for thilke granting in the heaven above, betwixt Venus the goddess of love, and Mars the sterne god omnipotent, that Jupiter was busy it to stent. Till that the pale Saturnus the cold, that knew so many of adventures old, found in his old experience such an art, that he full soon hath pleased every part. As soon as said, eld hath great advantage. In eld is both a wisdom and usage. Men may the old outrun, but not outretta. Saturn anon to stint the strife and dreada, albeit that it is against his kind, of all this strife gan a remedy find. My dear daughter Venus, quoth Saturn, my course, that hath so wide for to turn, hath more power than wot any man. Mine is the drowning in the sea so wan, mine is the prison in the dark Akota, mine the strangling and hanging by the throat, the murmur and the churlish rebelling, the groining and the privy poisoning. I do vengeance and plain correction. I dwell in the sign of the lion, mine is the ruin of the high halls, the falling of the towers and the walls. Upon the miner or the carpenter, I slew Samson in shaking the pillar. Mine also be the maladies cold, the dark treasons and the castas old. My looking is the father of pestilence. Now, weep no more, I shall do diligence, that Palamon, that is thine Owen knight, shall have his lady as thou hast him hight. Though Mars shall help his knight, yet natheless betwixt you there must sometime be peace. All be ye not of one complexion, that each day causeth such division. I am thine a yell, ready at thy will. Weep now no more, and I shall thy lust fulfill. Now will I Stenton of the gods above, of Mars and of Venus, goddess of love, and tell you as plainly as I can the great effect for which that I began. Great was the feast in Athens thilke day, and eke the lusty season of that May made every wight to be in such pleasance, that all that Monday jousten they and dance, and spenden it in Venus's high service, and by the cause that they should arise early a morrow for to see that fight, unto their resta wenta they at night, and on the morrow, when the day gan spring, of horse and harness, noise and clattering, there was in the hostelries all about, and to the palace rode there many a rout. Of lordas upon steedas and palfreys, there mayest thou see devising of harness, so uncouth and so rich, and wrought so weel, of goldsmithing, of brooding, and of steel. The shield is bright, the testers, the trappers, gold-hewn helmets, hauberks, coat armures, lordas in paraments on their coursers, knights of retinue, and eke squires, nailing the spears and helmes buckling, knighting of shields with laners lacing. There as need is, they were nothing idle. The foamy steeds upon the golden bridle gnawing, and fast the armorers also, with file and hammer pricking to and fro, yeomen on foot, and knaves many one, with shortest staffs thick as they may gone, pipes, trumpets, nakerers, and clarions, that in the battle blow a bloody songs. The palace full of people up and down, there 3, there 10, holding their question, divining of these Theban knightes too. Some said and thus, some said it shall be he so. Some held him with the black beard, some with the bald, some with the thick-haired. Some said he looked grim and would a fight. He hath a sparth of 20 pound of weight. Thus was the halla full of divining. Long after that the sun again upspring, and great Theseus that of his sleep was waked, with minstrelsy and noise that was maked, held yet the chamber of his palace rich, till that the Theban knightes both yelich honored were, and to the palace fret. Duke Theseus is at a window set, arrayed right as he were a god enthroned. The people presseth thitherward full soon, him for to see and do him reverence, and eke to hearken his hest and his sentence. And herald on a scaffold made an O, till the noise of the people was ydo. And when he saw the people of noise all still, thus shewed he the mighty Duke's will. The Lord hath of his high discretion considered that it were destruction to gentle blood to fighten in the guise of mortal battle now in this emprise. Wherefore to shape that they shall not die, he with his first purpose modify. No man therefore on pain of loss of life, no manner shot, nor poleaxe, nor short knife, into the lists shall send, or thither bring, nor short sword for to stick with point biting. No man shall draw, nor bear it by his side, and no man shall unto his fellow ride, but one course, with a sharp ye grounden spear. Foin if him list on foot himself to wear, and he that is at mischief shall be take, and not slain, but be brought unto the stake, that shall be ordained on either side. Thither he shall by force and there abide. And if so fall, the chieftain be take, or on either side, or elles slay his make. No longer then the tourneying shall last. God speed you, go forth and lay on fast. With long sword and with mace fight your fill. Go now your way, this is the Lord's will. The voice of the people touched the heavens, so loud a cried they with merry Stephen. God save such a Lord that is so good, he willeth no destruction of blood. Up go the trumpets and the melody, and to the listas rode the company. By ordinance, throughout the city large, hanged with cloth of gold, and not with sarge. Full like a lord this noble duke gan ride, and these two Thebans upon either side. And after rode the queen and Emily, and after them another company, of one and other after their degree. And thus they passed through that city, and to the listas came they by time. It was not of the day yet fully prime. When set was Theseus full rich and high, Hippolyta the queen and Emily, and other ladies in their degrees about, unto the seatas presseth all the rout, and westward through the gates under mart, Arcite and Ecca the 100 of his part, with banner red is entered right anon, and in the selve a moment Palamon is under Venus, eastward in the place, with banner white and hearty cheer and face, in all the world to seek it up and down, so even without variation. There were such companies never tway, for there was none so wise that could say that any had of other advantage, of worthiness, nor of estate, nor age, so even were they chosen for to guess. And in two ranges fairer they them dress, when that their name is read were every one, that in their number guile were there none. Then were the gates shut, and cried was loud, Do now your devour, young knights proud. The heralds left their pricking up and down. Now ring the trumpet loud and clarion. There is no more to say, but east and west. In go the spears sadly in the rest. In go the sharp spurs into the side. There see me who can joust and who can ride. There shiver shaftes upon shields thick. He feeleth through the heart a spoon, the prick. Up spring the spears 20 foot on height. Out go the swords as the silver bright. The helmes they too hewen and too shrewd. Outburst the blood with stern streames red. With mighty maces the bones they to breast. He through the thickest of the throng gan thrust. There stumble steedes strong, and down go all. He rolleth under foot as doth a ball. He foineth on his foe with a truncheon, and he him hurtleth with his horse adown. He through the body hurt is, and sith take, maugre his head, and brought unto the stake. As forward was, right there he must abide. Another lead is on that other side. And sometime doth them Theseus to rest, them to refresh, and drinketh if them lest. Full oft a day have thilke Thebans two together met and wrought each other woe. Unhorsed hath each other of them tway. There is no tiger in the vale of Gallifrey. When that her whelp is stole, when it is light, so cruel on the hunter is Arcite, for jealous heart upon this Palamon. Nor in Belmarie there is no fell lion that hunted is, or for his hunger would, or for his prey desireth so the blood. As Palamon to slay his foe Arcite, the jealous strokes upon their helmets bitey. Out runneth blood on both their sides red. Sometime an end there is of every deed, for ere the sun unto the rest awent, the strong king Emertrius gan hent. This Palamon, as he fought with Arcite, and made his sword deep in his flesh to bitey. And by the force of 20 is he take, unyielding, and is drawn unto the stake. And in the rescue of this Palamon, the strong King Lycurgus is borne adown, and King Emetrius, for all his strength, is borne out of his saddle a sword's length. So hit him Palamon ere he were take, and all for naught he was brought to the stake. His hardy hearta might him help a naught, he must abide a when that he was caught, by force and Ecca by composition. Who sorroweth now but woeful Palamon, that must no more go again to fight? And when that Theseus had seen that sight, unto the folk that foughta thus each one, he cried, Ho! No more, for it is done. I will be true judge, and not party. Arcite of Thebes shall have Emily, that by his fortune hath her fairly won. Anon there is a noise of people gone, for joy of this, so loud and high withal, it seemed that the listes should fall. What can now fair Venus do above? What saith she now? What doth this queen of love? But weepeth so, for wanting of her will, till that her tears in the listes fill. She said, I am ashamed, doubteless. Saturnus said, daughter, hold thy peace. Mars hath his will, his knight hath all his boon, and by mine head thou shalt be eased soon. The trumpeters with the loud minstrelsy, the heralds that full loud a yell and cry, be in their joy of weal of Dan Arcite. But hearken me, and stint a noise alight, what a miracle there befell anon this fierce Arcite hath off his helm done, and on a courser for to shew his face, he pricketh endalong the large place, looking upward upon this Emily, and she again him cast a friendly eye, for woman, as to speaken in commune, they follow all the favour of fortune. And was all his in cheer as in his heart, out of the ground a fire infernal start, from Pluto sent at request of Saturn, for which his horse for fear began to turn, and leap aside and founder as he leap, and ere that Arcite may take any keep. He pite him on the pummel of his head, that in the place he lay as he were dead. His breast to bursten was his saddle bow, as black he lay as any coal or crow. So was the blood run into his face, anon he was borne out of this place. With heart a sword to Theseus's palace, then was he carven out of his harness. And in a bed brought full fair and blithe, for he was yet in memory and alive, and always crying after Emily. Duke Theseus, with all his company, is come home to Athens, his city, with all a bliss and great solemnity, albeit that this adventure was fall. He would not discomfort them all. Then said Ecca that Arcite should not die, he should be healed of his malady, and of another thing, they were as fain, that of them alla was there no one slain, all were they sorely hurt, and namely one, that with a spear was thurled his breastbone. To other wounds and to broken arms, some hadden salves and some hadden charms, and pharmacies of herbs and Ecca's salve they dranken, for they would their lives have, for which this noble duke, as he well can, comforteth and honoureth every man, and made revel all the long a night, unto the strange lordes as was right. For there was holden no discomforting, but as at jousts or at a tourneying, for soothly there was no discomfiture, for falling is not, but an adventure, nor to be led by force unto a stake. Unyielding, and with 20 knights take, one person all alone without and mow, and harried forth by armas foot and toe, and Ecca his steeda driven forth with staves, with footmen both a yeomen and Ecca knaves. It was arretted him no villainy, there may no man clepen it cowardly, for which anon Duke Theseus let cry, to stenten all a rancour and envy. The gree, as well on one side as the other, and either side alike as other's brother, and gave them giftes after their degree, and held a feasta fully days 3, and conveyed the kinges worthily, out of his town a journey largely, and home went every man the right away. There was no more but farewell, have good day. Of this tale I will no more indite, but speak of Palamon and of Arcite. Dwelleth the breast of Arcite, and the sore increaseth at his hearte more and more. The clotted blood for any leeche craft corrupteth, and is in his bucca laughed, that neither veine blood nor vestusing, nor drink of herbes may be his helping. The virtue expulsive or animal, from thilke a virtue called natural. Nor may the venom voide nor expel, the pipes of his lungs began to swell, and every lacert in his breast adown is shent with venom and corruption. Him gaineth neither for to get his life, vomit upward nor downward laxative. All is to burst in thilke region, nature hath now no domination, and certainly where nature will not worch, farewell psychic, go bear the man to church. This all and some is, Arcite must die, for which he sendeth after Emily, and Palamon, that was his cousin dear. Then said he thus, as ye shall after hear. Not may the woeful spirit in mine heart declare one point of all my sorrows smart, to you, my lady, that I love the most. but I bequeath the service of my ghost to you above in every creature, since that my life ne may no longer dure. Alas the woe, alas the pains strong, that I for you have suffered and so long. Alas the death, alas mine Emily, alas departing of our company. Alas, mine heart is queen, alas my wife, mine heart is lady, ender of my life. What is this world, what ask a man to have, now with his love, now in his cold grave, all one withouten any company. Farewell, my sweet, farewell, mine Emily, and softly take me in your armes tway, for love of God, and hearken what I say. I have here with my cousin Palamon had strife and rancor many a day agone, for love of you, and for my jealousy, and Jupiter, so wise my soul agee, to speaken of a servant properly, with all the circumstances truly, that is to say, truth, honor, knighthead, wisdom, humbless, estate, and high kindred, freedom, and all that longeth to that art, so Jupiter have of my soul part. As in this world right now I know not one so worthy to be loved as Palamon, that serveth you, and will do all his life, and if that you shall ever be a wife, forget not Palamon, the gentleman. And with that word his speech to fail began, for from his feet up to his breast was come the cold of death that had him overknown. And yet, moreover, in his armes too, the vital strength is lost and all ago. Only the intellect without a more, that dwelled in his heart a sick and sore, gan faile, when the heart a felt a death, dusked his eye into, and failed his breath. But on his lady yet he cast his eye, his last a word was, Mercy, Emily. His spirit changed house, and went to there, as I came never, I cannot tell a where. Therefore I stent, I'm no divinister, of souls find I not in this register. Ne me list not the opinions to tell of them, though that they were written where they dwell. Our sight is cold, there mars his soul a guy. Now will I speak aforth of Emily. Shrieked Emily, and howled Palamon, and Theseus his sister took anon, swooning, and bare her from the corpse away. What helpeth it to tarry forth the day, to tell a how she wept both eve and morrow? For in such cases women have such sorrow, when that their husbands be from them ye go, that for the more part they sorrow so, or elles fall into such malady, that at the last certainly they die. Infinity be the sorrows and the tears of olde folk and folk of tender years. In all the town the death of this Theban, for him there weepeth both a man and child. For great a weeping was there none certain, when Hector was ye bought, all fresh ye slain to Troy. Alas, the pity that was there, scratching of cheeks and rending ecca of hair. Why wouldest thou be dead, these women cry, and haddest gold enough, and Emily? No manner man might gladden Theseus, saving his old father Aegeus, that knew this world's transmutation, as he had seen it changen up and down, joy after woe, and woe after gladness, and showed him example and likeness. Right as there died never man, quoth he, that he ne lived in earth in some degree. Right so there lived never man, he said, in all this world that sometime be not died. This world is but a thoroughfare full of woe, and we be pilgrims passing to and fro. Death is an end of every worldly sore. And over all this, said he, yet much more, to this effect, full wisely to extort the people, that they should them recomfort. Duke Theseus, with all his busy cure, casteth about, where that the sepulture of good Arcite may best ye maked be, and eke most honourable in his degree. And at the last he took conclusion that there was first Arcite and Palamon, hadde for love the battle them between, that in their selva grove sweeten and green, there as he had his amorous desires, his complaint, and for love his hote of fires. He would make a fire, in which th' office of funeral he might all accomplice, and let anon command to hack and hew the oaks old, and lay them on a rue, in culpons well arrayed for to brenne. His officers with swift feet they ren, and ride anon at his commandment. And after this, Duke Theseus hath sent after a bier, and all overspread with cloth of gold the richest that he had, and of the same suit he clad Arcite, upon his handes were his gloves white, Ecca on his head a crown of laurel green, and in his hand a sword full bright and keen. He laid him, bare the visage, on the bier, therewith he wept that pity was to hear. And, for the people should see him all, when it was day he brought them to the hall, that roareth of the crying and the sound. Then came this woeful Theban, Palamon, with sluttery beard and ruggy ashy hairs, in clothes black, ye dropped all with tears, and passing over weeping Emily, the ruefulest of all the company, and inasmuch as the service could be, the more noble and rich in its degree. Duke Theseus let forth 3 steedes bring, the trapped were in steel all glittering, and covered with the arms of Dan our sight. Upon these steedes that were great and white, there sat a folk, of whom one bare his shield, another his spear in his hand is held. The thirde bare with him his bow Turkis, of brent gold was the case and the harness, and ride forth apace with sorrowful cheer toward the grove, as ye shall after hear. The noblest of the Greeks that there were upon their shoulders carried the bier, with slack apace and eyen red and wet, throughout the city by the master's street, that spread was all with black and wondrous high. Right of the same is all the street Uri. Upon the right hand went old Aegus, and on the other side Duke Theseus, with vessels in their hand of gold full fine, all full of honey, milk, and blood, and wine. Ecca Palamon with a great company, and after that came woeful Emily, with fire in hand, as was that time the guise, to do the office of funeral service. High labour and full great appareling was at the service, and the pyre making, that with its green atop the heaven wrought, and 20 fathom broad its arms straught. This is to say, the boughs were so broad of straw, first there was laid many a load, but how the pyre was maked up on height, and Ecca the names how the trees height, as oak, fir, birch, asp, alder, holm, poplar, willow, elm, plane, ash, box, chestnut, lind, laurel, maple, thorn, beech, hazel, yew, whipplem tree, how they were felled shall not be told for me, nor how the goddess ran in up and down, disinherited of their habitation, in which they wand had in rest and peace, nymphas, faunas, and hamadryadas, nor how the beastes and the birdes all flenden for feare when the wood gan fall, nor how the ground aghast was of the light, that was not wont to see the sun a bright, nor how the fire was couched first with stree, and then with dry sticks cloven in 3, and then with greene wood and spicery, and then with cloth of gold and pyre, and garlands hanging with full many a flower, the myrrh, the incense with so sweet odour. Nor how Arcita lay among all this, nor what riches about his body is, nor how that Emily, as was the guise, put in the fire a funeral service, nor how she swooned when she made the fire, nor what she spake, nor what was her desire, nor what jewels men in the fire then cast, when that the fire was great and burned fast. Nor how some cast their shield and some their spear, and of their vestments which that they wear, and cups full of wine and milk and blood into the fire that burnt as it were wood. Nor how the Greekas with a huge rout 3 times riden all the fire about, upon the left hand with a loud shouting, and thrice with their spears clattering, and thrice how the ladies gan to cry, nor how that led was homeward Emily, nor how our sight is burnt to ashes cold, nor how the like awake was ye hold all thilke night, nor how the Greekas play the wake plays. Ne keep I not to say, who wrestled best naked with oil anoint, nor who that bare him best in no disjoint. I will not tell Ecca how they all are gone home to Athens when the play is done. But shortly to the point now will I wend, and maken of my longe tale an end. By process and by length of certain years, all stinted is the mourning and the tears of Greekas, by one general assent. Then seemed me there was a parliament at Athens upon certain points and casts, amonge the which points ye spoken was to have with certain countries alliance, and have of Thebans full obeisance. For which this noble Theseus anon let stand after the gentle Palamon, unwist of him what was the cause and why, but in his blacked clothes sorrowfully he came at his commandment on high, then sent a Theseus for Emily. When they were set, and hushed was all the place, and Theseus abided had a space, ere any word came from his wise breast. His eyen set he there as was his lust, and with a sad visage he sighed still, and after that rite thus he said his will. The first mover of the cause above, when he first made the fair chain of love, great was the effect, and high was his intent. Well wist he why, and what therefore he meant. For with that fair chain of love he bond the fire, the air, the water, and the land, in certain bondas that they may not flee. That same prince and mover Ecke, quoth he, hath established in this wretched world adown certain of days and duration to all that are engendered in this place, over the which a day they may not pace. All may they yet their day as well abridge, there needeth no authority to allege, for it is proved by experience. But that me list declare my sentence. Then may men by this order well discern that thilke mover's stable is and etern. Well may men know, but that it be a fool, that every part deriveth from its whole. For nature hath not ta'en its beginning of no party nor cattle of a thing, but of a thing that perfect is and stable, descending so, till it be corruptible, and therefore of his wise purveyance he hath so well beset his ordinance, that species of things and progressions shall endure by successions, and not etern, withouten any lie. This mayest thou understand, and see at eye. Lo, though that hath so long a nourishing from the time that it ginneth first to spring, and hath so long a life as ye may see, yet at the last ye wasted is the tree. Consider, Ecke, how that hardest stone, under our feet on which we tread and gone, yet wasteth, as it lieth by the way. The broader river sometime waxeth dray. The greate townes see we wane and wend, then may ye see that all things have an end. Of man and woman see we well also, that need is in one of the termes too. That is to say, in youth or else in age, he must be dead the king as shall a page. Some in his bed, some in the deepest sea, some in the large field as ye may see. There helpeth not, all go that ilke way. Then may I say that all a thing must die. What maketh this but Jupiter the king, the which is prince and cause of all a thing, converting all into his proper will, from which it is derived, sooth to tell, and here against no creature alive, of no decree availeth for to strive. Then it is wisdom, as it thinketh me, to make a virtue of necessity, and to take it well that we may not eschew, and namely what to us all is due. And whoso grudgeth aught he doth folly, and rebel is to him that all may guy. And certainly a man hath most honour to dien in his excellence and flower, when he is sicker of his good a name, than hath he done his friend, nor him no shame. And gladder ought his friend be of his death, when with honour is yielded up his breath, than when his name appalled is for age, for all forgotten is his vassalage. Then it is best, as for a worthy fame, to dien when a man is best of name. The contrary of all this is wilfulness. Why grudge we, why have we heaviness, that good our sight of chivalry the flower departed is with duty and honour out of this foul prison of this life? Why grudge here his cousin and his wife of his welfare that loved him so well? Can he them thank? Nay, God wot, never deal, that both his soul and Ecke themselves offend, and yet they may their lustes not amend. What may I conclude of this longest serie? But after sorrow I rede us to be merry, and thank a Jupiter for all his grace, and Ecke that we departe from this place. I rede that we make of sorrows too one perfect joye lasting evermo. And look now, where most sorrow is herein, there will I first amenden and begin. Sister, quoth he, this is my full assent, with all the advice here of my parliament, that gentle Palamon, your owen knight, that serveth you with will and heart and might, and ever hath, since first time ye him knew, that ye shall of your grace upon him rue, and take him for your husband and your lord. Lend me your hand, for this is our accord. Let's see, now of your womanly pity. He is a king's brother's son, party, and though he were a poor bachelor, since he hath served you so many a year, and had for you so great adversity, it must be considered leaveth me, for gentle mercy oweth to passen right. Then said he thus to Palamon the knight, I trow there needeth little sermoning to make you assenta to this thing. Come near, and take your lady by the hand. Betwixt them was made anon the band that hight matrimony or marriage, by all the council of the baronage. And thus with all a bliss and melody hath Palamon wedded Emily. And God, that all this wide world hath wrought, send him his love that hath it dearly bought. For now is Palamon in all his weal, living in bliss, in riches, and in heal. And Emily him loves so tenderly, and he her serveth all so gentilly, that never was there word of them between of jealousy, nor of none other teen. Thus endeth Palamon and Emily, and God save all this fair company. End of section 4, read by Nichole Didio, Calverton, Maryland, June 11th, 2023.
Section 5 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Miller's Tale. The Prologue. When that the knight had thus his tale told, and all the rout was neither young nor old, that he not said it was a noble story, and worthy to be drawn to memory, and namely the gentlies every one. Our host then laughed and swore, so may I gone. This knight goes aright, unbuckled is the mail. Let's see now who shall tell another tale. For truly this game is well begun. Now telleth ye, Sir Monk, if that ye con, somewhat to quitten with the knightes tale. The miller that fore drunken was all pale, so that uneathers upon his horse he sat. He would availen neither hood nor hat, nor abide no man for his courtesy. But in Pilate's voice he gan to cry, and swore by armes and by blood and bonus, I can a noble tale for the nonnes, with which I will now quite the knightes tale. Our host saw well how drunk he was of ale, and said, Robin, abide, my lieve brother, some better man shall tell us first another. Abide, and let us work thriftily. By God's soul, quoth he, that will not I, for I will speak, or else go my way. Our host answered, Tell on a devil way, thou art a fool, thy wit is overcome. Now hearken, quoth the miller, all in sum, but first I make a protestation, that I am drunk, I know it by my sound, and therefore if that I misspeak or say, white it the ale of Southwark, I you pray. For I will tell a legend and a life, both of a carpenter and of his wife, how that a clerk hath set the rightest cap. The Reeve answered, and said, stint thy clap. Let be thy lewd drunken harlotry, it is a sin, and eke a great folly, to appear in any man or him defame, and eke to bring wives in evil name. Thou mayest enough of other things sayin'. This drunken miller spake full soon again, and said, Leave brother Oswald, who hath no wife, he is no cuckold, but I say not therefore that thou art one. There be full good wives, many one. Why art thou angry with my tale now? I have a wife party as well as thou, yet an old I for the oxen in my plough, taken upon me more than enough to demean of myself that I am one. I will believe well that I am none. And husband should not be inquisitive of God his privity, nor of his wife. So he may find God is poison there, of the remnant needeth not to inquire. What should I more say, but that this miller, he would his wordes for no man forbear, but told his churlish tale in his manner, methinketh that I shall rehearse it here. And therefore every gentle wight I pray, for God is love, to deem not that I say of evil intent, but that I must rehearse their tales all, be they better or worse, or else falsen some of my matters. And therefore whoso listed not to hear, turn o'er the leaf and find another tale, for he shall find enough, both great and smalla, of storial thing that toucheth gentleness, and eke morality and holiness. Blame not me, if that ye choose amiss. The miller is a churl, ye know well this. So was the Reeve, with many other mo, and harlotry they told her both a twa. Avise you now, and put me out of blame, and eke men should not make earnest of game. The Tale. Willem there was dwelling in Oxenford, a riche canoe that Gestus held to board, and of his craft he was a carpenter. With him there was dwelling a poor scholar, had learned art, but all his fantasy was turned for to learn astrology. He could ascertain of conclusions, to deem by interrogations, if that man asked him in certain hours, when that men should have drought or else showers, or if men asked him what should fall, of everything I may not reckon all. This clerk was called Hendy Nicholas, of Derna love he knew, and of solace, and therewith he was sly and full privy, and like a maiden meek for to see. A chamber had he in that hostelry, alone, withouten any company, full fetisly yedight, with herbis swote, and he himself was sweet, as is the rote of licorice or any setawal. His almagest and bookas, great and small, his astrolabe belonging to his art, his augurum stones, laid far apart, on shelves couched at his bed's head, his press ye covered with a falding red. And all above there lay a gay psaltery, on which he made at nightes melody, so sweetly that all the chamber rang. And Angelus ad Virginum he sang, and after that he sung the king's note, full often blessed was his merry throat. And thus this sweete clerk his time spent, after his friende's finding and his rent. This carpenter had wedded, knew a wife, which that he loved more than his life. Of 18 year, I guess, she was of age, jealous he was, and held her narrow in cage. For she was wild and young, and he was old, and deemed himself belike a cuckold. He knew not Cato, for his wit was rude, that bade a man wed his similitude. Men should a wedden after their estate, for youth and old are often at debate. But since that he was fallen in the snare, he must endure, as other folk, his care. Fair was this younger wife, and therewithal, as any weasel her body gent and small. A scient she weared, bared all of silk, a barm cloth eke as white as morning milk. Upon her lendes, full of many a gore, white was her smock, and broidered all before, and eke behind on her collar about, of coal-black silk within and eke without. The tapis of her white volipera were of the same suit of her collar. Her fillet broad of silk and set full high, and sickerly she had a licorice eye. Full small ypold were her browes twoe, and they were bent and black as any sloe. She was well more blissful on to see than is the newe perginete tree, and softer than the wool is of a wether, and by her girdle hung a purse of leather, tasselled with silk and pearled with latoon. In all this world, to seeken up and down, there is no man so wise that could a thinka so gay a popolo or such a wench. Full brighter was the shining of her hue than in the tower the noble forged new. But of her song it was as loud and yearn as any swallow chittering on a barn. There too she could a skip and make a game as any kid or calf following his dame. Her mouth was sweet as bracket or as meath, or hoard of apples laid in hay or heath. Wincing she was as is a jolly colt, long as a mast and upright as a bolt. A brooch she bare upon her low collary, as broad as is the boss of a bucklary. Her shoon were laced on her leg as high. She was a primarole, a pingus nigh, for any lord to have ligging in his bed, or yet for any good yeoman to wed. Now, sir, and eft, sir, so befell the case, that on a day this handy Nicholas fell with this younger wife to rage, while that her husband was at Ossene, as clerkes be full subtle and full quaint. And privily he caught her by the quint, and said, You wis, but if I have my will, for dern love of thee, leman, I spill. And held her fast by the haunch bonus, and said, Leman, love me well at once, or I will dien, also God me save. And she sprang as a colt doth in the trave, and with her head she writhed fast away, and said, I will not kiss thee by my fay. Why, let be, quoth she, let be, Nicholas, or I will cry out harrow, and alas, do away your handus for your courtesy. This Nicholas gan mercy for to cry, and spake so fair, and proffered him so fast, that she her love him granted at the last, and swore her oath by St. Thomas of Kent, that she would be at his commandment, when that she may her leisure well espy. My husband is so full of jealousy, that but ye wait till well, and be privy, I wot right well I am but dead, quoth she. Ye musta be full dern, as in this case. Nay thereof, care thee not, quoth Nicholas. A clerk had litherly beset his while, but if he could a carpenter beguile. And thus they were accorded, and ye sworn, to wait a time, as I have said beforn. When Nicholas had done thus every deal, and thwacked her about the lenders well, he kissed her sweet, and taketh his psaltery, and playeth fast, and maketh melody. Then fell it thus, that to the parish church of Christes owen workes for to work, this good wife went upon a holy day. Her forehead shone as bright as any day, so was it washen when she left her work. Now was there of that church a parish clerk, the which that was yclept Absalon. Curled was his hair, and as the gold it shone, and strutted as a fanna large and broad. Full straight and even lay his jolly shode. His rhoda was red, his iron grey as goose. With Paula's windows carven on his shoes, in hosen red he went full fetisly. Yclad he was, full small and properly, all in a kirtle of a light waggot. Full fair and thicka be the pointus set, and thereupon he had a gay surplice, as white as is the blossom on the rice. A merry child he was, so God me save, well could he let in blood, and clip and shave, and make a charter of land and a quittance. In 20 manners could he trip and dance. After the school of Oxenforda, though, and with his legs cast it to and fro, and playing songes on a small rebibble, thereto he sung sometimes a loud quinibble, and as well could he play on a gittern. In all the town was brewhouse nor tavern that he not visited with his solas. There as that any garner tapstera was, but sooth to say he was somewhat squeamish of farting and of speecha dangerous. This Absalon, that jolly was and gay, went with a censer on the holy day, censing the wives of the parish fast, and many a lovely look he on them cast, and namely on this carpenter's wife. To look on her him thought a merry life. She was so proper and sweet and liquorous, I dare well say, if she had been a mouse, and he a cat, he would her hent anon. This parish clerk, this jolly Absalon, hath in his heart such a love longing, that of no wife took he none offering. For courtesy he said he would a none. The moon at night full clear and bright shone, and Absalon his gittern hath ye taken, for paramours he thought of for to waken. And forth he went, jolly and amorous, till he came to the carpenter's house. a little after the cockhead ye crow, and dressed him under a shot window that was upon the carpenter's wall. He singeth in his voice gentle and small, Now, dear lady, if thy will be, I pray that you will rue on me. Full well accordant to his gitterning, this carpenter awoke and heard him sing, and spake unto his wife, and said anon, What, Ellison, hearest thou not Absalom, that chanteth thus under our bower wall? And she answered her husband therewithal, Yes, God wot, John, I hear him every deal. This passeth forth, what will ye bet that well? From day to day this jolly Absalom so wooeth her, that him is woe begone. He waketh all the night and all the day, to comb his lockes broad, and make him gay. He wooeth her by means and by brocage, and swore he woulda be her owen page. He singeth brocking as a nightingale. He sent her piment, mead, and spiced ale, and wafers piping hot out of the glede. And, for she was of town, he proffered mead. For some folk will be wannin' for riches, and some for strokes, and some with gentleness. Sometimes to show his lightness and mastery, he playeth Herod on a scaffold high. But what availeth him, as in this case? So loveth she the handy Nicholas, that Absalom may blow the buckus horn. He had for all his labor but a scorn. And thus she maketh Absalom her ape, and all his earnest turneth to a jape. Full sooth in this proverb it is no lie, men say right thus alway, the knight sly maketh oft time the far lief to be loth. For though that Absalom be wood or wroth, because that he far was from her sight, this nigh Nicholas stood still in his light. Now bear thee well, thou handy Nicholas, for Absalom may wail and sing alas. And so befell that on a Saturday this carpenter was gone to Ossene, and handy Nicholas and Allison accorded word to this conclusion, that Nicholas shall shape him a while, the silly jealous husband to beguile, and if so were the game went aright, she should a sleepen in his arms all night. For this was her desire and his also, and right anon, without a word as mo, this Nicholas no longer would be tarry, but doth full soft under his chamber carry, both meat and drinka for a day or tway, and to her husband bade her for to say, if that he asked after Nicholas, she shoulda say, she wist not where he was, of all the day she saw him not with eye, she trowed he was in some malady, for no cry that her maiden could him call, he would answer, for naught that might befall. Thus passed forth all thilke Saturday, that Nicholas still in his chamber lay, and ate and slept, and did a what him list, till Sunday, that the sun went to rest. This silly carpenter had great marvail of Nicholas, or what thing might him ail, and said, I am adread, by St. Thomas, it standeth not aright with Nicholas. God shielde that he died suddenly. This world is now full fickle sickerly. I saw today a corpse ye borne to church, that now on Monday last I saw him work. Go up, quoth he, unto his knave anon, clepe at his door, or knocka with a stone, look how it is, and tell me boldly. This knave went him up full sturdily, and at the chamber door, while that he stood, he cried and knocked as that he were wood. What how? What do you, Master Nichole? How may you sleepen all the longa day? But all for naught, he heard not a word, and hole he found full low upon the board, whereas the cat was wont in for to creep, and at that hole he looked in full deep. And at the last he had of him a sight, this Nicholas sat ever gaping upright, as he had kiked on the newe moon. Adown he went, and told his master soon, in what array he saw this ilke man. This carpenter to blisten him began, and said, Now help us, Saint Frideswide, A man wot little, what shall him betide? This man is fallen with his astronomy into some woodness or some agony. I thought well how that it should be, men should know not of God's privity. Yea, blessed be always a lewd man, that not but only his believer can. So fared another clerk with astronomy. He walked in the fields for to pry upon the stars what there should befall, till he was in a marle pit ye fall. He saw not that, but yet by St. Thomas, me rueth sore of Handy Nicholas. He shall be rated of his studying, if that I may, by Jesus, heaven's King. Get me a staff that I may underspore, while that thou Robin heavest off the door. He shall out of his studying, as I guess. And to the chamber door he gan him dress. His knave was a strong carle, for the nonce, and by the hasp he heaved it off at once. Unto the floor the door fell down anon. This Nicholas sat as still as stone, and ever he gaped upward into the air. The carpenter weened he were in despair, and hent him by the shoulders mightily, and shook him hard, and cried spitously, What, Nicholas? What how, man? Look adown. Awake-a, and think on Christus passion. I crouch thee from Alves and from Whites. Therewith the night spell, said he anon writes, on the four halves of the house about, and on the threshold of the door without. Lord Jesus Christ and Saint Benedict, bless this house from every wicked wight, from the nightmare, the white Peter Noster, where wantest thou now, Saint Peter's sister? And at the last this Handy Nicholas gan for to sigh full sore, and said, Alas! Shall all time world be lost eftsoon as now? This carpenter answered, What sayest thou? What, think on God as we do, men that swink? This Nicholas answered, Fetch me a drink, and after will I speak in privity of certain thing that toucheth thee and me. I will tell it no other man certain. This carpenter went down, and came again, and brought of mighty ale a large quart. And when that each of them had drunk his part, this Nicholas his chamber door fast shut, and down the carpenter by him he set, and said, John, mine host full lief and dear, thou shalt upon thy truth swear me here, that to no wight thou shalt my counsel ray, for it is Christus counsel that I say. And if thou tell it man, thou art forlore. For this vengeance thou shalt have therefore, that if thou ray me, thou shalt be wood. Nay, Christ forbid it for his holy blood. Quoth then this silly man, I am no blab, nor though I say it, am I lief to gab. Say what thou will, I shall it never tell, to child or wife, by him that harried hell. Now, John, quoth Nicholas, I will not lie, I have ye found in my astrology, as I have looked in the moone bright, that now on Monday next, at quarter night, shall fall a rain, and that so wild and wood, that never half so great was Noah's flood. This world, he said, in less than half an hour, shall all be drenched, so hideous is the shower. Thus shall mankind drench and lose their life. This carpenter answered, Alas, my wife, and shall she drench? Alas, mine Alison. For sorrow of this he fell almost adown, and said, Is there no remedy in this case? Why, yes, for God, quoth Handy Nicholas. If thou wilt worken after lore and red, thou mayest not worken after thine own head. For thus saith Solomon, that was full true, Work all by counsel, and thou shalt not rue. And if thou work wilt by good counsel, I undertake, without the mast or sail, yet shall I save her, and thee, and me. Hast not thou heard how saved was Noah, when that our Lord had warned him beforn, that all the world with water should be lorn? Yes, quoth this carpenter, full yore ago. Hast thou not heard, quoth Nicholas, also the sorrow of Noah with his fellowship, that he had ere he got his wife to ship? Him had been liever, I dare well undertake, at thilke time than all his weathers black, that she had had a ship herself alone, and therefore knowest thou what is best to be done. This asketh haste, and of an hasty thing men may not preach or make tarrying. Anon go get us fast into this inn, a kneading trough, or else a kemelin for each of us, but look that they be large, in which we may swim as in a barge, and have therein vitaly sufficient, but for one day, vie on the remnant. The water shall aslake and go away, about prime upon the next day. But Robin may not know of this, thy knave, or eke thy maiden Gill I may not save. Ask me not why, for though thou ask me, I will not tell goddess privity. Sufficeth thee, but if thy wit be mad, to have as great a grace as Noah had, thy wife shall I well saven out of doubt. Go now thy way, and speed thee hereabout. But when thou hast for her, and thee and me, ye gotten us the kneading tubbes 3, then shalt thou hang them in the roof full high, so that no man our purveyance espy. And when thou hast done thus as I have said, and hast our vitala fair in them ye laid, and eke an axe to smite the cord in twoe, when that the water comes, that we may go, and break an hole on high upon the gable, into the garden ward over the stable, that we may freely pass forth our way, when that the greate shower is gone away. Then shall thou swim as merry, I undertake, as doth the white duck after her drake. Then will I clepe, how Alison, how John, be merry, for the flood will pass anon. And thou wilt say, Hail, Master Nichole, good morrow, I see thee well, for it is day. And then shall we be lordes all our life, of all the world, as Noah and his wife. But of one thing I warn thee full right, be well advised on that ilka night, when we be entered into ship's board, that none of us speak not a single word, nor clepe nor cry, but be in his prayer, for that is God's owen heste dear. Thy wife and thou must hangen far atween, for that betwixt you shall be no sin, no more in looking than there shall in deed. This ordinance is said, Go, God thee speed. Tomorrow night, when men be all asleep, into our kneading tubbes will we creep, and sit there, abiding God's grace. Go now thy way, I have no longer space, to make of this no longer sermoning. Men say thus, send the wise, and say nothing. Thou art so wise, it needeth thee not teach. Go, save our lives, and that I thee beseech. This silly carpenter went forth his way, full oft he said, Alas, and well a day. And to his wife he told his privity, and she was ware, and better knew than he, what all this quainte cast was for to say. But nevertheless she feared as she would day, and said, Alas, go forth thy way anon, help us to scape, or we be dead each one. I am thy true and very wedded wife. Go, dearie spouse, and help to save our life. Lo, what a great thing is affection. Men may die of imagination, so deeply may impression betake. The silly carpenter begins to quake. He thinketh verily that he may see this new a flood come weltering as the sea, to drenchen Alison, his honey dear. He weepeth, waileth, maketh sorry cheer. He sigheth with full many a sorry sough. He goeth and getteth him a kneading trough, and after that a tub and a kemelin, and privily he sent them to his inn, and hung them in the roof full privily. With his own hand then he made ladders 3, to climb by the ranges and the stalks, unto the tubbes hanging in the box, and victualled them, kemmel and trough and tub, with bread and cheese and good ale in a jub, sufficing right enough as for a day. But ere that he had made all this array, he sent his knave and eke his wench also upon his need to London for to go. And on the Monday, when it drew to night, he shut his door without a candlelight, and dressed everything as it should be, and shortly up they climbed all the three. They set us still a well, a furlong way. Now paternoster clomb, said Nichole. And clomb, quoth John, and clomb, said Alison. This carpenter said his devotion, and still he sat and bided his prayer, awaking on the rain if he it hear. The dead asleep, for weary business, fell on this carpenter, right as I guessed. About the curfew time, or little more, for travail of his ghost, he groaned sore, and eft he rooted, for his head mislay, adown the ladder stalked Nichole, and Alison full soft adown she sped, without a word as more, they went to bed. Thereas the carpenter was wont to lie, there was the revel and the melody, and thus lie Alison and Nicholas in business of mirth and in solace, until the bell of laudes gan to ring, and friars in the chancel went to sing. This parish clerk, this amorous Absalon, that is for love always so woebegone, upon the Monday was at Ossene, with company him to disport and play, and asked upon case a cloisterer, full privily after John the carpenter. And he drew him apart out of the church, and said, I saw him not here work since Saturday. I trow that he went for timber, where our abbot hath him sent, and dwellin at the grange a day or two, for he is wont for timber for to go, or else he is at his own house certain. Where that may be, I cannot soothly sayin. This Absalon full jolly was and light, and thought, now's the time to wake all night, for sickly I saw him not stirring about his door since day began to spring. So may I thrive, but I shall at cock crow full privily go knock at his window that stands full low upon his bower wall. To Alison then will I tellen all my love longing, for I shall not miss that at the least away I shall her kiss. Some manner comfort shall I have, parfait. My mouth hath itched all this livelong day. That is a sign of kissing at the least. All night I meeta, eke I was at a feast. Therefore I will go sleep an hour or tway, and all the night then I will wake and play. When that the first cock crowed had, anon, uprose his jolly lover, Absalon. And him arrayed gay at point device, but first he chewed grains and licorice, to smell as sweet, ere he had combed his hair, under his tongue a true love he bare, for thereby thought he to be gracious. Then came he to the carpenter's house, and still he stood under the shot window. Unto his breast it wrought, it was so low, and soft he coughed with a semison. What do ye, honeycomb, sweet Alison, my fairer bird, my sweet cinnamon? Awaken, leman mine, and speak to me. Full little thinka ye upon my woe, that for your love I sweat there as I go. No wonder is that I do swelt and sweat. I mourn as doth a lamb after the teat. Ye wis, leman, I have such love longing, that like a turtle true is my mourning. I may not eat no more than a maid. Go from the window, thou jack fool, she said. As help me God, it will not be. Come by me. I love another, else I were to blame. Well better than thee, by Jesus, Absalon. Go forth thy way, or I will cast a stone, and let me sleep a 20 devil way. Alas, quoth Absalon, and well away, that true love ever was so ill beset. Then kiss me, since that it may be no bet, for Jesus' love, and for the love of me. Wilt thou then go thy way therewith, quoth she. Yes, certes, leman, quoth this Absalom. Then make thee ready, quoth she, I come anon. And unto Nicholas she said full still, Now peace, and thou shalt laugh anon thy fill. This Absalom down set him on his knees, and said, I am a lord at all degrees, for after this I hope there cometh more, leman, thy grace, and sweetie bird, thine oar. The window she undid, and that in haste. Have done, quoth she, come off, and speed thee fast, lest that our neighbor should thee espy. Then Absalom gan wipe his mouth full dry. Dark was the night as pitch or as the coal, and at the window she put out her hole. And Absalom him felt ne bet ne worse, but with his mouth he kissed her naked erse, full savorily. When he was ware of this, aback he start, and thought it was amiss, for well he wist a woman hath no beard. He felt a thing all rough and longy-haired, and said, Fie, alas, what have I do? Tee-hee, quoth she, and clapped the window to. And Absalom went forth at sorry pace. A beard, said Hendy Nicholas. By God's corpus, this game went fair and well. This silly Absalom heard every deal, and on his lip he gan for anger bite, and to himself he said, I shall thee quite, who rubbeth now, who froiteth now his lips, with dust, with sand, with straw, with cloth, with chips. But Absalom, that saith full oft, alas, my soul betake I unto Sathanas, but me long liever than all this town, quoth he, I this despite awoken for to be. Alas, alas, that I have been ye blent, his haughty love is cold, and all ye Quint. For from that time he had kissed her erse, of paramours he sette not a curse, for he was healed of his malady, full often paramours he gan defy, and weep as doth a child that hath been beat. A soft apace he went over the street, unto a smith men called Dan Jervis, that in his forge smithed plough harness. He shaped share and coulter busily, this Absalom knocked all easily, and said, Undo, Jervis, and that anon. What, who art thou? It is I, Absalom. What, Absalom, what? Christus sweet tree, why rise so wrath? Hey, benedicite, what aileth you? Some gay girl, God it wot, hath brought you thus upon the veritote. By Saint Neot, you wot well what I mean. This Absalom, he wrought not a bean. Of all his play, no word again he gaff, for he had more toe on his distaff than Jervis knew, and said, Friend so dear, that whole coulter in the chimney here, lend it to me. I have therewith to don. I will bring it again to thee full soon. Jervis answered, Certes, were it gold, or in a polka, nobles untold, thou shouldest it have, as I am a true smith. Hey, Christus foot, what will you do therewith? Thereof, quoth Absalom, be as be may, I shall well tell it thee another day. And caught the coulter by the coldest steel, full soft out at the door he gan to steal, and went unto the carpenter's wall. He coughed first, and knocked therewithal upon the window, light as he did air. This Alison answered, Who is there that knocketh so? I warrant him a thief. Nay, nay, quoth he, God wot, my sweet lief, I am thine Absalom, my own darling. Of gold, quoth he, I have thee brought a ring. My mother gave it me, so God me save. Full fine it is, and thereto well ye grave. This will I give to thee, if thou me kiss. Now Nicholas was risen up to piss, and thought he would amenden all the jape. He should a kiss his arse ere that he scape. And up the window did he hastily, and out his arse he put full privily over the buttock to the haunch of bone. And therewith spake this clerk, this Absalom, Speakest, sweete bird, I know not where thou art. This Nicholas anon let fly a fart, as great as it had been a thunder dent, that with the stroke he was well nigh ye blent. But he was ready with his iron hot, and Nicholas amid the arse he smote. Off went the skin and hand breath all about, the hole cutter burnt so his tote, that for the smart he weened he would die, as he were wood, for woe he gan to cry, Help, water, water, help, for God his heart. This carpenter out of his slumber start, and heard one cry, Water, as he were wood, and thought, Alas, now cometh Noah's flood. He sat him up without a word as mow, and with his axe he smote the cord in twain, and down went all. He found neither to sell, nor bread nor ale, till he came to the cell upon the floor, and there in swoon he lay. Up started Alison and Nichole, and cried out Harrow in the street. The neighbors alle, both small and great, in ranna for the garren on this man, that yet in swoone lay, both pale and wan. For with the fall he broken had his arm, but stand he must unto his own harm. For when he spake he was anon borne down, with handy Nicholas and Alison. They told to every man that he was wood, he was aghast so of Noah's flood. Through fantasy that of his vanity, he had yebought him, kneading tubbes 3, and had them hanged in the roof above, and that he prayed them for God's love, to sitten in the roof for company. The folk gan laughing at his fantasy, into the roof they kiken and they gape, and turned all his harm into a jape. For whatsoe'er this carpenter answered, it was for naught, no man his reasons heard. With oath as great he was so sworn adown, that he was holden wood in all the town. For every clerk anon right held with other, they said, the man was wood, my leve brother, and every wight gan laughing at his strife. Thus swived was the carpenter's wife, for all his keeping and his jealousy, and Absalom hath kissed her nether eye, and Nicholas is scalded in the toot. This tale is done, and God save all the root. End of the Miller's Tale, read by Brize Cries from Ohio.
Section 6 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Reeve's Tale. The Prologue. When folk had laughed all at this nice case of Absalom and handy Nicholas, diverse folk diversely they said, but for the more part they laughed and played, and at this tale I saw no man him grieve, but it were only Oswald the Reeve, because he was of carpenter's craft, a little ire is in his heart laughed. He gan to grudge, and blamed it alight. So the eye, quoth he, full well could I him quite, with blearing of a proud miller's eye, if that me list to speak of ribaldry. But I am old, me list not play for age, grass time is done, my fodder is now forage. This white top writeth mine old years, mine heart is also moulded as mine hairs, and I do fare as doth an open erse, that ilk fruit is ever longer worse.
till it be rotten in mullock or in stray. We old men, I dread, so fare we. Till we be rotten, can we not be ripe? We hop away, while that the world will pipe. For in our will there sticketh aye a nail, to have an hoary head and a green tail, as hath a leek. For though our might be gone, our will desireth folly ever in one. For when we may not do, then will we speak, yet in our ashes cold does fire reek. 4 glades have we, which I shall devise, vaunting and lying, anger, covetise. These 4 sparks belonging unto eld. Our old limbs well may be unweld, but will shall never fail us, that is sooth. And yet have I alway a colt's tooth. As many a year as it is past and gone, since that my tap of life began to run. For sickerly, when I was born, anon, death drew the tap of life, and let it gone. And ever since hath so the tap ye run, till that almost all empty is the tun. The stream of life now droppeth on the chim. The silly tongue well may ring and chime of wretchedness that past is full yore. With old folk, save dotage, is no more. When that our host had heard this sermoning, he gan to speak as lordly as a king, and said, To what amounteth all this wit? What, shall we speak all day of holy writ? The devil made a Reeve for to preach, as of a souter, a shipman, or a leech. Say forth thy tale, and tarry not the time. Lo, here is Deptford, and 'tis half past prime. Lo, Greenwich, where many a shrew is in. It were high time thy tale to begin. Now, sirs, quoth then this Oswald the Reeve, I pray you all that none of you do grieve, though I answer, and somewhat set his hove. For lawful is force off with force to shove. This drunken miller hath he told us here by force how that beguiled was a carpenter. Paraventure in scorn, for I am one, and by your leave I shall him quite anon. Right in his churlish terms will I speak. I pray to God his neck might to break. He can well in mine eye see a stalk, but in his own he cannot see a balk. The Tale. At Trumpington, not far from Canterbury, there goes a brook, and over that a brig. Upon the which brook there stands a mill, and this is very sooth that I you tell. A miller was there, dwelling many a day, as any peacock he was proud and gay. Pipen he could, and fish, and nets bet, and turn cups, and wrestle well, and shet. Aye, by his belt he bare a long pavade, and of his sword full trenchant was the blade. A jolly popper bare he in his pouch, there was no man for peril durst him touch. A Sheffield whittle bare he in his hose, round was his face, and Camus was his nose. As pilled as an ape's was his skull, he was a market better at the full. There durst no white hand upon him leg, that he ne swore anon he should abeg. A thief he was, forsooth, of corn and meal, and that a sly, and used well to steal. His name was Houghton Danis Simikin. A wife he had, come of noble kin. The parson of the town her father was. With her he gave full many a pan of brass. For that Simkin should in his blood ally, she was y-fostered in a nunnery. For Simkin would no wife, as he said, but she were well y-nourished and a maid, to saven his estate and yeomanry, and she was proud and pert as is a pie. A full fair sight it was to see them two. On holy days before her would he go, with his tippet he bound about his head, and she came after in a gite of red. And Simkin had hosen of the same. There durst no wight call her aught but dame. None was so hardy walking by that way, that with her either durst rage or play. But if he would be slain by Simkin with pavard or with knife or bodkin, for jealous folk be perilous evermore, algate they would their wives wend so. And eke for she was somewhat smutterlich, she was as dine as water in a ditch, and also full of hoker and bismare, her thought that a lady should her spare. What for her kindred and her nortlery, that she had learned in the nunnery. One daughter had they betwixt them two, of 20 year, withouten any mo, saving a child that was of half-year age. In cradle it lay, and was a proper page. This wench thick and well y-growen was, would Camus nose, and eyen grey as glass, with buttocks broad, and breasts round and high. But right fair was her hair, I will not lie. The parson of the town, for she was fair, and purpose was to make of her his heir. Both of his chattels and his message, and strange he made it, of her marriage. His purpose was for to bestow her high of difficulty into some worthy blood of ancestry. For Holy Church's good may be dispended on Holy Church's blood that is descended. Therefore he would his holy blood honour, though that he Holy Church should devour. Great soken hath this miller out of doubt, with wheat and malt of all the land about. And namely, there was a great college, men call the Solar Hall at Canterbury. There was their wheat, and eke their malt y-ground. And on a day it happened in a stound, sick lay the manciple of a malady. Men weened wisly that he should die. For which this miller stole both meal and corn 100 times more than beforn. For theretofore he stole but courteously, but now he was a thief outrageously. for which the warden chid and made fair, but thereof set the miller not a tear. He cracked his boast, and swore it was not so. Then were there young poor scholars too, that dwelled in the hall, of which I say, testiff they were, and lusty for to play, and only for their mirth and revelry, upon the warden busily they cry, to give them leave for but a little stound, to go to mill, and see their corn y-ground. And hardily they durst lay their neck, the miller should not steal them half a peck of corn by sleight, nor them by force bereave, and at the last the warden give them leave. John hight the one, and Alein hight the other. Of one town were they born, that hight Strother, far in the north, I cannot tell you where. This Alein he made ready all his gear, and on a horse the sack he cast anon. Forth went Alein the clerk, and also John, with good sword, and with buckler by their side. John knew the way, him needed not no guide. And at the mill the sack adown he layth. Alein spake first, All hail, Simon, in faith. How fares thy fair daughter, and thy wife? Alein welcome, quoth Simkin, by my life, and John also. How now, what do ye here? By God, Simon, quoth John, need has no peer. Him serve himself behoves that has no swain, or else he is a fool, as clerks saying. Our manciple, I hope, he will be dead, so works I the wanges in his head. And therefore is I come, and eke Alein, to grind our corn and carry it home again. I pray you, speed us hence as well ye may. It shall be done, quoth Simkin, by my fay. What will ye do, while that is in hand? By God, right by the hopper will I stand, quoth John, and see how that the corn goes in. Yet saw I never by my father's kin how that the hopper wags to and fro. Alein answered, John, and wilt thou so? Then will I be beneath by my crown, and see how that the meal falls adown into the trough that shall be my disport. For John, in faith, I may be of your sort. I is as ill a miller as is ye. This miller smiled at their nicety, and thought, all this is done but for a while. They weenen that no man made them beguile. But by my thrift yet shall I blear their eye, for all the sleight in their philosophy. The more quaint knacks that they make, the more will I steal when that I take. Instead of flour yet will I give them bren. The greatest clerks are not the wisest men. As whilom to the wolf thus spake the mare, of all their art ne count I not a tare. Out at the door he went full privily, when that he saw his time softly. He looked up and down until he found the clerk's horse there as he stood y-bound, behind the mill, under a levassel, and to the horse he went him fair and well, and stripped off the bridle right anon, and when the horse was loose, he 'gan to gun toward the fen where wild mares run. Forth with whee through thick and eke through thin. This miller went again, no word he said, but did his note, and with these clerks played, till that their corn was fair and well y-ground, and when the meal was sacked and y-bound, then John went out and found his horse away, and 'gan to cry, harrow and well away. Our horse is lost. Elaine, for God's bones, step on thy feet, come off, man, all at once. Alas, our warden has his palfrey lorn. This Elaine all forgot, both meal and corn. All was out of his mind, his husband dry. What? Which way is he gone? He 'gan to cry. The wife came leaping inward at a wren. She said, Alas, your horse went to the fen with wild mares, as fast as he could go. Unthank come on his hand that bound him so, and his that better should have knit the rein. Alas, quoth John, Elaine, for Christ's pain, lay down thy sword, and I shall mine also. I is full white, God wait, as is a roe. By God's soul he shall not scape us baith. Why, and had thou put the capel in the lathe? Ill hail, Elaine, by God, thou is a fun. These silly clerks have full fast y-run toward the fen, both Elaine and eke John. And when the miller saw that they were gone, he half a bushel of their flour did take, and bade his wife go knead it in a cake. He said, I trow the clerks were afeard, yet can a miller make a clerk's beard, for all his art. Yea, let them go their way, lo where they go, yea, let the children play. They get him not so lightly, by my crown, these silly clerks run it up and down, with keep, keep, stand, stand, Jossa, warderer. Go whistle thou, and I shall keep him here. But shortly, till that it was very night, they could not, though they did all their might, their capel catch. He ran alway so fast, till in a ditch they caught him at the last. Weary and wet, as beasts in the rain, comes silly John, and with him comes Elaine. Alas, quoth John, the day that I was born! Now are we driven till hething and till scorn. Our corn is stolen, men will us fons call, both the warden and eke our fellows all, and namely the miller well away. Thus plained John as he went by the way toward the mill, and Bayard in his hand. The miller sitting by the fire he fand, for it was night, and forther might they not, but for the love of God they him besought of herbrow and ease for their penny. The miller said again, If there be any, such as it is, yet shall ye have your part. Mine house is strait, but ye have learned art. Ye can by arguments make in a place a mile broad, of 20 foot of space. Let's see now if this place may suffice, or make it room with speech, as is your guise. Now Simon, said this John, by Saint Cuthbert, I as thou, marry, and that is fair answered. I have heard say, man shall take of two things, such as he finds, or such as he brings. But specially I pray thee, host dear, gar us have meat and drink, and make us cheer, and we shall pay thee truly at the full. With empty hand men may not hawks toll. Lo, here our silver ready for to spend. This miller to the town his daughter send, for ale and bread, and roasted them a goose, and bound their horse, he should no more go loose, and them in his own chamber made a bed, with sheets and with challons fair he spread. Not from his own bed 10 foot or 12, his daughter had a bed all by herself, right in the same chamber, by and by. It might no better be, and cause why. There was no rumour her bro in the place. They suppin and they speakin of solace, and drinkin ever strong ale at the best. About midnight went they all to rest. Well had this miller varnished his head. Full pale he was, for drunken, and naught red. He yoxed, and he spake thorough the nose, as he were in the quack or in the pose. To bed he went, and with him went his wife, as any jay she light was, in life. So was her jolly whistle well y-wet, the cradle at her bed's feet was set, to rock, and eke to give the child to suck, and when that drunken was all in the crock, to bed went the daughter right anon. To bed went Elaine, and also John. There was no more, needed them no dwell. This miller had so wisely bibbed ale, that as a horse he snorted in his sleep, nor of his tail behind he took no keep. His wife bare him a bourdon, a full strong. Men might their routing heron a furlong. The wench routed eke for company, Elaine the clerk that heard this melody. He poked John and said, Sleepest thou? Heardest thou ever such a song ere now? Lo, what a compline is ymel them all. A wild fire upon their bodies fall. Who hearkened ever such a furly thing? Yea, they shall have the flower of ill ending. This long night there tides me no rest, but yet no force, all shall be for the best. For John, said he, as ever may I thrive, if that I may, yon wench will I swive. Some easement has law y-shapen us. For John, there is a law that saith thus, that if a man in one point be aggrieved, that in another he shall be relieved. Our corn is stolen, soothly it is no nay, and we have had an evil fit today. And since I shall have none amendment, against my loss I will have easement. By God's soul it shall none other be. This John answered, Elaine, avise thee. The miller is a perilous man, he said, and if that he out of his sleep abrade, he might do us both a villainy. Elaine answered, I count him not a fly. And up he rose, and by the wench he crept. This wench lay upright, and fast she slept, till he so nigh was, ere she might espy, that it had been too late for to cry. And shortly for to say, they were at one. Now play, Elaine, for I will speak of John. This John lay still a furlong way or two, and to himself he made ruth and woe. Alas, quoth he, this is a wicked jape. Now me I say that I is but an ape. Yet has my fellow somewhat for his harm. He has the miller's daughter in his arm. He ontread him, and hath his needs sped, and I lie as a draught sack in my bed. And when this jape is told another day, I shall be held a daff or a cockney. I will arise and untray it, by my fay. Unhardy is unselly, as men say. And up he rose, and softly he went unto the cradle, and in his hand it hent, and bare it soft unto his bed's feet. Soon after this the wife her routing let, and gan awake, and went her out to piss, and came again, and gan the cradle miss, and groped here and there, but she found none. Alas, quoth she, I had almost misgone, I had almost gone to the clerk's bed. Benedicite, then had I foul y-sped. And forth she went, till she the cradle fand. She groped alway farther with her hand, and found the bed, and thought not but good, because that the cradle by it stood, and wist not where she was, for it was dirk, but fair and well she crept in by the clerk, and lay full still, and would have caught asleep. Within a while this John the clerk up leap, and on this good wife laid on full sore. So merry a fit had she not had full yore. He pricked hard and deep as he were mad. This jolly life have these two clerks had, till that the third cock began to sing. Elaine waxed weary in the morrowing, for he had swunken all the long night, and said, Farewell, Malkin, my sweet wight. The day is come, I may no longer bide, but evermore, whereso I go or ride, I as thine own clerk, so have I hell. Now, dear layman, quoth she, go fare well. But ere thou go, one thing I will thee tell. When that thou wendest homeward by the mill, right at the entry of the door behind, thou shalt a cake of half a bushel find, that was y-maked of thine owen meal, which that I helped my father for to steal. And good leman, God thee save and keep. And with that word she gan almost to weep. Elaine uprose and thought, ere the day daw, I will go creeping in by my fellow, and found the cradle with his hand anon. By God, thought he, all wrong I have misgone. My head is totty of my swink to-night, that maketh me that I go not aright. I wot well by the cradle I have misgo. Here lie the miller and his wife also. And forth he went a 20 devil way unto the bed, there as the miller lay. he weened to have creeped by his fellow John, and by the miller in he crept anon, and caught him by the neck, and gan him shake, and said, Thou John, thou swine's head, awake, for Christ's soul, and hear a noble game, for by that Lord that called is Saint James, as I have thrice in this short night swived the miller's daughter bolt upright, while thou hast as a coward lain aghast. Thou false harlot, quoth the miller, hast? Ah, false traitor, false clerk, quoth he, thou shalt be dead by God's dignity. Who durst be so bold to disparage my daughter that is come of such lineage? And by the throat ball he caught Elaine, and he him hent dispiteously again, and on the nose he smote him with his fist. Down ran the bloody stream upon his breast, and in the floor with nose and mouth all broke, they wallow, as do two pigs in a poke. And up they go, and down again anon, till that the miller spurned on a stone, and down he backward fell upon his wife, that wist nothing of this nice strife, for she was fallen asleep a little white, with John the clerk, that waked had all night. And with the fall out of her sleep she brayed, Help, holy cross of Bromeham, she said. In manus tuas, Lord, to thee I call. Awake, Simon, the fiend is on me fall. Mine heart is broken, help, I am but dead. There lieth one on my womb and on mine head. Help, Simkin, for these false clerks do fight. This John start up as fast as e'er he might, and groped by the walls to and fro to find a staff, and she start up also, and knew the estrays better than this John, and by the wall she took a staff anon, and saw a little shimmering of a light, for at an hole in shone the moon bright, and by that light she saw them both the two, but sickerly she wist not who was who. But as she saw a white thing in her eye, and when she gan this white thing espy, she weened the clerk had weared a volupere, and with the staff she drew, aye, ne'er and ne'er, and weened to have hit this Elaine at the full, and smote the miller on the pilled skull, that down he went, and cried, Harrow, I die. These clerks beat him well, and let him lie, and graithen them, and take their horse anon, and eke their meal, and on their way they gone. And at the mill door eke they took their cake, of half a bushel flour, full well y bake. Thus is the proud miller well y beat, and hath y lost the grinding of the wheat, and paid for the supper every deal of Elaine and of John that beat him well. His wife is swived, and his daughter also. Lo, such it is a miller to be false. And therefore this proverb is said full sooth, Him thou not winnen well that evil doeth. A guiler shall himself beguiled be, and God that sitteth high in his majesty save all this company, both great and small, thus have I quit the miller in my tale. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Cook's Tale. The Prologue. The Cook of London, while the Reeve thus spake, for joy he laughed and clapped him on the back. Aha, quoth he, for Christes passion, this miller hath a sharp conclusion. Upon this argument of herbergage, well said Solomon in his language, bring thou not every man into thine house, for harbouring by night is perilous. Well ought a man advised for to be, whom that he brought into his privity. I pray to God to give me sorrow and care, if ever, since I Hight Hodge of Ware was called, heard I a miller better set a work. He had a jape of malice in the dirk, but God forbid that we should stint here. And therefore, if ye will vouchsafe to hear a tale of me that am a poor man, I will you tell as well as e'er I can a little jape that fell in our city. Our host answered and said, I grant it thee. Roger, tell on, and look that it be good. For many a pasty hath thou letten blood, and many a Jack-a-Dover hath thou sold, that hath been twice hot and twice cold. Of many a pilgrim hast thou Christes curse, for of thy parsley yet fare they the worse, that they have eaten in thy stubble goose, for in thy shop doth many a fly go loose. Now tell on, gentle Roger, by thy name, but yet I pray thee not, wrath for game. A man may say full sooth in game and play. Thou sayest full sooth, quoth Roger, by my fay, but sooth play quod play, as the Fleming saith, and therefore, Harry Bailey, by thy faith, be thou not wroth, else we depart here, though that my tale be of an hostelry, but natheless I will not tell it yet, but ere we part, ye wis, thou shalt be quit. And therewithal he laughed and made cheer, and told his tale as ye shall after hear. The Tale. Apprentice Willem dwelt in our city, and of a craft of victuallers was he. Galliard he was as goldfinch in the shawl, brown as a berry, a proper short fellow, with locks black combed full fesisly, and dance he could so well and jollily, that he was called Perkin Reveller. He was as full of love and paramour as is the honeycomb of honey sweet. Well was the wench that with him might meet. At every bridal would he sing and hop. He better loved the tavern than the shop. For when there any riding was in cheap, out of the shop hither would he leap, and till that he had all the sight he seen, and danced well, he would not come again, and gathered him a many of his sort, to hop and sing, and make such disport. And there they set Stephen for to meet, to playin at the dice in such a street. For in the town was there no prentice that could fairer cast a pair of dice than Perkin could, and thereto he was free of his dispense in place of privity. that found his master well in his chafar, for oftentime he found his box full bare. For soothly apprentice reveller, that haunteth dice, riots, and paramour, his master shall it in his shop abye, all have he no part of the minstrelsy. For theft and riot they be convertible, or can they play on gittern or ribibble. Revel and truth, as in a low degree, they be full wroth all day, as men may see. This jolly prentice with his master bode, till he was nigh out of his prenticehood. All were he snubbed, both early and late, and sometimes led with revel to Newgate. But at the last his master him bethought, upon a day when he his paper sought, of a proverb that saith this same word: Better is rotten apple out of hoard, than that it should rot all the remnant. So fares it by a riotous servant, it is well less harm to let him pace, than he shend all the servants in the place. Therefore his master gave him a quittance, and bade him go, with sorrow and mischance. And thus this jolly prentice had his leave, now let him riot all the night or leave. And, for there is no thief without a luke, that helpeth him to wasten and to sook, of that he bribe can, or borrow may, anon he sent his bed and his array unto a compere of his own sort, that loved dice and riot and disport, and had a wife that held for countenance a shop, and swived for her sustenance. End of section 7, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 8 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Man of Law's Tale. The Prologue. Our hostess saw well that the brightest sun, the arc of his artificial day, had run, the fourth apart and half an hour or more, and though he were not deep expert in lore, he wist it was the 28 day of April, that is messenger to May, and saw well that the shadow of every tree was in its length of the same quantity that was the body erect that caused it. And therefore by the shadow he took his wit, that Phoebus, which that shone so clear and bright, degrees was 45 calm on height, and for that day, as in that latitude, it was 10 of the clock, he gan conclude, and suddenly he plight his horse about. Lordings, quoth he, I warn you all this rout, this fourth a part of this day is gone. Now for the love of God and of St. John, lose no time as far forth as ye may. Lordings, the time wasteth night and day, and steals from us what privily sleeping, and what through negligence in our waking, as doth the stream that turneth never again, descending from the mountain to the plain. Well might Seneca and many a philosopher bewail time more than gold and coffer. For loss of chattels may recovered be, but loss of time shendeth us, quoth he. It will not come again without a dread, no more than will Malkin's maidenhead, when she hath lost it in her wantonness. Let us not moulder thus in idleness. Sir man of law, quoth he, so have ye bliss. Tell us a tale anon, as forward is. Ye be submitted through your free assent to stand in this case at my judgment. Acquit you now, and holde your behest, then have ye done your devoir at the least. Hosta, quoth he, de pardieu je assent, to break a forward is not mine intent. Behest is death, and I would hold it fain. All my behest I can no better sayn. For such law as a man gives another wight, he should a himself a usen it by right. Thus will our text, but natheless certain, I can write now no thrifty tale sayin'. But Chaucer, though he can but lewdly, on meters and on rhyming craftily, hath said them, in such English as he can, of all the time as knoweth many a man. And if he have not said them, liever brother, in one book, he hath said them in another. For he hath told of lovers up and down, more than Ovida made of mention in his epistolae that be full old. Why should I tell of them, since they he told? In youth he made of Ceyx and Alcyone, and since then he hath spoke of every one, these noble wives and these lovers eke. Whoso that will his larger volume seek, call the Saintes Legend of Cupid. There may he see the large wounds wide of Lucretius and of Babylon Thisbe, the sword of Dado for the false Aeneas, the tree of Phyllis for her Demophon, the plant of Diane and of Hermione, of Ariadne and Hypsipyle, the barren isle standing in the sea, the drowned Leander for his fair hero, the tears of Helen and eke the woe of Briseis and Laodamia, the cruelty of thee, Queen Medea, thy little children hanging by the halsa for thy Jason that was of love so falsa. Hypermnestra, Penelope, Alcest, your wifehood he commandeth with the best, but certainly no worder writeth he of Thilka Wick example of Canacee, that loved her own brother sinfully. Of all such cursed stories, I say, fie. Or else Tyreus Apollonius, how that the cursed king Antiochus bereft his daughter of her maidenhood, that is so horrible a tale to read, when he her threw upon the pavement. And therefore he, of full advisement, would never write in none of his sermons of such unkind abominations. Nor I will none rehearse, if that I may, but of my tale how shall I do this day? Me were loath to be likened, doubtless, to muses that men call Pierides, metamorphosios, wot what I mean. But nevertheless I reckon not a bean, though I come after him with Howabake, I speak in prose, and let him rhymes make. And with that word he with a sober cheer began his tale, and said as ye shall hear. End of section 8, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 9 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Man of Law's Tale. The Tale. O scatheful harm, condition of poverty, with thirst, with cold, with hunger so confounded, to ask a help thee shameth in thine hearte. If thou none ask, so sore art thou you wounded, that very need unwrappeth all thy wound hid. Maugre thine head thou must for indigence, or steal, or beg, or borrow thy dispense. Thou blamest Christ, and sayest full bitterly, he misdeparteth, riches temporal. Thy neighbor thou witest sinfully, and sayest thou hast too little, and he hath all. Parfait, say'st thou, sometime he reckon shall, when that his tale shall brennen in the gleed, for he not help the needful in their need. Hearken what is the sentence of the wise, better to die than to have indigence. Thyself neighbor will thee despise, if thou be poor, farewell thy reverence. Yet of the wise man take this sentence, all of the days of poorer men be wick, beware therefore ere thou come to that prick. If thou be poor, thy brother hateth thee, and all thy friendes flee from thee, alas. O riche merchants, full of wealth be ye. O noble prudent folk, as in this case, your bagges be not filled with ambis ace, but with 6 sink that runneth for your chance. At Christenmas well merry may ye dance. Ye seek a land and sea for your winnings, as wise folk ye knowin all the estate. Of Regnus ye be fathers of tidings, and Talus, both of peace and of debate. I will write now of Talus desolate, but that a merchant, gone in many a year, may taught the tale which ye shall after hear. In Syria whilom dealt a company of chapmen rich, and thereto sad and true, clothes of gold and satins rich of hue, that wideware sent their spicery to distant parts, their Shafer so thriftily and so new, that every wight had dainty to Shafer with them, and eke to sell them their ware. Now fell it that the masters of that sort have shapen them to roam for to wend, were it for chappenhood or for disport, none other message would they thither send, but come themselves to Rome, this is the end. And in such place as sought them a vantage for their intent, they took their harborage. Sojourned have these merchants in that town, a certain time as felt their pleasance, and so befell that the excellent renown of the emperor's daughter, Dame Constance, reported was, with every circumstance, unto these Syrian merchants in such wise, from day to day as I shall you devise. This was the common voice of every man, our Emperor of Rome, God him see, a daughter hath, that since the world began, to reckon as well her goodness and beauty, was never such another as is she. I pray to God and honor her sustine, and would she were of all Europe the queen. In her is high a beauty without pride, and youth without a greenhood or folly. To all her workers, virtue is her guide. Humbleness hath slain in her all tyranny. She is the mirror of all courtesy, her heart the very chamber of holiness, her hand minister of freedom for alms. And all this voiced with sooth, as God is true. But now to purpose let us turn again. These merchants have done freight their ship is new, and when they have this blissful maiden seen, home to Syria, then they went full fain, and did their needes as they have done yore, and lived in weal, I can you say no more. Now fell it that these merchants stood in grace of him that was the Sudan of Syria. For when they came from any strange place, he would of his benign courtesy make them good cheer, and busily espy tidings of sundry regnes for to lear, the wonders that they might to see or hear. Among his other things, specially, these merchants have him told of Dame Constance, so great noblesse, in earnest so royally, that this Sudan hath caught so great pleasance to have her figure in his remembrance, that all his lust and all his busy cure was for to love her while his life may dure. Peradventure in thilke large book, which that men call the heaven, you written was, with starres, when that he his Bertha took, that he for love should have his death, alas. For in the starres, clearer than its glass, is written, God wot, whoso could it read, the death of every man without a dread. In starres, many a winter there beforn, was writ the death of Hector, Achilles, of Pompey, Julius, ere they were born, the strife of Thebes and of Hercules, of Samson, Turnus, and of Socrates, the death, but men's wits be so dull that no wight can well read it at the full. The Sudan for his privy council sent, and shortly of this matter for to pace, he hath to them declared his intent, and told them that certain, but he might have grace, to have Constance within a little space. He was but dead, and charged them in he to shape for his life some remedy. Divers men divers things said, and argument they casten up and down, Many a subtle reason forth they laid, they speak of magic and abusion. But finally, as in conclusion, they cannot see in that none advantage, nor in any other way save marriage. Then saw they therein such difficulty by way of reason, for to speak all plain, because that there was such diversity between their both the laws, and they sayin, they trow that no Christian prince would fain wedden his child under our law as sweet, that us was given by Mahund, our prophet. And he answered, rather than I lose Constance, I will be christened, doubtless, I must be hers, I may none other choose. I pray you hold your arguments in peace, save my life, and be not reckless, to get to her that hath my life in cure, for in this woe I may not long endure. What needeth greater dilatation, I say, by treaty and ambassadry, and by the Pope's meditation, and all the church, and all the chivalry, that in destruction of Mahometry, and in increase of Christ's law dear, they be accorded so as you may hear. How that the Soudan and his baronage, and all his lieges shall ye christened be, and he shall have Constance in marriage, and certain gold, I know not what quantity, and here to find they sufficient surety. The same accord is sworn on either side. Now, fair Constance, Almighty God thee guide. Now would some men waiten, as I guess, that I should tellen all the purveyance, the which the emperor of his noblesse hath shapen for his daughter, Dame Constance. Well may men know that so great ordinance may no man tellen in a little clause, as was arrayed for so high a cause. Bishops be shapen with her for to wend, lordes, ladies, and knightes of renown, and other folk enough, this is the end. And notified is throughout all the town, that every wight with great devotion should pray to Christ, that he this marriage receive in gree, and speede this voyage. The day is comen of her departing, I say the woeful fatal day is come, that there may be no longer tarrying, but forward them they dressen all and some. Constance, that was with sorrow all o'ercome, full pale arose, and dressed her to wend, for well she saw there was no other end. Alas, what wonder is it, though she wept, that shall be sent to a strange nation from friendes that so tenderly her kept, and to be bound under subjection of one she knew not his condition. Husbands be all good, and have been of yore, that know a wives, I dare say no more. Father, she said, thy wretched child Constance, thy younger daughter, fostered up so soft, and you, my mother, my sovereign pleasance, over all thing outtaken, Christ on loft, Constance, your child, her recommendeth oft, unto your grace, for I shall to see, for shall I ever see you more with eye? Alas, unto the barbarous nation I must anon, since that it is your will. But Christ that starf for our redemption, so give me grace his hestes to fulfill. I, wretched woman, no force though I spill, women are born to thraldom and penance, and to be under manna's governance. I trow at Troy, when Pyrrhus brake the wall, or Ilium burnt, or Thebes the city, nor at Rome for the harm through Hannibal, that Romans hath ye vanquished times 3. Was heard such tender weeping for pity, as in the chamber was for her parting, but forth she must, whether she weep or sing. O first a moving, cruel firmament, with thy diurnal sway, that crowdest and hurtledest all from east till occident, that naturally would hold another way, thy crowding set the heaven in such array, at the beginning of this fierce voyage, that cruel Mars hath slain this marriage. Unfortunate ascended tortuous, of which the Lord is helpless, fallen, alas, out of his angle into the darkest house. O Mars, O Atizar, as in this case, O feeble moon, unhappy is thy pace. Thou knittest thee where thou art not received, where thou wert well, from Venice art thou weaved. Imprudent Emperor of Rome, alas, was there no philosopher in all thy town? Is no time bet than other in such case? Of voyage is there none election, namely to folk of high condition, not when a route is of a birth, you know. Alas, we be too lewd or too slow. To ship was brought this woeful fairer maid, solemnly and with every circumstance. Now Jesus Christ be with you all, she said. There is no more, but farewell, fair Constance. She painted her to make good continence, and forth I let her sail in this manner, and turn I will again to my matter. The mother of the Soudan, well of vices, espied hath her son's plain intent, how he will leave his oldest sacrifices, and right anon she for her counsel sent. And they become to know what she meant. And when assembled was this folk in fair, she sat her down, and said as ye shall hear. Lordes, she said, ye know in every one, how that my son in point is for to leet the holy laws of Alcoran, given by God's messenger Mahomet. But one avow to great a God I heat, life shall rather out of my body start, than Mohammed's law go out of mine heart. What should us tiden of this new law, but thraldom to our bodies and penance, and afterward in hell to be you draw, for we renied Mahood our creance. But Lordes, will ye make an assurance, as I shall say, assenting to my lore, and I shall make us safe for evermore. They sworn and assented every man, to live with her and die, and by her stand, and every one in the best wise he can, to strengthen her shall all his friend is fond. And she hath this emprise taken in hand, which ye shall hear that I shall devise, and to them all she spake right in this wise. We shall first feign as Christendom to take, cold water shall not grieve us but a light, and I shall such a feast and revel make, that as I trow I shall the Soudan quite. For though his wife be christened ne'er so white, she shall have need to wash away the red, though she a font of water with her lead. O Soudanus, root of iniquity, virago thou, Semiramis the second, O serpent under femininity, like to the serpent deep in hell ye bound. O feigned woman, all that may confound virtue and innocence, through thy malice, is bred in thee, as nest of every vice. O Satan envious, since thilke day that thou wert chased from our heritage, well knowest thou to women the olde way, thou madest Eve to bring us in servage, thou wilt fordo this Christian marriage, thine instrument so, well away the while, makest thou of women when thou wilt beguile. This Soudaness, whom I thus blame and worry, let privily her counsel go their way. Why should I in this tale longer tarry? She rode unto the Soudan on a day, and said him that she would reny her lay, and Christendom of priestess hand as fong, repenting her she heathen was so long, beseeching him to do her that honor, that she might have the Christian folk to feast. To please them I will do my labor. The Soudan said, I will do at your hest, and kneeling thanked her for that request. So glad was he wist not what to say. She kissed her son, and home she went her way. Arrived be these Christian folk to land in Syria with a great solemn rout, and hastily the Soudan sent his son, first to his mother and all the realm about, and said his wife was comen out of doubt, and prayed them for to ride again the queen, the honor of his regine to sustain. Great was the press, and rich was the array of Syrians and Romans met in fair. The mother of the Soudan, rich and gay, received her with all so glad a cheer, as any mother might her daughter dear. And to the next city there beside, a softer pace solemnly they ride. Not, trow I, the triumph of Julius, of which that Lucan maketh such a boast, was royaler or more curious than was the assembly of this blissful host. But oh, this scorpion, this wicked ghost, this Pseudoness, for all her flattering, cast under this full mortally to sting. The Pseudon came himself soon after this, so royally that wonder is to tell, and welcomed her with all joy and bliss, and thus in mirth and joy I let them dwell. The fruit of his matter is that I tell. When the time came, men thought it for the best that revel stint, and men go to their rest. The time is come that this old Pseudoness ordained hath the feast of which I told, and to the feast the Christian folk them dress, in general, yea, both the young and old. There many men feast and royally behold, and dainties more than I can you devise, but all too dear they bought it ere they rise. O sudden woe, that ever art successor to worldly bliss, sprent is with bitterness the end of our joy, of our worldly labor. Woe occupies the fine of our gladness. Hearken this counsel for thy sickerness. Upon thy gladder days have in thy mind the unaware woe of harm that cometh behind. For, shortly for to tell it at a word, the Pseudon and the Christians, every one, were all to hewn and sticked at the board, but it were only Dame Constance alone. This old Pseudoness, this cursed crone, had with her friends done this cursed deed, for she herself would all the country lead. Nor there was Syrian that was converted, that of the counsel of the Pseudon wot, that was not all to hewn ere he asserted, and Constance have they ta'en anon foot hot. And in a ship all steerless, God wot, they have her set, and bid her learn to sail out of Syria, againward to Italy. A certain treasure that she thither lad, and sooth to say, of victual great plenty, they have her given, and clothes eke she had, and forth she sailed in the salte sea. O my Constance, full of benignity, O Empress younga, daughter dear, he that is Lord of fortunes be thy steer. She blessed herself, and with a full piteous voice unto the cross of Christ thus said she, O dear, O wealful altar, holy cross, red of the Lamb's blood, full of pity, that washed the world from old iniquity, me from the fiend and from his claws keep, that day that I shall drenchen in the deep. Victorious tree, protection of the true, that only the worthy were for to bear, the King of heaven with his wounds knew, the white lamb that hurt was with a spear. Fleemer of fiends out of him and her, of which thy limbs faithfully extend, me keep and give me might my life to mend. Years and days floated this creature throughout the sea of Greece unto the strait of Meroc, as it was her adventure. On many a sorry meal now may she bait, after her death full often may she wait, ere that the wilder waves will her drive unto the place thereas she shall arrive. Men mightn't ask her why she was not slain, eke at the feast who might her body save. And I answer to that demand again, who saved Daniel in the horrible cave, where every wight, save he, master or knave, was with the lion fret ere he astart. No wight but God, that he bare in his heart. God list to shew his wonderful miracle, in her that we should see his mighty workes. Christ, with that is to every harm treacle, by certain means oft, as Noah clerkes, doth think for certain enda, that full dirk is, to man's wit, that for our ignorance, ne cannot know his prudent purveyance. Now since she was not at the feast ye slaw, who kept her from drowning in the sea? Who kept Jonas in the fish's maw, till he was spouted up at Nineveh? Well may men know it was no wight but he that kept the Hebrew people from drowning with dry feet throughout the sea passing, who bade the four spirits of tempest that power have to annoy a land and sea, both north and south, and also west and east, annoy neither sea, nor land, nor tree. Soothly the commander of that was he, that from the tempest this woman kept, as well when she awoke as when she slept. Where might this woman meat and drink have? 3 year and more, how lasted her vitale? Who fed the Egyptian Mary in the cave, or in the desert? No wight but Christ, sans fail. 5,000 folk it was as great marvail, with loaves 5 and fishes 2 to feed. God sent his foison at her greate need. She drived forth into our ocean, throughout our wilde sea, till at the last, under an hold that nymphin I not can, far in Northumberland, the wave her cast, and in the sand her ship sticked so fast, that thence it would not in all a tide. The will of Christ was that she should abide. The constable of the castle down did fare to seek this wreck and all the ship he sought, and found this weary woman full of care. He found also the treasure that she brought. In her language mercy she besought, the life out of her body for to twin, her to deliver of woe that she was in. A manner Latin corrupt was her speech, but algate thereby was she understood. The constable, when him list no longer seech, this woeful woman brought he to the land. She kneeled down, and thanked God his Son, but what she was she would to no man say, for foul nor fair, although that she should die. She said she was so mazed in the sea, that she forgot her minda by her truth. The constable had of her so great pity, and eke his wife, that they wept for ruth. She was so diligent, without a sleuth, to serve and please every one in that place, that all her loved that looked in her face. The constable and Dame Hermegild his wife were pagans, in that country everywhere, but Hermegild loved Constance as her life, and Constance had so long sojourned there in orisons with many a bitter tear, till Jesus had converted through his grace Dame Hermegild, constabless of that place. In all that land no Christians durst a rout. All Christian folk had fled from that country through pagans that conquered all about the plages of the north by land and sea. To Wales had fled the Christianity of old the Britons dwelling in this isle. There was their refuge for the meanwhile. But yet anear Christian Britons so exiled, that there anear some which in their privity not honored Christ, and heathen folk beguiled, and nigh the castle such there dwelled 3, and one of them was blind and might not see. But it were with thilk eyen of his mind, with which men may see when they be blind. Bright was the sun, as in a summer's day, for which the constable and his wife also, and Constance, have ye take the right way toward the sea, a furlong way or 2, to playen and to Roma to and fro. And in their walk this blind a man they met, crooked and old, with eyen fast ye shut. In the name of Christ, cried this blind Briton, Dame Hermegild, give me my sight again. This lady waxed afraid of that sound, lest that her husband, shortly for the saying, would her for Jesus Christ's love have slain, till Constance made her hold, and bade her work the will of Christ, as daughter of Holy Church. The constable waxed abashed of that sight, and said, What amounteth all this fare? Constance answered, Sir, this Christ's might this ado, that helpeth folk out of the fiendish snare. And so far forth she gan our law declare, that she the constable, ere that it were eve, converted, and on Christ made him believe. This constable was not lord of the place of which I speak, there as he Constance fond, but kept it strongly many a winter space, under Allah, king of Northumberland. That was full wise and worthy of his hand, against the Scottish, as men may well hear, but turn I will again to my matter. Satan, that ever as waiteth to beguile, saw of Constance all her perfection, and cast anon how he might quite her while, and made a young knight, that dwelt in that town, love her so hot of foul affection, that verily him thought that he should spill, but he of her might oneas have his will. He wooed her, but it availed not, she would do no sinne by no way, and for despite he compassed his thought, to make her a shameful death to die. He waiteth when the constable is away, and privily upon a night he crept in Hermegilda's chamber while she slept. Weary, for waked in her orisons, sleepeth Constance, and Hermegild also. This knight, through Satan's temptation, all softly is to the bed ye go, and cut the throat of Hermegild in twain, and laid the bloody knife by Dame Constance, and went his way, there God give him mischance. Soon after came the constable home again, and eke Allah, that king was of that land, and saw his wife dispiteously slain, for which full oft he wept and wrung his hand. And ill the bed the bloody knife he found, by Dame Constance. Alas, what might she say? For very woe her wit was all away. To King Allah was told all this mischance, and eke the time, and where, and in what wise, that in a ship was founden this Constance, as herebefore ye have me heard devise. The king's heart for pity gan agrise, when he saw so benign a creature fall in disease and in misadventure. For as a lamb toward his death is brought, so stood this innocent before the king. This false knight that had this treason wrought, bore her in hand that she had done this thing. But natheless there was great murmuring among the people, that say they cannot guess that she had done so great a wickedness. For they had seen her ever virtuous, and loving Hermegild right as her life. Of this bear witness each one in that house, save he that Hermegild slew with his knife. This gentle king had caught a great motive of this witness, and thought he would inquire by the evidence deeper into this case, the truth to learn. Alas, Constance, thou hast no champion, nor fighta canst thou not, so well away. But he that starved for our redemption, and bound Satan, and yet lieth where he lay, so be thy strong a champion this day. For, but Christ upon thee miracle kith, without the guilt thou shalt be slain as swithe. She set her down on knees, and thus she said, Immortal God, that savest Suzanne from false blame, and thou merciful maid, Mary I mean, the daughter to Saint Anne, before whose child the angels sing Osann, if I be guiltless of this felony, my succor be, or else shall I die. Have ye not seen sometimes a pale face among a press of him that hath been led towards his death, where he getteth no grace, and such a colour in his face hath had, men might to know him that was so bestad. Among us all the faces in that route, so stood Constance and looked her about. O queenes living in prosperity, duchesses, and ye ladies every one, have some ruth on her adversity. An emperor's daughter she stood alone, she had no wight to whom to make her moan. O blood royal that standest in this dreed, far be thy friendes in thy great need. This King Allah had such compassion, as gentle heart is full of pity, that from his eyen ran the water down. Now hastily do fetch a book, quoth he, and if this knight will swear how that she, this woman, slew, yet will we us advise whom that we will, that shall be our justice. A Britain book, written with Evangiles, was fetched, and on this book he swore anon, she guilty was, and in the meanwhiles, and hand him smote upon the neck a bone, that down he fell at once, right as a stone, and both his eyen burst out of his face, in sight of everybody in that place. A voice was heard in general audience that said, Thou hast slandered, guiltless, the daughter of Holy Church in high presence. Thus hast thou done, and yet I hold my peace. Of this marvel aghast was all the press, as mazed folk they stood every one, for dread of Rika, save Constance alone. Great was the dread and eke the repentance of them that had a wrong suspicion upon this silly, innocent Constance, and for this miracle in conclusion, and by Constance's meditation, the king and many another in that place converted was, thanked be Christ's grace. This false Conite was slain for his untruth by judgment of Allah hastily, and yet Constance had of his death great ruth, and after this Jesus of his mercy made Allah wed a full solemnly this holy woman that is so bright and sheen, and thus hath Christ ye made Constance a queen. But who is woeful, if I shall not lie, of this wedding but Donegild, and no more, the king's mother full of tyranny. Her thought her cursed heart would burst in twain. She would not that her son had done so. Her thought it a despite that he should take so strange a creature unto his make. Me list not of the shaft, nor of the straw, make so long a tale as of the corn. What should I tellen of the royalty of this marriage, of which course goes beforn? Who bloweth in a trump or in an horn, the fruit of every tale is for to say, they eat and drink and dance and sing and play. They go to bed, as it was skill and right, for though that wives be holy things, they must to take in patience at night such manner necessaries as be pleasings to folk that have you wedden them with rings, and lay alight their holiness aside. As for the time, it may no better betide. On her he got a knave child anon, and to a bishop and to his constable eke, he took his wife to keep when he is gone to Scotland ward, his foeman for to seek. Now fair Constance, that is so humble and meek, so long is gone with childe till that still she held her chamber, abiding Christ's will. The time is come, a knave child she bare, Mauritius at the Fontstone they him call. This constable doth forthcome a messenger, and wrote unto his king that cleped was all. How that this blissful tiding is befall, and other tidings speedful for to say, he hath letter, and forth he goeth his way. This messenger, to do his advantage, unto the king's mother rideth swiftly, and saluteth her full fair in his language. Madam, quoth he, ye may be glad and blithe, and thank a God an 100,000 scythe. My lady queen hath child, without a doubt, to joy and bliss of all this realm about. Lo, here the letter sealed of this thing, that I must bear with all the haste I may. If you will aught unto your son the king, I am your servant both by night and day. Donegild answered, As now at this time, nay, but here I will all night thou take thy rest. Tomorrow will I say thee what me lest. This messenger drank sadly ale and wine, and stolen were his letters privily out of his box while he slept as a swine. And counterfeited was full subtly another letter, wrote full sinfully unto the king, direct of this matter, from his constable, as you shall after hear. This letter said the queen delivered was of so horrible a fiend-like creature, that in the castle none so hardy was, that any while he durst therein endure. The mother was an elf by adventure, become by charms or by sorcery, and every man hated her company. Woe was this king when he this letter had seen, but to no wight he told his sorrow sore. But with his own hand he wrote again, Welcome the Son of Christ for evermore, to me that am now learned in this lore. Lord, welcome be my lust and thy pleasance. My lust I put all in thine ordinance. Keep of this child, a be it foul or fair, and eke my wife unto mine homecoming. Christ, when him list, may send to me an heir more agreeable than this to my liking. This letter he sealed, privily weeping, which to the messenger was taken soon, and forth he went, there was no more to doing. O messenger, fulfilled of drunkenness, strong is thy breath, thy limbs falter and thou betrayest all secretness. Thy mind is lorn, thy janglest as a jay, thy face is turned in a new array. Where drunkenness reigneth in any rout, there is no counsel hid without a doubt. Old Donegild, I have no English dine unto thy malice and thy tyranny, and therefore to the fiend I thee resign. Let him indict all of thy treachery. Fie mannish, fie, O nay, by God I lie, fie fiend-like spirit, for I dare well tell, though thou here walk, thy spirit is in hell. This messenger came from the king again, and at the king's mother court he light, and she was of this messenger full fain, and pleased him in all that e'er she might. He drank, and well his girdle under pight. He slept, and eke he snored in his guise all night, until the sun began to rise. Eft were his letters stolen every one, and counterfeited letters in this wise. The king commanded his constable anon, on pain of hanging and of high juice, that he should suffer in no manner wise, Constance within his regne for to abide, 3 days and a quarter of a tide. But in the same ship as he her fond, her and her youngest son and all her gear, he should have put, and crowd her from the land, and charge her that she never eft come there. O my Constance, well may thy ghost have fear, and sleeping in thy dream be in penance, when Donegild cast all this ordinance. This messenger on morrow when he woke, unto the castle held the next away, and to the constable the letter took, and when he this dispiteous letter say, full oft he said, Alas, and well away! Lord Christ, quoth he, how may this world endure? So full of sin is many a creature. Almighty God, if that it be thy will, since thou art rightful judge, how may it be that thou wilt suffer innocence to spill, and wicked folk reign in prosperity? Ah, good Constance, alas, so woe is me, that I must be thy tormentor or day. A shameful death, there is no other way. Wept both the young and old in all that place, when that the king this cursed letter sent, and Constance, with a deadly pale face, the 4th day toward her ship she went. But natheless she took in good intent the will of Christ, and kneeling on the strand, she said, Lord, a welcome be thy sond. He that kept me from false blame, while I was in the land amongst you, he can keep me from harm and eke from shame in the salt sea, although I see not how, as strong as ever he was, he is yet now. In him trust I and his mother dear, that is to me my sail and eke my steer. Her little child lay weeping in her arm, and kneeling piteously to him she said, Peace, little son, I will do thee no harm. With that her kerchief off her head she braid, and over his little eyen she it laid, and in her arm she lulled it full fast, and unto heaven her eyen up she cast. Mother, quoth she, and maiden bright, Mary, sooth is that through a woman's egament mankind was lorn, and damned to die, for which thy child was on a cross you rent, thy blissful eyen saw all his torment. Then is there no comparison between thy woe and any woe man may sustain. Thou sawest thy child, ye slain before thine eyen, and yet now lives my little child parfait. Now, lady bright, to whom the woeful cryin', thou glory of womanhood, thou fair May, thou haven of refuge, bright star of day, rue on my child that of thy gentleness, ruest on every rueful in distress. O little child, alas, what is thy guilt, that never wroughtest sin as yet, pardie? Why will thine heart of father have thee spilt? O mercy, dear constable, quoth she, and let my little child here dwell with thee. And if thou darest not save him from blame, so kiss him once in his father's name. Therewith she looked backward to the land, and said, Farewell, husband ruthless. And up she rose and walked down the strand toward the ship, her following all the press. And ever she prayed her child to hold his peace, and took her leave, and with an holy intent she blessed her, and to the ship she went. Victualed was the ship, it is no dread, abundantly for her a full long space, and other necessaries that should need, she had enough, Harriet, be God his grace. For wind and weather, Almighty God purchase, and bring her home, I can no better say, but in the sea she drived forth her way. Allah the king came home soon after this, unto the castle of which I told, and asked where his wife and his child is. The constable gan about his heart feel cold, and plainly all the matter he him told. As ye have heard, I can tell it no better. And showed the king his seal, and eke his letter. And said, Lord, as ye commanded me, on pain of death, so have I done certain. The messenger tormented was, till he must be know, and tell it flat and plain, from night to night in what place he had lain. And thus by wit and subtle inquiring, imagined was by whom this harm gan spring. The hand was known that had the letter wrote, and all the venom of the cursed deed, but in what wise, certainly I know not. The effect is this, that Allah, out of dread, his mother slew, that may men plainly read. For that she traitor was to her allegiance, thus ended old Donegild with mischance. The sorrow that this Allah night and day made for his wife, and for his child also, there is no tongue that it tell may. But now I will again to Constance go, that floated in the sea in pain and woe. 5 year and more, as like Christ's son, ere that her ship approached to the land. Under an heathen castle at the last, of which the name in my text I not find, Constance and eke her child the sea upcast. Almighty God that saved all mankind, have on Constance and on her child some mind, that fallen is in heathen hand eftsoon, in point to spill, as I shall tell you soon. Down from the castle came there many a wight, to garron on this ship and on Constance, but shortly from the castle on a night, the Lord's steward, God give him mischance, a thief that had renied our creance, came to the ship alone, and said he would her leman be, whether she would or ne would. Woe was this wretched woman then begone, her child cried, and she cried piteously, but blissful Mary helped her right anon. For with her struggling well and mightily, the thief fell overboard all suddenly, and in the sea he drenched for vengeance. And thus hath Christ, unwemmed, kept Constance. O foul lust of luxury, lo thine end! Not only that thou faintest man's mind, but verily thou wilt his body shend. The end of thy work, or of thy lustes blind, is complaining, how many may men find, that not for work sometimes, but for the intent to do this sin, be either slain or shent. How may this weak woman have the strength her to defend against this renegade? O Goliath, immeasurable of length, how mighty David make thee so mate? So young and of armor so desolate, how durst he look upon thy dreadful face? Well may men see it was but God's grace, who gave Judith courage or hardiness to slay him, Holofernes, in his tent, and to deliver out of wretchedness the people of God. I say for this intent, that right as God's Spirit of vigor sent to them, and saved them out of mischance, so sent he might and vigor to Constance. Forth went her ship throughout the narrow mouth of Gibraltar and Cbteddy, driving all way, sometimes west and sometimes north and south, and sometimes east, full many a weary day, till Christ's mother, blessed be she, had shaped through her endless goodness to make an end of all her heaviness. Now let us stint of Constance but a throw, and speak we of the Roman emperor that out of Syria had by letters know the slaughter of Christian folk and dishonor done to his daughter by a false traitor. I mean the cursed wicked Pseudonus, that at the feast let slay both more and less, for which the emperor had sent anon his senator with royal ordinance, and other lordes, God wot, many a one, on Syrians to take high vengeance. They burn and slay, and bring them to mischance, full many a day. But shortly this is the end, homeward to Rome they shaped them to wend. The senator repaired with victory to Romeward, sailing full royally, and met the ship driving, as saith the story, in which Constance sat full piteously. And nothing knew he what she was, nor why she was in such array, nor she will say of her estate, although that she should die. He brought her unto Rome, and to his wife he gave her, and her youngest son also, and with the senator she led her life. Thus can Our Lady, bringen out of woe, woeful Constance, and many another mo, and long a time she dwelled in that place, in holy works ever, as was her grace. The senator's wife her aunta was, but for all that she knew her ne'er the more. I will no longer tarry in this case, but to King Allah, whom I spake of yore, that for his wife wept and sighed sore, I will return, and leave I will Constance under the senator's governance. King Allah, which that had his mother slain, upon a day fell in such repentance, that if I shortly tell it shall and plain, to Rome he came to receive his penitence, and put him in the Pope's ordinance in high and low, and Jesus Christ besought forgive his wicked works that he had wrought. The fame anon throughout the town is born, how Allah King shall come on pilgrimage, by harbingers at whence him beforn, for which the senator, as was usage, rode him again, and many of his lineage, as well to show his high magnificence, as to do any king a reverence. Great cheer did this noble senator to King Allah, and he to him also. Each of them did the other great honor, and so befell that in a day or two, the senator did to King Allah go to feast, and shortly, if I shall not lie, Constance's son went in his company. Some men would say, at request of Constance, the senator had led this child to feast. I may not tell on every circumstance, but as be may, there was he at the least. But sooth is this, that at his mother's hest, before Allah, during the meetest space, the child stood, looking in the king's face. This Allah King had of this child great wonder, and to the senator he said anon, Whose is that fair child that standeth yonder? I know not, quoth he, by God and by St. John. A mother he hath, but father hath he none, that I have wot. And shortly in a stond he told to Allah how this child was found. But God wot, quoth the senator also, so virtuous a liver in all my life, I never saw as she, nor heard of mo, of worldly women, maiden, widow, or wife. I dare well say she had a lever a knife throughout her breast, that be a woman wick, There is no man could bring her to that prick. Now was this child as like unto Constance as possible is a creature to be. This Allah had the face in remembrance of Dame Constance, and thereon mused he, if that the child's mother were aught she, that was his wife, and privily he sight, and sped away from the table that he might. Parfait, thought he, phantom is in mine head. I ought to deem of skilful judgment that in the salte sea my wife is dead. And afterward he made his argument. What wot I, if that Christ have hither sent my wife by sea, as well as he her sent to my country from thence that she went? And afternoon, home with the senator went Allah, for to see this wondrous chance. The senator did Allah great honor, and hastily he sent after Constance. But trusta well, her lista not to dance. When that she wista wherefore was that sond, uneath upon her feet she might stand. When Allah saw his wife, fair he her greet, and wept that it was Rutha for to see. For at the first look he on her set, he knew well verily that it was she, and she, for sorrow, as dumb stood as a tree. So was her heart to shut in her distress, when she remembered his unkindness. Twice she swooned in his own sight, he wept and him excused piteously. Now God, quoth he, and all his hallows bright, so wisely on my soul have mercy, that of your harm as guileless am I, as is Maurice my son, so like your face, else may the fiend me fetch out of this place. Long was the sobbing and the bitter pain, ere that their woeful heartes might cease. Great was the pity for to hear them plain, through which plaintes gan their woe increase. I pray you all my labor to release. I may not tell all their woe till tomorrow. I am so weary for to speak of sorrow. But finally, when that the sooth is wist, that Allah guiltless was of all her woe, I trow 100 times have they kissed, and such a bliss is there betwixt them two, that save the joy that lasteth evermore, there is none like that any creature hath seen, or shall see, while the world may dure. Then prayed she her husband meekly, in the relief of her long piteous pine, that he would pray her father specially, that of his majesty he would incline, to vouchsafe some day with him to dine. She prayed him eke, that he should by no way unto her father no word of her say. Some men would say how that the child Maurice did this message unto the emperor, but as I guess, Allah was not so nice to him that is so sovereign of honor, as he that is of Christian folk the flower. Send any child, but better 'tis to deem he went himself, and so it may well seem. This emperor hath granted gently to come to dinner as he him besought. And well read I, he looked busily upon this child, and on his daughter thought. Allah went to his inn, and as him ought, arrayed for this feast in every wise, as far forth as his cunning may suffice. The morrow came, and Allah gan him to dress, and eke his wife, the emperor, to meet. And forth they rode in joy and in gladness, and when she saw her father in the street, she lighted down and fell before his feet. Father, quoth she, your younger child Constance is now full clean out of your remembrance. I am your daughter, your Constance, quoth she, that whilom ye have sent into Syria. It am I, father, that in the salt sea was put alone and damned for to die. Now, good father, I you mercy cry. Send me no more into none heathenness, but thank my Lord here of his kindness. Who can the piteous joy tell in all, betwixt them three, since they be thus ye met? But of my tale make an end I shall. The day goes fast, I will no longer let these glad folk to dinner be ye set. In joy and bliss at meat I let them dwell, 1,000-fold well more than I can tell. This child Maurice was since then emperor, made by the Pope, and lived Christianly. To Christus Churcha did he great honor, but I let all his story pass by. Of Constance is my tale especially. In the older Rome Justas men may find Maurice's life, I bear it not in mind. This King Allah, when he his time say, with this Constance, his holy wife so sweet, to England are they come the right away, when they did live in joy and in quiet, but little while it lasted, you heat. Joy of this world for time will not abide, from day to night it changeth as the tide. Who lived ever in such delight one day, that him not moved either conscience, or ire, or talent, or some kind of fray, envy, or pride, or passion, or offense. I say but for this end of this sentence, that little while in joy or in pleasance lasted the bliss of Allah with Constance. For death that takes of high and low his rent, when passed was a year, even as I guess, out of this world this King Allah he hent, for whom Constance had full great heaviness. Now let us pray that God his soul bless, and Dame Constance finally to say, toward the town of Rome went her way. To Rome is come this holy creature, and findeth there her friend is whole and sound. Now is she scaped all her adventure, and when that she her father hath ye found, down on her knees falleth she to the ground, weeping for tenderness and heart of blithe, she hurrieth God and 100,000 scythe. In virtue and in holy alma's deed, they live in all, and ne'er asunder wend, till death depart them, this life they lead. And fare now well, my tale is at an end. Now Jesus Christ, that of his might may send, joy after woe, govern us in his grace, and keep us all that may be in this place. End of section 9, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Section 10 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Kelly. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Prologue to The Wife of Bath's Tale. The Wife of Bath's Tale. The Prologue. Experience, though none authority, were in this world, is right enough for me, to speak of woe that is in marriage, for lordlings, since I 12 year was of age, thanked be God that is eternal live, husbands at the church door have I had 5, for I so often have ye wedded be, and all were worthy men in their degree. But me was told not long time gone is, that sithen Christ went never but once to wedding in the Cana of Galilee, that by that ilk example taught he me, that I not wedded should be but once. Lo, hearken eke a sharp word for the nonce. Beside a well Jesus, God and man, spake in reproof of the Samaritan. Thou hast he had 5 husbands, said he, and thilk man that now hath wedded thee is not thine husband, thus said he, certain. What that he meant thereby, I cannot sayn. But that I ask, why the 5th man was not husband to the Samaritan? How many might she have in marriage? Yet heard I never tellin, in mine age, upon this number definition. Men may divine, and gloss it up and down, but well I wot, express without a lie, God bade us for to wax and multiply. That gentle text can I well understand. Eke well I wot, he said, that mine husband should leave father and mother and take to me, but of no number mention made he, of bigamy or of octogamy. Why then should men speak of it villainy? Lo here, the wise king Dan Solomon. I trow that he had wives more than one, as would to God it lawful were to me, to be refreshed half so oft as he. What gift of God had he for all his wives? No man hath such, that in this world alive is. God wot this noble king. As to my wit, the first night had many a merry fit, with each of them, so well was him on live. Blessed be God that I have wedded 5. Welcome the 6th, whenever that he shall, for since I will not keep me chaste in all, when mine husband is from the world gone, some Christian man shall wed me anon. For then the apostle saith that I am free to wed a God's half where it liketh me. He saith that to be wedded is no sin, better is to be wedded than to brin. What recketh me, though folk say villainy, of shrewd Lamech and his bigamy? I wot well Abraham was a holy man, and Jacobic as far as ever I can. And each of them had wives more than 2, and many another holy man also. Where can ye see, in any manner age, that high God defended marriage? By word express, I pray you tell it me, or where commanded he virginity? I wot as well as you, it is no dread. The apostle, when he spake of maidenhead, he said, that precept thereof had he none. Men may counsel a woman to be won. But counselling is no commandment. He put it in our own judgment. For, had God commanded maidenhead, then had he damned wedding out of dread. And certes, if there were no seedy so, virginity then whereof should it grow? Paul durst not commanden, at the least, a thing of which his master gave no hest. The dart is set up for virginity. Catch whoso may, who runneth best, let's see. But this word is not ta'en of every wight, but thereas God will give it of his might. I wot well that the apostle was a maid, but natheless, although he wrote and said, he would that every wight were such as he, all is but counsel to virginity. And, since to be a wife he gave me leave of indulgence, so is it no reprieve to wed me, if that my make should die. Without exception of bigamy, all were it good no woman for to touch, he meant as in his bed or in his couch, for peril is both fire and tow to symbol. Ye know what this example may resemble. This is all in sum, he held virginity, more profit than wedding and frailty. Frailty clep I, but if that he and she, frailty I call it, would lead their lives all in chastity. I grant it well, I have of none envy, who maidenhead prefer to bigamy. It liketh them to be clean in body and ghost, of mine estate I will not make a boast. For, well ye know, a lord in his household hath not every vessel all of gold. Some are of tree, and do their lord's service. God calleth folk to him in sundry wise, and each one hath of God a proper gift, some this, some that, as liketh him to shift. Virginity is great perfection, and continence eke with devotion. But Christ, that of perfection is the well, bade not every wight he should go sell all that he had, and give it to the poor, and in such wise follow him and his lore. He spake to them that would live perfectly, and, lordlings, by your leave, that am not I will bestow the flower of mine age in the acts and in the fruits of marriage. Tell me also, to what conclusion were members made of generation, and of so perfect wise a wight he wrought? Trust me right well, they were not made for naught. Gloss whoever will, and say both up and down, that they were made for the purgation of urine, and of other things smale, and eke to know a female from a male, and for none other cause? Say ye no? Experience wot well it is not so. So that the clerks be not with me wroth, I say this, that they were made for both, that is to say, for office and for ease. And of engenderer, there we God not displease. Why should men else in their books set, that man shall yield unto his wife her debt? Now wherewith should he make his payment, if he use not his silly instrument? Then were they made upon a creature to purge urine, and eke for engenderer. But I say not that every wight is hold, that hath such harness, as I to you told, to go and use them and engender. Then should men take of chastity no cure. Christ was a maid, and shapen as a man, and many a saint since that this world began, yet ever lived in perfect chastity. I will not vie with no virginity. Let them with bread of pure wheat be fed, and let us wives eat our barley bread. And yet with barley bread, Mark tell us can, our Lord Jesus refreshed many a man. In such a state as God hath clept us, I'll persevere. I am not precious. In wifehood I will use mine instrument as freely as my Maker hath it sent. If I be dangerous, God give me sorrow. Mine husband shall it have, both eve and tomorrow. When that him lists come forth and pay his debt, a husband will I have, I will no let, which shall be both my debtor and my thrall, and have his tribulation with all upon his flesh, while that I am his wife. I have the power during all my life upon his proper body, and not he. Right thus the apostle told it unto me, and bade our husbands for to love us well. All this sentence me liketh every deal. Upstart the pardoner, and that anon. Now, dame, quoth he, by God and by St. John, ye are a noble preacher in this case. I was about to wed a wife, alas! What should I buy it on my flesh so dear? Yet had I lever wed no wife this year. Abide, quoth she, my tale is not begun. Nay, thou shalt drinken of another tun, ere that I go shall savour worse than ale. And when that I have told thee forth my tale of tribulation in marriage, of which I am expert in all mine age, this is to say, myself hath been the whip, then mayest thou choose whether thou wilt sip of filktune, that I now shall broach. Beware of it, ere thou too nigh approach, for I shall tell examples more than 10. Whoso will not beware by other men, by him shall other men corrected be. These same words writeth Ptolemy, read in his Almagest, and take it there. Dame, I would pray you, if your will it were, said this pardoner, as ye began, tell forth your tale, and spare for no man, and teach us young men of your practique. Gladly, quoth she, since that it may you like. But that I pray to all this company, if that I speak after my fantasy, to take not a grief what I may say, for mine intent is only for to play. Now, sirs, then will I tell you forth my tale, as ever may I drink wine or ale. I shall say sooth, the husbands that I had, 3 of them were good, and 2 were bad. The 3 were good men, and rich and old. Unneths might they the statute hold, in which that they were bounden unto me. Yet what well would I mean of this, pardie? As God me help, I laugh when that I think how piteously at night I made them swink. But, by my fay, I told of it no store. They had me given their land and their treasure of no account. Me needed not do longer diligence to win their love or to do them reverence. They loved me so well, by God above, that I told no dainty of their love. A wise woman will busy her ever in one, to get their love, where that she hath none. But since I had them wholly in my hand, and that they had me given all their land, why should I keep them? For to please, but it were for my profit or mine ease. I set them so a work, by my fay, that many a night they sange well away. The bacon was not fetched for them, I trow, that some men have in Essex at Dunmow. I governed them so well after my law, that each of them full blissful was and of far, to bring me gay things from the fair. They were full glad when that I spoke them fair, for God at what I chide them spiteously. Now hearken how I bear me properly. Ye wise wives that can understand, thus should ye speak, and bear them wrong on hand. For half so boldly can there no man believe falsely, swearing and lean as a woman can. I say not this by wives that be wise, but if it be when they them misadvise. A wise wife, if that she can, her good, shall bear them on hand the cow is wood, and take witness of her own maid, of their assent. But hearken how I said, Sir old Canard, is this thine array? Why is my neighbour's wife so gay? She is honoured over all where she goeth. I sit at home, I have no thrifty cloth. What dost thou at my neighbour's house? Is she so fair? Art thou so amorous? What row'st thou with our maid? Sir old lector, let thy japes be. And if I have a gossip or a friend, without guilt thou chidest as a fiend. If that I walk or play unto his house, thou comest home as drunken as a mouse, and preachest on thy bench with evil pref. Thou sayest to me, it is a great mischief to wed a poor woman for costage. And if that she be rich of high parage, then sayest thou that it be a tormentry to suffer her pride and melancholy. And if that she be fair, thou very knave, thou sayest that every holler will her have. She may no while in chastity abide, that is assailed upon every side. Thou sayest some folk desire us for riches, some for our shape, and some for our fairness, and some for she can either sing or dance, and some for gentleness and dalliance, some for her hands and her arms smale. Thus goes all to the devil by thy tale. Thou sayest men may not keep a castle wall that may be so assailed over all. And if that she be foul, thou sayest that she coveteth every man that she may see, for as a spaniel she will on him leap, till she may find some man her too cheap. And none so grey goose goes there in the lake, so sayst thou, that will be without a make. And sayst, it is a hard thing for to weld, a thing that no man will, his thanks held. Thus sayest thou, Laurel, when thou goest to bed, and that no wise man needeth for to wed, nor no man that intendeth unto heaven, with wild thunder, dint and fiery levin. Mote thy wicked neck be to broke. Thou sayest that dropping houses and eke smoke, and chiding wives make men to flee out of their own house. Ah, bendixity! What aileth such an old man for to chide? Thou sayest, we wives will our vices hide, till we be fast, and then we will them shew. Well, may that be a proverb of a shrew. Thou sayest that oxen, asses, horses, hounds, they be assayed at diverse stowns. Basins and lavers, ere that men them buy, seasons, spoons, stools, and all such husbandry, and so be pots and clothes in array. But folk of wives make none assay, till they be wedded, old dotted shrew. And then sayest thou, we will our vices shew. Thou sayest also that it displeaseth me, but if that thou wilt praise my beauty, and but thou pour alway upon my face, and call me fair dame in every place, and but thou make a feast on thilke day, that I was born, and make me fresh and gay, and but thou do to my nourish honour, and to my chamberer within my bower, and to my father's folk, and mine allies, thus sayest thou, O barrel full of lies, and yet also of our prentice Jenkin, for his crisp hair shining as gold so fine, and for he squireth me both up and down. Yet hast thou caught a false suspicion. I will him not, though thou wert dead tomorrow. But tell me this, why hidest thou with sorrow the keys of thy chest away from me? It is my good, as well as thine, pardie. What, think'st so make an idiot of our dame? Now, by that lord that is called Saint James, thou shalt not both, although that thou wert would, be master of my body and my good. The one thou shalt forego, maugre thine eyen. What helpeth it of me t'inquire and spyen? I trow thou wouldest lock me in thy chest. Thou shouldest say, fair wife, go where thee lest. Take your disport, I will believe no tales. I know you for a true wife, Dame Ailes. We love no man that taketh keep or charge. Where that we go, we will be at our large. Of all men most blessed may he be, the wise astrologer Dan Ptolemy, that saith this proverb in his Almagest, of all men his wisdom is highest, that recketh not who hath the world in hand. By this proverb thou shalt well understand, have thou enough, what thar thee reck or care, how merrily that other folks fare. For certes, old dotard, by your leave, ye shall have pleasure right enough at eve. He is too great a niggard that will wern a man to light a candle at his lantern. He shall have nevertheless light, pardie. Have thou enough, thee thar not plain. Thou sayest also, if that we make us gay with clothing and with precious array, that it is peril of our chastity, and yet with sorrow thou enforcest thee, and say'st these words in the apostle's name, in habit made with chastity and shame. Ye women shall apparel you, quoth he, and not entrust hair and gay peri, as pearls, nor with gold, nor clothes rich, after thy text, nor after thy rubrish. I will not work as muchel as a gnat. Thou sayest also, I walk out like a cat, for whoso would sing the cat's skin, then will the cat well dwell in her inn. And if the cat's skin be sleek and gay, she will not dwell in house half a day. But forth she will, ere any day be dawed, to shew her skin, and go a caterwad. That is to say, if I be gay, Sir Shrew, I will run out my boral for to shew. Sir old fool, what helpeth thee to spyen, though thou pray Argus with his 100 iron to be my ward de corpse? As he can best, in faith he shall not keep me, but me less. Yet could I make his beard, so may I thee. Thou sayest eke that there be things three, which things greatly trouble all this earth, and that no wife may endure the firth. O lief, Sir Shrew, may Jesus shorten thy life. Yet preachest thou, and sayest a hateful wife, reckoned is for one of these mischances. Be there none other manner resemblances, that ye may liken your parables unto comparison. But if a silly wife be one of thou likeneth a woman's love to hell, to barren land where water may not dwell. Thou likenest it also to wildfire. The more it burns, the more it hath desire to consume everything that burnt will be. Thou sayest, right as worms shinned, right so a wife destroyeth her husband. This know they well that be to wives bound. Lordlings, right thus, as ye have understand, bear I stiffly mine old husbands on hand, that thus they saiden in their drunkenness, and all was false, but that I took witness on Jenkin and upon my niece also. O Lord, the pain I did them, and the woe, full guiltiless, by God's sweet pine. For as a horse I could bite and whine, I could plain, and I was in the guilt, or else oftentimes I had been split. Whoso first cometh to the nil, first grint. I plained first, so was our wary stint. They were full glad to excuse them full blithe, of things that they never a guilt their life. Of wenches would I bear them on hand, when that for sickness scarcely might they stand, yet tickled I his heart, for that he weened that I had of him so great chert. I swore that all my walking out by night was for to espy wenches that he dieth. Under that colour had I many a mirth, for all such wit is given us at birth. Deceit, weeping, and spinning God doth give to women kindly, while that they may live. And thus of one thing I may vaunt me, At the end I had the better in each degree, by sleight or force, or by some manner thing, as by continual murmur or grudging, namely, a bed, there had they mischance. There would I chide, and do them no pleasance. I would no longer in the bed abide, if that I felt his arm over my side, till he had made his ransom unto me, then would I suffer him do his nicety. And therefore every man this tale I tell, when whoso may, for all is for to sell. With empty hand men may no hawks lure, for winning would I all his will endure, and make me a feigned appetite, and yet in bacon had I never delight. That made me that I ever would them chide, for, though the Pope had sitten them beside, I would not spare them at their owen board, for by my troth I quit them word for word. As help me very God omnipotent, though I right now should make my testament, I owe them not a word that is not quit. I brought it so about by my wit, that they must give it up as for the best, or else had we never been in rest. For, though he looked as a wood lion, yet should he fail of his conclusion. Then would I say, now, good Leff, take keep. How meekly looketh Wilkin, our sheep. Come near, my spouse, and let me ba thy cheek. Ye should be all patient and meek, and have a sweet espiced conscience. Since ye so preach of Job's patience, suffer alway, since ye so well can preach. And but ye do, certain we shall you teach, that it is fair to have a wife in peace. One of us two must bow, doubtless. And since a man is more reasonable than woman is, ye must be sufferable. What aileth you to grudge thus ingrown? Is it for ye would have my love alone? Why, take it all, lo, have it every deal. Peter shrew you, but ye love it well. For if I would sell my belle shows, I could walk as fresh as is a rose. But I will keep it for your owen tooth. Ye be to blame. By God, I say you sooth, such manner words had we on hand. Now will I speaken of my fourth husband. My fourth husband was a reveller, that is to say, he had a paramour, and I was young and full of ragery, stubborn and strong, and jolly as a pie. Then could I dance to a harp's mail, and sing, ewis, as any nightingale. When I had drunk a draught of sweet wine, Metellus, the foul churl, the swine, that with a staff bereft his wife of life, for she drank wine, though I had been his wife, never should he have daunted me from drink, and, after wine, of Venus most I think. For all so sure as cold engenders hail, a liquorish mouth must have a liquorish tail. In woman, vinolent is no defence. This no leches by experience. But, Lord Christ, when that it remembereth me, upon my youth, and on my jollity, it tickleth me about mine heart root. Unto this day it doth mine heart boot, that I have had my world as in my time, but age, alas, that all will envenime, hath me bereft my beauty and my pith. Let go, farewell, the devil go therewith. The flower is gone, there is no more to tell. The bran, as I best may, now must I sell. But yet to be right merry will I fand. Now forth to tell you of my fourth husband, I say, I in my heart hath great despite, that he of any other had delight. But he was quit, by God and by Saint Jos. I made for him of the same wood a cross. Not of my body, and no foul manner, but certainly I made folk such cheer, that in his own grease I made him fry for anger and for very jealousy. By God in earth I was his purgatory, for which I hope his soul may be in glory. For, God it wot, he sat full oft and sung, when that his shoe full bitterly him wrung. There was no wight, save God and he, that wist in many wise how sore I did him twist. He died when I came from Jerusalem, and lies in grave under the rude beam, although his tomb is not so curious as was the sepulchre of Darius, which that Apelles wrought so subtly. It is but waste to bury them preciously. Let him fare well, God give his soul rest. He is now in his grave and in his chest. Now of my 5th husband will I tell. God let his soul never come into hell, and yet was he to me the most shrew, that feel I on my ribs all by rue, and ever shall until mine ending day. But in our bed he was so fresh and gay, and therewithal so well he could me gloss, when that he would have my belle shows. Though he had beaten me on every bone, yet could he win again my love anon. I trow I loved him better, for that he was of his love so dangerous to me. We women have, if that I shall not lie, in this matter a quaint fantasy. Whatever thing we may not lightly have, thereafter will we cry all day and crave. Forbid us thing, and that desire we, press on us fast, and then will we flee. With danger utter, we all our Shafer. Great press at market maketh dear wear, and too great cheap is held at little price. This knoweth every woman that is wise. My 5th husband, God his soul bless, with that I took for love, and no riches. He sometime was a clerk of Oxenford, and had left school, and went at home to board with my gossip, dwelling in our town. God have her soul, her name was Alison. She knew my heart and all my privity. Bet than our parish priest, so may I thee. To her betrayed I my counsel all, for had my husband pissed on a wall, or done a thing that should have cost his life, to her, and to another worthy wife, and to my niece, which that I love well, I would have told his counsel every deal. And so I did full often, God had wot, that made his face full often red and hot, for very shame, and blamed himself, for he had told to me so greatly a privity. And so befell that once in a LynneT, so oftentimes I to my gossip went, for ever yet I love to be gay, and for to walk in March, April, and May, from house to house, to hear sundry tales, that Jenkin clerk and my gossip Dame Ailes, and I myself into the fields went. Mine husband was at London all that LynneT. I had the better leisure for to play, and for to see, and eke for to be say, of lusty folk. What wist I where my grace was shapen for to be, or in what place? Therefore made I my visitations to vigilies and to processions, to preachings eke and to these pilgrimages, to plays of miracles and marriages, and weared upon me gay scarlet gites. These worms, nor these moths, nor these mites, on my apparel fret them never a deal. And know'st thou why? For they were used well. Now will I tell forth what happened me. I say that in the fields walked we, till truly we had such dalliance, this clerk and I, that of my purveyance. I spake to him, and told him how that he, if I were widow, should wed me. For certainly I say for no bobance. Yet was I never without purveyance of marriage, nor of other things eke. I hold a mouse's wit, not worth a leek, that hath but one hole for to start to. And if that fail, then is all ye do. I bear him on hand, he had enchanted me. My dame taught me that subtlety, and eke I said, I met of him all night. He would have slain me, as I lay upright, and all my bed was full of very blood. But yet I hoped that he should do me good, for blood betokened goal, as me was taught. And all was false, I dreamed of him right not, but as I followed I my dame's lore, as well as that, as of other things more. But now, sir, let me see, what shall I say? Aha! By God, I have my tale again. When that my 4th husband was on byre, I wept all gate and made a sorry cheer, as wives must, for it is the usage, and with my kerchief covered my visage. But, for I was provided with a make, I wept but little, that I undertake. To church was mine husband born a-morrow, with neighbours that for him made sorrow. And Jenkin, our clerk, was one of tho', as help me God, when that I saw him go, after the buyer, methought he had a pair of legs and of feet so clean and fair, that all my heart I gave unto his hold. He was, I trow, 20 winter old, and I was 40, if I shall say sooth. But yet I had always a colt's tooth. Gat-toothed I was, and that became me well. I had the print of Saint Venus's seal, and help me God, I was a lusty one, and fair, and rich, and young, and well begone. For certes, I am all Venerian, in feeling, and my heart is Martian. Venus me gave my lust and licorishness, and Mars gave me my sturdy hardiness. Mine ascendant was tar, and Mars therein. Alas, alas, that ever love was sin. I followed mine inclination, by virtue of my constellation, that made me that I could not withdraw my chamber of Venus from a good fellow. Yet have I Mart's mark upon my face, and also in another privy place. For God so wisely be my salvation, I loved never by discretion, but ever followed mine own appetite, all were he short, or long, or black, or white. I took no keep, so that he liked to me, how poor he was, neither of what degree. What should I say, but that at the month's end, this jolly clerk Jenkin, that was so hend, had wedded me with great solemnity, and to him gave I all the land and fee that ever was me given therebefore, and afterward repented me full sore. He would suffer nothing of my list. By God he smote me once with his fist, for that I rent out of his book a leaf. That of the stroke mine ear waxed all deaf. Stubborn I was, as is a lioness, and of my tongue a very jangleress. And walk I would, as I had done before, from house to house, although he had it sworn. For which he oftentimes would preach prevent it, and me of old Roman jests teach, how that Sulpicius Gallus left his wife, and her forsook for turn of all his, for naught but open-headed, he her say, looking out at his door upon a day. Another Roman told he me by name, that for his wife was at a summer game, without his knowing he forsook her eke, and then would he upon his Bible seek, that ilk proverb of Ecclesiast, same where he commandeth, and forbiddeth fast, man shall not suffer his wife go roll about. Then would he say right thus without doubt, whoso that buildeth his house all of sallows, and pricketh his blind horse over the fallows, and suffereth his wife to go seek hollows, is worthy to be hanged on the gallows. But all for naught, I set not a haw of his proverbs, nor of his old saw, nor would I not of him corrected be. I hated them that my vices tell me, and so do more of us, God wot, than I. This made him wood with me all utterly. I would not forbear him in no case. Now will I say you sooth by St. Thomas. Why that I rent out of his book a leaf, for which he smote me, so that I was deaf. He had a book that gladly night and day, for his disport he would it read alway. He called it Valerie and Theophrast, and with that book he laughed alway full fast. And eke there was a clerk sometime at Rome, a cardinal, that hight Saint Jerome, that made a book against Jovinian, which book was there, and eke Tertullian, Chrysippus, Tertulla, and Helos, that was an abbess not far from Paris, and eke the parables of Solomon, Ovid's art, and Board's many more. And all these were bound in one volume, and every night and day was his custom, when he had leisure and vacation from other worldly occupation, to readin in this book of wicked wives. He knew of them more legends and more lives than be of good wives in the Bible. For, trust me well, it is an impossible that any clerk will speak good of wives. But if it be of holy saints' lives, nor of none other woman, never the mo. Who painted the lion? Tell it me, who? By God, if women had written stories, as clerks have within their oratories, they would have writ of men more wickedness than all the mark of Adam may redress. The children of Mercury and of Venus be in their working full contrarious. Mercury loveth wisdom and science, and Venus loveth riot and dispense. and for their diverse disposition, each falls in others' exaltation. As thus God wot Mercurius desolate in Pisces, where Venus is exaltate, and Venus fall where Mercury is raised. Therefore no woman by no clerk is praised. The clerk, when he is old and may not do of Venus's works not worth his old shoe, then sits he down and writes in his dotage that women cannot keep their marriage. But now to purpose, why I told thee that I was beaten for a book, pardie. Upon a night Jenkin, that was our sire, read on his book as he sat by the fire, of Eva first, that for her wickedness was all mankind brought into wretchedness, for which that Jesus Christ himself was slain, that bought us with his hot blood again. Lo here expressive women may ye find, that woman was the lost of all mankind. Then read he me how Samson lost his hairs, sleeping his leman cut them with her shears, through which treason lost he both his iron. Then read he me, if that I shall not lean, of Hercules, and of his dejeuner, that caused him to set himself on fire. Nothing forgot he of the care and woe that Socrates had with his wives too. How Xantippe cast piss upon his head, this silly man sat still, as he were dead. He wiped his head, and no more durst he saying, but ere the thunder stint, there cometh rain. Of Phaesiphae, that was queen of Crete, for shrewdness he thought the tale sweet. Fie, speak no more, it is a grisly thing, of her horrible lust and her liking. Of Clytemnestra, for her lechery, that falsely made her husband for to die. He read it with full good devotion. He told me eke for what occasion Amphiorax at Thebes lost his life. My husband had a legend of his wife, Eriphyle, that for an ouch of gold clasp had privily unto the Greeks told, where that her husband hid him in a place, for which he had at Thebes sorry grace. Of Luna told he me, and of Lucy, they both made their husbands for to die, that one for love, that other was for hate. Luna her husband on an evening late empoisoned had, for that she was his foe. Lucia licorice loved her husband so, that, for he should always upon her think, she gave him such a manner love drink, that he was dead before it were the morrow. And thus Algate's husbands had sorrow. Then told he me how one Latumius complained to his fellow Arius, that in his garden growed such a tree, of which he said how that his wives 3 hanged themselves for heart dispiteous. O leave, brother, quoth this Arius, give me a plant of filk-blessed tree, and in my garden planted shall it be. Of later date of wives hath he read, that some have slain their husbands in their bed, and let their lecher died them all the night, while that the corpse lay on the floor upright. And some have driven nails into their brain, while that they slept, and thus they have them slain. Some have them given poison in their drink. He spake more harm than heart may bethink. And therewithal he knew of more proverbs, than in this world there groweth grass or herbs. Better, quoth he, thine habitation be with a lion or a foul dragon, than with a woman using for to chide. Better, quoth he, high in the roof abide, than with an angry woman in the house. They be so wicked and contrarious, they hate that their husbands love I. He said, a woman casts her shame away when she casts off her smock. And farthermo, a fair woman, but she be chaste also, is like a gold ring in a sow's nose. Who could ween, or who could suppose, the woe that in mine heart was, and the pine? And when I saw that he would never find to reading on this cursed book all night, all suddenly 3 leaves have I plight out of his book, right as he read, and eke I with my fist so took him on the cheek, that in our fire he backward fell adown, and he upstart as doth a wood lion, and with his fist he smote me on the head, that on the floor I lay as I were dead. And when he saw how still that there I lay, he was aghast, and would have fled away, till at the last, out of my swoon I brayed. Oh, hast thou slain me, thou false thief, I said, and for my land thus hast thou murdered me. Ere I be dead, yet will I kiss thee. And near he came, and kneeled fair adown, and said, Dear sister Alison, as help me God, I shall thee never smite. That I have done, it is thyself to wite. Forgive it me, and that I thee beseek. And yet, eftsoons I hit him on the cheek, and said, Thief, thus much am I a reek. Now will I die, I may no longer speak. But at the last, with much care and woe, we fell accorded by ourselves two. He gave me all the bridle in mine hand, to have the governance of house and land, and of his tongue, and of his hand also. I made him burn his book anon right though, and when that I had gotten unto me, by mastery all the sovereignty, and that he said, Mine own true wife, do as thee lists, the term of all thy life, keep thine honour, and eke keep mine estate. After that day we never had debate. God help me so, I was to him as kind as any wife from Denmark unto end, and also true, and so was he to me. I pray to God that sits in majesty, so bless his soul for his mercy dear. Now will I say my tale, if ye will hear. The friar laughed when he had heard all this. Now, dame, quoth he, so I have joy and bliss. This is a long preamble of a tale. And when the Samp Noir heard the friar's gale speak, Lo, quoth this Samp Noir, God's arms too, a friar will intermet him evermo. Lo, good men, a fly, and eke a frere, will fall in every dish, and eke mad air. What speakest thou of perambulation? What, amble or trot, or peace, or go sit down? Thou lettest our disport in this matter. Yea, wilt thou so, Sir Samp Noir? Quoth the friar. Now by my faith, I shall, ere that I go, tell of a Samp Noir such a tale or two, that all the folk shall laughen in this place. Now do else, friar, I beshrew thy face, quoth this Samp Noir, and I beshrew me, but if I tell tales two or three, of friars, ere I come to sitten born, that I shall make thine heart for to mourn, for well I wot thy patience is gone. Our host cried, Peace, and that anon, and said, Let the woman tell her tale. Ye fare as folk that drunken be of ale. Do, dame, tell forth your tale, and that is best. All ready, sir, quoth she, write as you less. If I have license of this worthy friar. Yes, dame, quoth he, tell forth, and I will hear. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Wife of Bath's Tale. In old days of the King Arthur, of which that Britons speak great honour, all was this land full filled of fairy. The elf queen with her jolly company danced full oft in many a green mead. This was the old opinion, as I read. I speak of many 100 years ago, but now can no man see none elves mow. For now the great charity and prayers of limitours and other holy frayers, that search every land and every stream, as thick as motes in the sunbeam, blessing halls, chambers, kitchenes, and bowers, cities and burghes, castles high and towers, thorpes and barnes, sheepens and dairies. This makes that there be now no fairies, for there as wont to walke was an elf, There walketh now the limiter himself in undermeals and in morrowings, and saith his matins and his holy things as he goes in his limitation. Women may now go safely up and down in every bush and under every tree. There is none other incubus but he, and he will do to them no dishonor. And so befell it that this King Arthur had in his house a lusty bachelor that on a day came riding from river, and happened that, alone as she was born, he saw a maiden walking him beforn, of which maiden anon maugre her head, by very force he reft her maidenhead, for which oppression was such clamour and such pursuit unto the King Arthur, that damned was this knight for to be dead by course of law, and should have lost his head. Paraventure such was the statute, though, but that the queen and other ladies mo, so long they prayed the king of his grace, till he his life him granted in the place, and gave him to the queen all at her will, to choose whether she would him save or spill. The queen thanked the king with all her might, and after this thus spake she to the knight, when that she saw her time upon a day. Thou standest yet, quoth she, in such array that of thy life yet hast thou no surety. I grant thee life, if thou canst tell to me what thing is it that women most desiren. Beware and keep thy neckbone from the iron, and if thou canst not tell it me anon, yet will I give thee leave for to gone a 12 month and a day to seek and lear an answer sufficient in this mattere. And surety will I have ere that thou pace thy body for to yielden in this place. Woe was the knight, and sorrowfully sight, but what? He might not do all as him liked, and at the last he chose him for to wend, and come again, right at the yeare's end, with such answer as God would him purvey, and took his leave, and wended forth his way. He sought in every house and every place, whereas he hoped for to find grace, to learn what thing women love the most, but he could not arrive in any coast, whereas he might find in this mattere two creatures according in fear. Some said that women loved best riches, some said honour, and some said jolliness, some rich array, and some said lust abed, and oft time to be widow and be wed. Some said that we are in our heart most eased when that we are y-flattered and y-praised. He went full nigh the sooth, I will not lie. A man shall win us best with flattery, and with attendance, and with business, be we y-limed both more and less. And some men said that we do love the best for to be free, and do right as us lest, and that no man reprove us of our vice, but say that we are wise and nothing nice. For truly there is none among us all, if any wight will claw us on the gall, that will not kick, for that he saith us sooth, assay, and he shall find it that so doeth. For be we never so vicious within, we will be held both wise and clean of sin. And some men said that great delight have we for to be held stable and eke secree, and in one purpose steadfastly to dwell, and not bewray a thing that men us tell, but that tale is not worth a rake steel. Pardie, we women can a nothing heal. Witness on Midas, will ye hear the tale? Ovid, among us other thinges small, saith Midas had under his long hairs, growing upon his head, 2 asses' ears, the which of vice he hid as best he might, full subtly from every man's sight, that save his wife there knew of it no mo. He loved her most, and trusted her also. He prayed her that to no creature she woulde tellen of his disfigure. She swore him, nay, for all the world to win, she would not do that villainy or sin, to make her husband have so foul a name. She would not tell it for her owen shame. But natheless her thoughte that she died, that she so longe should a counsel hide. Her thought it swelled so sore about her heart, that needes must some word from her a start. And since she durst not tell it unto man, down to a marish fast thereby she ran, till she came there her heart was all afire, and as a bittern bumbles in the mire, she laid her mouth unto the water down. Bewray me not, thou water, with thy sound, quoth she, to thee I tell it, and no mo. Mine husband hath long asses' eares too. Now is mine heart all whole, now is it out. I might no longer keep it out of doubt. Here may ye see, though we a time abide, yet out it must, we can no counsel hide. The remnant of the tale, if ye will hear, read in Ovid, and there ye may it lear. This knight, of whom my tale is specially, when that he saw he might not come thereby, that is to say, what women love the most, within his breast full sorrowful was his ghost. But home he went, for he might not sojourn. The day was come that homeward he must turn. And in his way it happened him to ride in all his care under a forest side, where as he saw upon a dance go of ladies 24, and yet mo. Toward this ilke dance he drew full yearn, the hope that he some wisdom there should learn. But certainly, ere he came fully there, he vanished was this dance, he knew not where. No creature saw he that bare life, save on the green he sitting saw a wife. A fouler wight there may no man devise. Against this knight this old wife gan to rise, and said, Sir knight, hereforth lieth no way. Tell me what ye are seeking by your fay. Paraventure it may the better be. These old folk know much thing, quoth she. My lieve mother, quoth this knight, certain I am but dead, but if that I can sayn what thing it is that women most desire, could ye me wis, I would well quite your hire. Plight me thy troth here in mine hand, quoth she. The nexte thing that I require of thee, thou shalt it do, if it be in thy might, and I will tell it thee ere it be night. Have here my trothe, quoth the knight, I grant. Then quoth she, I dare me well avaunt, thy life is safe, for I will stand thereby. Upon my life the queen will say as I. Let's see which is the proudest of them all, that wears either a kerchief or a caul, that dares say nay to that I shall you teach. Let us go forth without a longer speech. Then round she a pistol in his ear, and bade him to be glad and have no fear. When they were come unto the court, this knight said he had held his day as he had hight, and ready was his answer as he said, Full many a noble wife and many a maid, and many a widow, for that they be wise, the queen herself, sitting as a justice, assembled be his answer for to hear, and afterward this knight was bid appear. To every wight commanded was silence, and that the knight should tell in audience what thing that worldly women love the best. This knight he stood not still as doth a beast, but to this question anon answered with manly voice that all the court it heard. My liege lady, generally, quoth he, women desire to have the sovereignty as well over their husband as their love, and for to be in mastery him above. This is your most desire. Though ye me kill, do as you list. I am here at your will. In all the court there was no wife, nor maid, nor widow that contraried what he said, but said he worthy was to have his life. And with that word upstart that olde wife, which that the knight saw sitting on the green. Mercy, quoth she, my sovereign lady queen, ere that your court depart, do me right. I taught this answer unto this knight, for which he plighted me his trothe there. The first thing I would of him require, he would it do, if it lay in his might. Before this court then pray I thee, Sir Knight, quoth she, that thou me take unto thy wife, for well thou know'st that I have kept thy life. If I say false, say nay upon thy fay. This knight answered, Alas, and well away! I know right well that such was my behest. For goddess love, choose a new request. Take all my good, and let my body go. Nay then, quoth she, I shrew us both a two, for though that I be old and foul and poor, I nould for all the metal nor the ore that under earth is grave or lies above, but if thy wife I were, and eke thy love. My love, quoth he, nay, my damnation, alas! That any of my nation should ever so foul disparaged be. But all for naught. The end is this, that he constrained was, that needs he must wed, and take this olde wife, and go to bed. Now would some men say, paraventure, that for my negligence I do no cure to tell you all the joy and all the array that at the feast was made that ilke day. To which thing shortly answerin I shall, I say there was no joy nor feast at all. There was but heaviness and much sorrow, for privily he wed her on the morrow, and all day after hid him as an owl. So woe was him, his wife looked so foul. Great was the woe the knight had in his thought, when he was with his wife to bed y brought. He wallowed, and he turned to and fro. This olde wife lay smiling evermo, and said, Dear husband, benedicite, fares every knight thus with his wife as ye? Is this the law of King Arthur's house? Is every knight of his thus dangerous? I am your own love, and eke your wife. I am she which that saved hath your life, and certes yet did I you ne'er unright. Why fare ye thus with me this first night? Ye fare like a man had lost his wit. What is my guilt? For God's love tell me it, and it shall be amended, if I may. Amended, quoth this knight. Alas, nay, nay, it will not be amended, never mo. Thou art so loathly, and so old also, and thereto comest of so low a kind, that little wonder though I wallow and wind. So woulde God mine hearte would breast. Is this, quoth she, the cause of your unrest? Yea, certainly, quoth he, no wonder is. Now, sir, quoth she, I could amend all this, if that me list, ere it were days 3, so well ye might bear you unto me. But, for ye speaken of such gentleness as is descended out of old riches, and therefore shall ye be gentlemen, such arrogancy is not worth a hen. Look who that is most virtuous alway, prive and apert, and most intendeth to do the gentle deedes that he can, and take him for the greatest gentleman. Christ will we claim of him our gentleness, not of our elders for their old riches. For though they gave us all their heritage, for which we claim to be of high parage, yet may they not bequeath for no thing to none of us their virtuous living that made them gentlemen called to be, and bade us follow them in such degree. Well can the wise poet of Florence that highted Dante speak of this sentence: Lo, in such manner rhyme is Dante's tale, full seld upriseth by his branches smalla prowess of man, for God of his goodness wills that we claim of him our gentleness. For of our elders may we nothing claim but temporal things that man may hurt and maim. Eke every wight knows this as well as I. If gentleness were planted naturally unto a certain lineage down the line, prive and apert, then would they never find to do of gentleness the fair office, then might they do no villainy nor vice. Take fire and bear it to the darkest house betwixt this and the Mount of Caucasus, and let men shut the doors and go then. Yet will the fire as fair and light to brenn as 20,000 men might it behold. Its office natural will it hold, on peril of my life, till that it die. Here may ye see well how that gentry is not annexed to possession, since folk do not their operation alway as doth the fire low in its kind, for God it want. Men may full often find a lord's son do shame and villainy, and he that will have price of his gentry, for he was born of a gentle house, and had his elders noble and virtuous, and will himself do no gentle deedes, nor follow his gentle ancestry that dead is. He is not gentle, be he duke or earl, for villain sinful deedes make a churl. For gentleness is but the renommee of thine ancestors for their high bounty, which is a strange thing to thy person. Thy gentleness cometh from God alone. Then comes our very gentleness of grace. It was no thing bequeathed us with our place. Think how noble, as saith Valerius, was Thilca Tullius Hostilius, that out of povert' rose to high. Read in Cynic, and read eke in Boece, there shall ye see express that it no dread is, that he is gentle, that doth gentle deedes. And therefore, leave husband, I conclude, albeit that mine ancestors were rude, yet may the highe God, and so hope I, grant me his grace to live virtuously. Then am I gentle when that I begin to live virtuously and waive sin. And whereas ye of povert' me reprieve, the highe God on whom that we believe, in wilful povert' chose to lead his life, and certes every man, maiden, or wife may understand that Jesus, heaven's King, ne would not choose a virtuous living. Glad povert' is an honest thing, certain. This will Seneca and other clerkes sayn. Whoso that holds him paid of his povert', I hold him rich, though he hath not a shirt. He that coveteth is a poor wight, for he would have what is not in his might. But he that naught hath, nor coveteth to have, is rich, although ye hold him but a knave. Very povert is sin properly. Juvenal saith of povert merrily, the poor man, when he goes by the way, before the thieves he may sing and play. Povert is hateful good, and as I guess, a full great bringer out of business, a great amender eke of sapience, to him that taketh it in patience. Povert is this, although it seem elenge, possession that no wight will challenge. Povert full often, when a man is low, makes him his god, and eke himself to know. Povert a spectacle is, as thinketh me, through which he may his very friendes see. And therefore, sir, since that I you not grieve of my povert, no more me reprieve. Now, sir, of elde ye reprieve me, and certes, sir, though none authority were in no book, ye gentles of honour say that men should an olde wight honour, and call him father for your gentleness. And authors shall I finden, as I guess, now there ye say that I am foul and old. Then dread ye not to be a cuckold. For filth and elde also may I thee be great wardens upon chastity. But natheless, since I know your delight, I shall fulfill your worldly appetite. Choose now, quoth she, one of these things tway, to have me foul and old till that I day, and be to you a true humble wife, and never you displease in all my life. Or else will ye have me young and fair, and take your aventure of the repair that shall be to your house because of me, or in some other place it may well be. Now choose yourself whether that you liketh. This knight adviseth him, and sore he siketh. But at the last he said in this manere, My lady and my love and wife so dear, I put me in your wise governance. Choose for yourself which may be most pleasance, and most honour to you and me also. I do no force the whether of the two, for as you liketh, it sufficeth me. Then have I got the mastery, quoth she, since I may choose and govern as me less. Yes, certes, wife, quoth he, I hold it best. Kiss me, quoth she, we are no longer wroth, for by my troth I will be to you both, that is to say, yea, both a fair and good. I pray to God that I may sterve a wood, but I to you be all so good and true as ever was wife since the world was new. And but I be to-morrow as fair to seen as any lady, empress, or queen that is betwixt the east and eke the west, do with my life and death right as you lest. Cast up the curtain and look how it is. And when the knight saw verily all this, that she so fair was, and so young thereto, for joy he hent her in his armes too, his heart bathed in a bath of bliss. 1,000 times on row he gan her kiss, and she obeyed him in everything that might do him pleasance or liking. And thus they live unto their lives' end in perfect joy, and Jesus Christ us send husbands meek and young and fresh in bed, and grace to overlive them that we wed. And eke I pray Jesus to short their lives that will not be governed by their wives, and old and angry niggards of dispense, God send them soon a very pestilence. End of section 11.